Well, good morning, Bug Jam. It is day 2. It is time to be just a little bit quiet.
Welcome to day 2.
We just need to be a little bit quiet. I don't want to wake everybody up.
You know what? We won't wake everybody up, but we'll leave it to our first races of the day to wake everyone up.
Good morning, Bug Jam.
Hello.
How are we all this morning? How's everybody's heads? Good morning on the top of the banking. Well, someone's wide awake. Got his.
He's waving and everything.
No,
Hello.
we did the Mexican wave yesterday. A little bit late.
Yeah, maybe later. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see how we feel.
That's good. Right, we're straight into Run With Your Brung. A few things to update people on. It is the Auto Glim Show and Shine.
Ooh, yes.
Now, when I went past there at 8 o'clock this morning, loads and loads of cars there already.
It's always amazing to see these amazing, not just paint jobs, but bodywork that's usually there as well. And interiors, it's incredible.
So in front of the main stage, that's where they are all gathering. The judging doesn't start till 12 o'clock, but being Bug Jam, what they do is they do the show and shine today, and then it's Rust and Rat tomorrow. So basically, look at, oh wow, look at that. What we say, look at that, you can't see it, but I can. There is a bus that's just appeared on the start line, and it has shrunk by about 18 feet in length. It's got the
Where's
wheelbase.
The rest of it?
It's got the wheelbase of a shopping trolley. But that's cool. I like that.
But no, you were saying the show and shine, we start judging from 12. We announced the winners at 3, but last year we gave it 3 hours. We overran. It was that hard to judge.
Wow.
So I'm sure we'll end up doing that again this year.
Well, it says here, as you say, show and shine presentations at 3 o'clock, and then at 3:30, remove all vehicles from in front of the main stage. So that is the plan. The short wheelbase bus just went through 1840, 81 miles an hour. This is Run With Your Brung. Basically, it's the same format as yesterday. VW only, unless you are one of the cars or trucks in this particular instance that are entered into the race meeting this weekend. For example, you've got a Mazda and a pickup truck here. Both of these are entered into Sportsman ET this weekend, so that's why you're seeing a few sort of different vehicles. They're just doing like practice runs now, and then they'll be going into qualifying.
Just doing that fine last bit of tuning before it gets serious for them. But of course, so much happening over this weekend as well. So much.
Well, as Oz was saying in Nitro FM, if you can't find anything to do at Bug Jam, then there's something seriously wrong. Seriously wrong. But no, I mean, I know you disappeared, well, not early, but you should have hung around last night, because it was just
this is what
epic.
everyone's saying. Everyone's saying Soul to Soul were amazing, but also Rick Parfitt as well.
Rick Parfitt Jr. knocked it out of the ballpark last night. It was absolutely outstanding. And yes, please, Santa Pod, can you book them again? we want them back for more. They were that good. But Soul to Soul was a proper old vibe last night. It was, yeah, let's just say my generation were there. Dad dancing away. it was great. Thoroughly enjoyable night. And more of the same tonight as well. So obviously everybody here is going to be here tonight. Going to be an absolutely brilliant Bug Jam. And conditions are looking favourable for a lot of outside entertainment.
And especially as today is the first time we see the live action arena taking place over this weekend as well. Loads of stuff happening over there.
I'd forgotten about that.
Oh, how can you forget about that?
Because there's so much going on.
That is true. That is true. Of course, you got the monster trucks. You got Terry Grant and his crew taking all of the stunts like they normally do. But honestly, if you've never seen that show before, make sure to head over there at 11 to see it for the first time. You'll probably need to see it again over the weekend. It's that unbelievable, if I'm quite honest.
You're so right. You are so right. Let's have a look at timetable for today whilst we've got a moment. Little Buggers opens at 10 o'clock. Cool Flow BMX show. They have got their first show of the day at 11. Also opening at 11 is Bugwham. Fuelers Bar, if you need a top-up, they open at 11 o'clock as well. And of course, as you just mentioned, the live action arena show. And this is Bulldog. It's actually got different types of shows. Well, no, Bulldog opens the show at 11 o'clock, followed by Lee Bowers and then Terry Grant. Also, you got in the live action arena Podzilla the Monster Truck. So much going on over there. First jet car runs today, 20 past 12 with Oklahoma Willie, followed by Fire Force 3 at the Jet Funny Car. Run With Your Brung will actually finish at 5 to 1.
before the human race. It's
go along with
something.
that.
It's something. We're going to get you lot on this track here at Santa Pod.
Now, the funny thing is, right, the drag strip has a centre line. Quite simple, has a centre line. And what we do is we bring everybody to the start line in the Kestrel beer lane. And every year we say the same thing. Stay in the lane. Don't cross the centre line. Right? And as soon as they go, they spread out. But, of course, the idea being a human-powered race, you go to the top end, then you run back down the other lane.
Yeah.
And, of course, you've got these head-on collisions.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. But, no, it's a bit chaotic. It's a lot of fun. But we will reiterate, please be careful. Because people do wander off into the other lane, and then if you've got somebody that's been really competitive and cycling along at 40 mile an hour,
There's always someone. There's always someone.
So you just, please, folks, just be careful. We do actually bring our medical teams down to the start line, and we have them at the turnout at the top as well, just in case.
But the thing is, this race as well is not just your normal boring marathon and we're just going to run up and down. Oh, no. Because we also have prizes for the most creative fancy dress.
That's it, yeah. And don't forget, theme this year, Kings and Queens. So we are looking specifically for Kings and Queens. But then I saw I saw dinosaurs with fairy lights on them.
And what isn't royal about that? What isn't royal about the king of the dinosaurs?
It worked. But it was a T-Rex. But he had this, like, with the Christmas lights are in a net.
Yeah.
He had them on his back. It's like a magic cloak. And it was just like, that worked. It was bizarre, but it worked.
T-Rex.
Yeah. Oh, dear. The craziness of Bug Jam. Just magical. One specific car when it comes around, we've got to wish the driver a happy birthday, so wait for that one to actually happen. Bit of a problem on the track at the moment. A Golf in one with your brung has made it half track and has basically stopped. So obviously we need to get that car
park there, mate. You can't park there.
Luke heard that yesterday. I don't know if you heard. Did you hear that?
I did hear that when he was starting off his dragster.
Yeah. Crazy.
So, of course, the human race. But then also tonight, it's a big one. Bootleg Beatles and Trevor Nelson entertaining us into the early hours of Sunday morning, where we do it all again for day 2, day 3 even, of Bug Jam 35.
Yeah, Deco 8 o'clock, Bootleg Beatles 9:30, and then everybody up to the top end 11:30 till 1 a.m. Trevor Nelson. But then in the dance tent, DJ Trademark 8 till 10 p.m. tonight. Your sport for choice. Of course, Fueler's Bar. It's got the silent disco.
Always a treat. Always a treat.
If you want to find the Huxley family, those of you that know the drag racers, the Huxleys will be in the silent disco tonight, as Lee was telling me last night. So you can look forward to that.
Honestly, silent disco is always amazing. You've got someone raving, and then you've got someone swaying to UB40 next year as well. Brilliant stuff.
Oh, dear. It's just magic, isn't it? The magic of Bug Jam. We absolutely love it. Been a brilliant event so far. And we're only just about to start day 2. Day 3 for some, because obviously some that arrived on Thursday.
Oh, God, of course.
The early arrivals.
The hard knocks.
It feels like it's Sunday today for some bizarre reason, but it's not. It's Saturday. It's, we've got to get our head around this one.
You're tired already, Cole. You still got
No, I've just got to pace myself.
But of course, the great thing about Bug Jam as well is that there'll be people here who are coming because it's a V-dub festival. Not so much the dragster, but so this might be the first experience of drag racing for some.
Well, unfortunately, the Hoonigan Golf, I think, has certainly dropped some fluid. What a shame, because that car was going really well yesterday. First run on the track today, and it hasn't gone quite so good for them. Those of you that tune into the live feed, you can see everybody gathering in front of the main stage. I mean, look at this.
Wow.
This is an incredible display of Beatles.
If you have not walked over to the main stage already, do so at some point this morning. That is a lot of V-dubs. Wow. And honestly, it's always astounding the amount of effort and time that these passionate fans have put into their vehicles is honestly incredible.
Well, I like the fact that they're all on the campsite, and then Saturday morning they bring them round.
Yeah.
Oh dear. So yeah, good luck to everybody in the show and shine. A very, very difficult job for the judges, as you say. It took a while. It took a while, didn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, looking at the track, yeah, there is a fair bit of fluid there. Actually, they started the clean up at 330 foot going up to the 8th mile. So, fortunately, we are going to be down just for a little while whilst we sort that car out. I'll tell you what, we'll save our throats waffling away. Nitro FM 96.2. I know they've got loads of great tunes lined up for us. And I'll tell you what, let's see what's on their playlist. So,
absolutely.
Guys at the radio station, take it away. We'll be back with you when we continue with Runway Brung. And pretty much as expected, they took it to 300 foot. Beautifully done.
Wow.
Very nice job done from both teams. Excellent stuff. Wow. Just looked at the 60 foot for Jason Phelps. Monte Carlo into pre-stage. Rolls it a few inches further forward into stage. Here we go. Well, he got to about 60 foot and the car was deviating slightly to the right there. 0.97 to 60 foot and off the gas straight away. But that sounded hard as nails. That really did.
And that was great reaction as well to actually just take it off the gas when it was deviating slightly.
Okay, so I look behind, and now I know why Wayne is up in the tower. Wayne, good to see you, mate. Thanks ever so much for popping up to see us. And we will see you, hopefully not back up here, and I mean that in the nicest way, because we want to see you down on the start line.
Cool.
All right, mate. Wayne Allman, pilot of Mental Breakdown. Always good to have people come up and see us. So, Wayne, thanks ever so much indeed, mate. Right, time check. It is 2:15. The current racing Beetle. Oh, loads of wheel spin again. It didn't hook.
But just look at it once it gets going there, that electric car.
Goes through this time, 13:20. That's always a good number to run, 13:20, because quarter mile is 1,000. They were supposed to be doing, especially Steve Ashdown and Jason Phelps with the 3:30 passes there. A little bit wayward for the launch for Kevin Kent. But again, all three cars got off the line. They got their 60 foots in, which is what we thought they would be doing. So well done to all three teams. Very good. Just looking else at what we've got lined up for you on track today. We do have Top Fuel Dragster. It came out of the factory in 1976.
Yeah, it's definitely not on the default settings.
No.
I remember my neighbour over the road used to have one of those cars all the time, but I don't think it ever left their drive.
Yeah, 1557 and 95, 1342 and 1. $14.21 and a 15.79 for Georgina. Nice one. The Skoda. I don't actually know who's driving the TT.
There's a lot of TTs, isn't there? Yeah. And this menopause we've seen a few times.
The race number doesn't register, so weird. We'll find out in due course. $981, 133, not quite as quick as you went earlier. The car was wandering around the lane a little bit.
Yeah, deviated just at the end there.
Right, if you haven't started to make your way over there yet, it'd be a good idea to head over to the main stage if you want to enter Little Bugger's Got Talent.
See you, Santa Pod, over on the main stage.
Good stuff, mate. Have fun.
Will do.
So, Run What You Brung continues. Lots of pipe work, all custom fabricated for this machine. Had a very stout 11.87 earlier. There's 11.96 on this one, 123. First run for V-Dub in the Autoglim lane. huge amount of power he tries to apply to the racetrack. Goes through in the end with a 13.17, 82 collected very early indeed, and a 15.10 at 92. Now trying to get the car to run sensible 12s. A low 12 would be nice. In actual fact, you could see side by side low 12 second passes here. And that's pretty much what we had. 12.35 from Tom, 12.26 from Andy. Pairing lanes chock-a-block with cars, it's good to see. And the VW Arteon going through. It's already been in the 12s. And 12.58. Nice run, 14 in the shape of Steve Mellors. Lovely reaction time for Steve. Keep repeating that, please, over the weekend. And that's back in the 15s, 1584. Corrado. Pump button working beautifully there for Luke. Lots of wheel spin off the line, though. That did not hook and go the way he wanted it to. Yeah, loads and loads and loads of wheel spin as he left the line. Actually cut a decent light as well, 0.8, but car stopped. Well, good little wheelie off the line there, almost stood up on the tailpipe then. $11.90, 111, 14.08 and 98. A little bit tail happy for the truck, but Ricky sticking with it, and all being well, this will be a 10-second pass. Oh, nearly 11.02, 130, but just notice the 60-foot 191. Right, two cars I don't believe are in competition this weekend. They're purely here for Runway brung, which is good to see. $14.40 plays $15.18. And I would class that as a pretty straightforward looking golf in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And a 14.05 plays 19.02. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Pairing lanes looks like they're thinning out, but then there could be more cars just tagging on behind that will be making their way down. A lot of people arrived yesterday, don't blame me, beating all the traffic and using the advantage of early entry. But the fun really does begin a little bit later on. Don't forget, 3 o'clock, Little Bugger's Got Talent on the main stage. Cool Flow BMX doing their show at 3 o'clock as well. Bound and Gagged Comedy, not in the dance tent as previously advised in the programme. Well done to our track crew once again for the clean-up in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Unfortunately, I don't know what the fluid was, but that took a fair bit of time to get that one sorted out, and obviously a fair bit of re-rubbering of the track as well. So well done to them. But we are back with Runway brung, and it looks like two cars have come straight off the campsite, and it looks like a couple of daily drivers out there as well. How cool is this? The blacked out VW in the auto glim lane, and it's so blacked out I can't tell what it is. I think it's a Passat. I'm not sure.
I think it might be.
Yeah.
It's Batman's Passat.
Yeah, and that's definitely a Passat estate in the Castrol beer lane. Either that or they've got lost on the way to the shops, one way or the other, but looking good out there.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to lose that in a dark multi-story car park, would you?
Oh, bizarrely, these two are 15 years old, actually, the cars. Oh, hang on, somebody's getting out. Didn't have a passenger wristband, I don't think. Legend.
What are we going to do for the TikTok now?
We're going to sign on. Right, here we go. Back to Runway brung. My guesses will be 17 seconds-ish. And reaction times in the 1 second zone. Well, if you averaged it.
It's about right, about 1 second.
No, basically first time, I think, for the estate, definitely. Let's see if my guess was good. Yeah.
Nice, not too bad.
Well, I said 17 seconds though. One went 17:58, the other went 17:61. Lucky guess. Well, a few more people starting to appear from the land of slumber and have made it onto the banking, onto the grandstand. A very good morning to all of you, especially my waving crowd on the top of the banking.
And in the stands, grandstands, we see you. Hello.
A very good morning to you all.
Oh, some people have definitely had some coffees this morning, haven't they?
Yeah, coffee and Red Bull by the looks of it. They're well up for it today. Excellent stuff. Do not adjust your sets. It's two identical cars on the start line. Pick your silver Golf. But no, as I say, it was a great night last night, but good to see people up and about early today. In for a full day's track action. It's Runway brung this morning and then qualifying for our race classes this afternoon. Throwing some few jets, throwing some runners and joggers and cyclists at 1 o'clock going up and down the track.
Why not?
Throwing some sideshows, and you got Bug Jam. You have certainly got Bug Jam. Brilliant day.
And a big welcome to you if this is your first ever Bug Jam as well. Bug Jam 35, Carl. Amazing.
My only thing I can add to that is, where have you been?
Well, yeah.
Where have you been?
And I'll tell you what, I should have said before, my prediction was a Golf was going to win. So I think I was right.
Yeah, I think you were spot on there, mate. Spot on. Oh, look at these two. That is interesting.
We've got some rather nice contraptions waiting in the pits to come on next to the drag strips.
Actually, looking at the bug that's just coming into the auto glim lane, that is very, very clever indeed. Now, whether it's just on there for show or if the cooling system has been moved to the roof, I'm not sure. But end net result, I like it.
So why is that clever then if they put the cooling on the roof, Carl?
More airflow.
Okay, and
very
of course,
simple.
And
just loads of airflow to the rad. Yeah, but but then you've still got. That's a good point. Yeah. Why is it? Yeah. Oh. Box full of neutrals, unfortunately.
Oh.
And it stopped.
Yeah, not looking too clever off the start line there. But it looks good, though. That's the important thing.
Perhaps it's the air conditioning unit.
I mean, it's important.
Yeah.
You wind back the clock a week or so, and it would have been drastically important.
Yeah, I know. It's an air-cooled engine. Let's make it look water-cooled. Let's put it around on the roof. But it's not any old rad. It's a proper job on there. Unless it's... hang on. He might not be running an air-cooled engine. No, he is. Oh, no, hang on a second. All those pipes go into the engine. Unless it's a Subaru engine. Can you see? Yeah. No, my only thought is if it's a Subaru engine. Yeah. I do like it. It is cool. Yes. Yeah, you don't exactly want to put your hand trapped in there, do you? Yeah, Julian's going to go take a photograph of it. There you go. Oh, dear. Oh, hang on. Subaru. It is a Subaru power plant. Great. Thank you very much indeed. Blackett Photography, man of all, font of all knowledge down there. Again, another lucky guess. Subaru Flat 4 powered. Well, hopefully we get to see that again on the track a little bit later on.
Yeah, it looks like it's got some serious power behind it. Shame we couldn't see it in its full flow there.
Well, as I say, box and neutrals. They'll find some later on. Don't forget, a good point actually, Blackett Photography. Ian has been taking pictures all day long yesterday. And, okay, check my phone. Thanks, buddy. All right, Runway brung continuing.
Got a 13 and a 14 there. 14.36 and 13.54. Both reaching over the 100. Very nice indeed for Runway brung. Of course, more V-dubs. That's the main rule of Runway brung over Bug Jam. They all have to be V-dubs unless they're running in the qualifications later on, so it's a bit of a practice for them.
The other reason you can tell it's Bug Jam is that all the signals disappeared.
Yeah,
Takes
and that. There's a lot of nodding faces in the crowd.
Oh yeah, well there is no doubting that at all now. Ian Blackett has sent me a photograph of the back end of that Beetle. You can even see the word Subaru on the side there. So yeah, definitely Subaru powered Beetle. Thanks very much indeed. As I say, Blackett Photography taking photographs of everything that goes up to the racetrack over the course of the weekend. Paula is manning the studio, and it's right next to the pairing lanes. And if you're a racer or you've been down the track, you basically need to, ideally, know what time you ran, and then they can find when your photograph and when you actually run on the track with their, they time code absolutely everything. So that's how they know. Now they have a selection of packages available. You can get, like for example, a small print is just 15 quid, but if you get two, it's for 24, or three for 30. So in effect,
nice.
buy two, get one free, and then they do a large print as well. You can have digital download images, or you can go what they call the full download, 35 quid. All your photos from the day will be sent. So
that's pretty decent.
Ian is taking photographs all day long, and basically, he's stood in the middle at the moment. He's catching the cars coming to the burnout box, then he's catching these two going up the racetrack. And one of them is John Crawford. John goes through the 1578, and then it takes the discs around to Paula, and we go from there. Right, okay, we know in the Arteon down there, very, very nice looking car, is a chap called Rob. How do we know that? Because we had a message. I wonder if he's got the radio on in the car, but it is a very happy birthday to Rob driving the Arteon
happy
today.
Birthday, Rob.
Happy birthday. Put your hazard warning lights on, Rob, if you can hear us. Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Happy birthday, fella. Enjoy your day.
It looks like he's going to have quite a good run for his birthday as well.
Well, it put him off on his reaction
yeah,
time.
just slightly. Just slightly.
Oh dear. But anyway, let's see what he runs. 15:30, 93 mile an hour. Not too bad.
That's all right. First run of the day.
Meanwhile, the bus gets there in 28.84 seconds at 44 miles an hour. Did you like that intercommunication? Pretty hazard lights.
That was a good way of finding out, actually, I must say. I must say.
Oh, dear. Right, the truck, driven by Clive Dandridge, a racer in Sportsman ET today, also takes part in Nostalgia Superstock. He was part of the biggest entry ever in a single class at the at Dragster a few weeks ago. We had pre-entry of 57 vehicles in one class. It's the most ever here at Santa Pod Raceway. And I think 54 of them made qualifying runs, or 53, but it was outstanding. You've never seen a field that big before.
And of course, the sportsmen were taking on the pros last night to find out who is going to be racing for the prize funds under the sportsmen's. Well, it was a massacre against the pros. They absolutely spanked them. It was amazing to see.
It was, yeah. Bear in mind that Pro had won it for, I think, the first last 2 years. But here's the short wheelbase.
I love that.
Thanks ever so much indeed to Ian Blackett once again. The vehicle is called Dolly Mixture.
That is
that
you know,
works.
sometimes you see something and it's a perfect name for what that car is.
Yeah, it is absolutely spot on. We do like that. Frosty is the driver. The PB on that vehicle, believe it or not, is 16.8. It used to be green and white, but a bit of a new colour scheme. Just had a new clutch in it at the moment, and looking for a 15-second pass one day, but best at the moment 16.8. 17:15 on that run, still 82 mile an hour. Not hanging about.
And the weight distribution of that car must be so weird as well, being that size.
Well, obviously, if you turn the steering wheel, it's going to turn very sharpish.
Yeah.
Won't have problems finding a parking space. If a smart car can fit, then that can fit.
Absolutely.
Just noticed a message from security, actually. We need a vehicle moving, please. It's a black Ford F1 pickup and trailer parked on the blind bend in the pits. The registration number is V167HAV. We need that moving, please. So if you've got a black Ford F1 pickup and trailer, I think that's something to do with show and shine. I think I saw that pull in. But they parked it on the blind bend in the pits. So you do need to go move that vehicle, please. It's a V167HAV. Thanks very much indeed. One of our Outlaw flat fours, that's Dave Wheatley. Now, if that hooks up and goes to plan, he has a PB of 989, 142. Well, that's certainly going to be a 10. Whoa! 998, I correct myself there, 142 miles an hour. That could be a PB on his speed there. If not, he certainly matched it, 142.47. And straight into the nines, 998. Great run there for Dave Wheatley. Very, very well timed indeed. You remember what I said yesterday about air conditions in the morning? Absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
It's prime conditions at the moment. No overnight rain last night, so the track held up well. It's just been obviously rubbered in and everything. It's as near as damn it. Perfect conditions out there. Tiny bit of a headwind, not much. The wind turbines are rotating, and so we know the wind is coming towards us, but look at the flags. They're not really doing anything, so the headwind is not really a factor today.
So it's a warm track, it's nice cool air, not too windy. As you say, perfect.
Well, because the temperature didn't drop massively, the track retains a lot of its heat. So I bet if the pro mods could run now, they would absolutely love these conditions. They really would.
And for those who are new to drag racing, what exactly is the track surface that we're looking at here? Because it's a shiny colour.
Yeah. If we rewind the clocks way back when, obviously this used to be a World War II runway, and it has been tarmacked over the period of years to make it flatter and flatter and better. Then 6 or 7 years ago, they dug it all up, and we replaced it with a concrete racetrack. And now there was a school of thought, do we do concrete to the 8th? Do we do just the 330? But no, they went concrete quarter mile. So we then have a very, very flat racetrack. So concrete, as you know, is a sort of a sandy grey colour. It's now black. And the reason is it has been sledded numerous times with the tractor and old drag racing slicks. So basically the surface that you're looking at is rubber all the way across, and it is tyre rubber. And then it is, once it's glued and it sort of sticks to the track, the concrete below, and initially it was so smooth that the rubber didn't stick. So recently we've had a chap called Ollie, one of our racers, and he is a road contractor, and they've basically come along and skimmed the surface and made it just that little bit rougher. So in other words, they put sandpaper on it, and the rubber really does stick to it now, so it doesn't lift. And then as you constantly glue, you're constantly laying extra rubber on it all the time. So you then have a sealed rubber surface is what's going on now. Now sometimes you get too much rubber, and you'll see our tractor out there scraping, in other words taking layers of rubber off it. If you go out there and you walk on that racetrack, once it's been fully prepped, i.e. the glue bird's been out, it's like walking on sellotape, because it is possible to leave your shoes behind. If you walk and you're not really prepared for it, if you take like Crocs or flip-flops out there, well, you're wasting your time, because
somebody will later.
Stuck. Yeah.
Someone will later on that human race.
Yeah, you just get stuck to the racetrack, and you're standing around. It's like somebody's put bubble gum on the bottom of your feet, and you can't get your feet.
But
off
of course, that's really important, because you're hitting such a high speed in such a quick amount of time.
Well, the cars, especially the high performance ones, and of course bikes as well, they need as much traction as possible. And if you went out on what we call an unprepped surface, then the cars are just going to wheel spin, and they're not going to get anywhere. So they do need this extra prep. The fortunate thing, actually, for the human-powered race, there will be little or no extra grip going down this morning, so they won't be stuck to the track. But as soon as the human-powered race is done, you will see full-blown track prep going on. They'll be doing extra rubbering, maybe doing a bit of sledding with a counter-rotator. Certainly the glue bird will be out there spraying the whole track, because the first thing that's going to appear after the lunch break is Motorsports UK Pro Modified. You're looking at 240 mile an hour plus door cars that are going out, that they need all of that grip. So if you try walking on the track after the prep, if you thought the human-powered race they were doing rather well, if you put them all on the start line, half of them would get stuck there because they wouldn't be able to move.
And that's why it's so important, and why we do have downtime to clean the track, like we did earlier with the car breaking down, spilling a bit of fluid. Because if you have a little bit of fluid on any old rubber, you're just going to slide on that straight away. Well,
that's the other thing. On that racetrack, if it rains, it becomes the proverbial skating rink. You just slide all over the place. Very, very dangerous out there. So we are deep into Runway UK. This is Debbie Taylor. She'll be racing in Sportsman ET later on. Nicely away off the line. Going alongside the Audi TT. You're seeing more and more Audi TTs appear in Runway UK and VW Sportsman Racing, because they're becoming cheap now. They are affordable. You can find them. Nice run for Debbie Taylor there. 13:43, 101. Well done. We like that.
It's quite a good body shape, the TT, as well, for
very slippery,
high speed,
and very tunable.
Oh, really?
Oh, boy, yeah. You see some of the pipe work that appears on the outside of those now, where you just can't squeeze everything in the engine bay. Well, the 17-second Passat Estate's back. Well, looking away that car left the line, that's definitely a Pateman in the Auto Clim lane. Go on. 1387 101,
Lovely.
that'll do. Right, time now, 10:30, half an hour's time. Fuelers Bar will open. Cool Flow BMX doing their first show of the day. There's something else happening at 11 o'clock as well. Is it Bugwam? Yeah, Bugwam opens at 11 o'clock as well.
I think maybe we might have our first live action arena show at 11 this morning.
Yep.
Definitely not to be missed. Of course, Russ and the guys there, they'll look after you if you're going to go and watch that. And honestly, you will be blown away. Get your camera phones out ready for that, absolutely.
Yeah, but hide it when Terry Grant's around.
Oh, yeah.
He'll come around and nick it.
He's only ever lost 3 and smashed 1. Hopefully, it's not 2. You'll see what we mean.
Is that per show?
You'll see what we mean when you go over and see Terry, Russ, and the rest of them as well.
Yeah, Bulldog FMX open up the show over there. They're UK top-ranked freestyle motocross riders. Jumps, wheelies, flips, you name it, all sorts of things over there. Looking forward to that. I say then it's Terry Grant and, of course, Lee Bowers. And then to finish off each show, it will be Monster Truck and the Podzilla.
And you know what the great thing about the Terry Grant show is? No show is the same. There is no script, there is no plan. He just makes it up on the spot, which it scares a lot of people. Yeah, it scares a lot of people.
Well, 2 different versions of VW that you'll ever see at a racetrack. You got Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Racing Golf. Yes, it'll be billowing all sorts of smoke out of that one. Then you got the quietness of Current Racing. Absolutely amazing piece of machinery.
Electric.
Yeah, electrically powered.
Look at that.
Still got the wheel spin issue. I think they're trying some suspension settings to try and curtail that as best as possible.
But what a piece of engineering.
It shows how much power they're generating there.
And just shows how far electric has come.
Yeah.
.26 and a 14.25 on the last run there.
But the interesting balance that they've got is we know that car can go way quicker.
Oh, yeah, way more.
But it's test and development because it's all new technology. Got 3-phase electrics in that one, so it's generating a lot more power than they used to. I believe when I was chatting to the guys, it's 4 electric motors now in there. Before they ran, was it 1 or 2? I think it was 2 with the forklift truck motors. But now it's all a totally different kettle of fish, that vehicle. All new chassis. Gary Lake. He is your points leader in Hutchison and Dibley Sportsman ET. And looking to increase on that lead this weekend. Just looking at the history on current racing on their website, actually, the current racing, well, Black Currant 3, the Beetle before this, went 8.7 on the quarter mile and over 151 miles an hour. It was absolutely outstanding, that car. The first one they built went 21 seconds at 53 miles an hour. Then Current 2 went 14:41 at 87. Then Current 3, 8:71, 151. They really did get a move on with that car.
Yeah, really improving every time.
But unfortunately, Current 3 is no more. And this is on its Current 4 now. How cool is that? I think it is a refrigerated unit on the back of there. It looks like one.
Finish his run and then sell ice creams after.
Yeah. Something a little bit different on Runway Brung. I think it was 28 seconds on the last pass. The time out, I think, is 33 on the quarter. Could be 31. But half track, 17:75 at 37 miles an hour. Probably reach about 45 to 48 at the stripe. Let's have a look. 45 miles an hour, 28.56. Consistent. Note to driver on this one, VW Sportsman 482. Needs a number a lot clearer on the back window. Need to get some white shoe whitener on that one. That's Danny Bean though, with his Lupo. Clive Jandridge with the truck. Just having a quick look. I picked up a sticker from someone. A bit different. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin there for Clive. I think he just flicked the lights on as well. That's not clockwork for Clive, 18:49 at 61. Quite sure what happened there. Now look at the Beetle in the Kestrel beer lane. Porsche back end on it. See the rear bumper, that's definitely Porsche. Whether it's got Porsche motor in it or not. Very different. And we've got the Buy 911S Beetle that we saw yesterday running. He's in the auto glim lane. A few more people appearing on the banking now and looking towards the far end of the banking. Lots of people at the top. They get themselves in a prime spot basically for Live Action Arena. Starts in under 20 minutes time.
Yeah, definitely not to be missed. And I still love the license plate of the Beetle in the auto glim. Bye on the registration.
Red Beetle went too far. That's it. He's in there.
And of course, that's what we have to wait for before any car sets off, is on the tree, making sure that they are in the same position at the same time. And that's shown by the two sets of lights above the yellow and the green.
12:46 plays a 14:36. Right, just going to be on hold for a moment. Well, unfortunately, the red Beetle has ended up parked against the wall in the shutdown area. The driver's got out and having a good old look around it, but so yeah, we're going to have a little bit of downtime at the top end. So Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take the airwaves over, and we will let you know when we're back up running once again here at Bug Jam 35.
Hey, where do we go? Days when the rain came down in the hollow, playing the new game, laughing around in here, skipping and jumping in a misty mountain fog, with our hearts are thumping, and we're brown eyed cold. You, oh, my brown eyed cold. Whatever happened to Tuesday and so slow, going down the old mine with a transistor radio, standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind the rainbow house, sleeping in a Sunday, oh Lord, you on the phone with you, my brown eyed cold. Remember when? Do you remember when? We used to sing sha la 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 la. Oh, just like that. Sha la 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 la. Oh yeah. So hard to find my way. Now that I'm all alone, I just saw you this the other day. My heart will feel calm. Casting my memory back there, I'm overcome thinking about it. Making love in the green, green guys behind the stadium with a brown eyed cold. You are my brown eyed cold. Do you remember when? Do you remember when? Brown eyed cold. You are my brown eyed cold. You are my brown eyed cold. Hey, thank you.
And pretty much as expected, they took it to 300 foot. Beautifully done.
Wow.
Very nice job done from both teams. Excellent stuff. Wow, just looked at the 60 foot for Jason Phelps. Monte Carlo into pre-stage, rolls it a few inches further forward into stage. Here we go. Well, he got to about 60 foot and the car was deviating slightly to the right there, 0.97 to 60 foot and off the gas straight away. But that sounded hard as nails, that really did.
And that was great reaction as well, to actually just take it off the gas when it was deviating slightly.
Okay, so I look behind, and now I know why Wayne is up in the tower. Wayne, good to see you, mate. Thanks ever so much for popping up to see us. And we will see you, hopefully not back up here, and I mean that in the nicest way, because we want to see you down on the start line.
Cool.
All right, mate. Wayne Allman, pilot of Mental Breakdown. Always good to have people come up and see us. So, Wayne, thanks ever so much indeed, mate. Right, time check. It is 2:15. The current Racing Beetle. Oh, loads of wheel spin again. It didn't hook.
But just look at it once it gets going there, that electric car.
Goes through this time, 13:20. That's always a good number to run, 13:20, because quarter mile is 1,003. They were supposed to be doing, especially Steve Ashdown and Jason Phelps with the 3:30 passes there. A little bit wayward for the launch for Kevin Kent. But again, all three cars got off the line. They got their 60 foots in, which is what we thought they would be doing. So well done to all three teams. Very good. Just looking else at what we've got lined up for you on track today. We do have Top Fuel Dragster. It came out of the factory in 1976.
Yeah, it's definitely not on the default settings.
No.
I remember my neighbour over the road used to have one of those cars all the time, but I don't think it ever left their drive.
Yeah, 1557 at 95, 1342 and 1. $14.21 and a 15.79 for Georgina. Nice one. The Skoda. I don't actually know who's driving the TT.
There's a lot of TTs, isn't there? Yeah. And this menopause we've seen a few times.
The race number doesn't register, so weird. We'll find out in due course. $981, 133, not quite as quick as you went earlier. The car was wandering around the lane a little bit.
Yeah, deviated just at the end there. Santa Pod over on the main stage.
Good stuff, mate. Have fun.
Will do.
So, Run What You Brung continues. Lots of pipe work, all custom fabricated for this machine. Had a very stout 11.87 earlier. Goes 11.96 on this one, 123. First run for the V-dub in the Autoglim lane. .20. Huge amount of power he tries to apply to the racetrack. Goes through in the end with a 13.17, 82 collected very early indeed, and a 15.10 at 92. Now trying to get the car to run sensible 12s. A low 12 would be nice. In actual fact, you could see side by side low 12 second passes here. And that's pretty much what we had. 12.35 from Tom, 12.26 from Andy. Pairing lanes, chock-a-block with cars, it's good to see. And the VW Arteon going through. It's already been in the 12s. And 12.58. Nice run, 14 in the shape of Steve Mellors. Lovely reaction time for Steve. Keep repeating that, please, over the weekend. And that's back in the 15s, 1584. Corrado. Bump button working beautifully there for Luke. Lots of wheel spin off the line though. That did not hook and go the way he wanted it to. Yeah, loads and loads and loads of wheel spin as he left the line. Actually cut a decent light as well, 0.8, but car stopped. Well, good little wheelie off the line there, almost stood up on the tailpipe then. $11.90 at 111, 14.08 and 98. A little bit tail happy for the truck, but Ricky sticking with it, and all being well, this will be a 10-second pass. Oh, nearly 11.02, 130, but just notice the 60-foot 191. Right, two cars I don't believe are in competition this weekend. They're purely here for RWYB brung, which is good to see. $14.40 plays $15.18. And I would class that as a pretty straightforward looking golf in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And a 14.05 plays 19.02. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Pairing lanes looks like they're thinning out, but then there could be more cars just tagging on behind that will be making their way down. A lot of people arrived yesterday. Don't blame me, beating all the traffic and using the advantage of early entry. But the fun really does begin a little bit later on. Don't forget, 3 o'clock, Little Bugger's Got Talent on the main stage. Cool Flow BMX doing their show at 3 o'clock as well. Bound and Gagged Comedy, not in the dance tent as previously advised in the programme, but when we come back, we have Top Fuel Funny Car, we have Nitro Funny Car, sorry, Top Fuel Dragster, Nitro Funny Car, hopefully Nitro Bug against Mental Breakdown. We have the VW Pro versus VW Sportsman Shootout, a bit more Run With Your Brung, and then of course we have Oklahoma Willie, the Jet Bus, at 6 o'clock, to be followed by Fire Force 3, the Jet Funny Car, straight after that. Vito Versleys from Belgium with the Beetle. What's Vito got for us this time? He's wide awake, club off the start line. 0-2 light. Let's see what the ET is. 10.58, 128 miles an hour. Very, very nice. Got lots of wheel spin from the bore as it tries to apply the power. Billowing away. Holly's going to get there first. 15.41. And the Bora goes 18.05. Rears that you'll ever see. They have only got one purpose actually, and that's to hold the back end of the car up. Oh, nicely done, Simon Crowley. 10.24, 136 miles an hour. Something did come off the car, but didn't seem to slow. So 14.17 plays an 18.80 for that pair. Has a best to date of 10.79 at 120 miles an hour. Lovely little wheelie off the line there, but unfortunately a box full of neutrals when he went to find second. 153 to 60 foot car really did launch very nicely indeed, but couldn't find second after that, which is or if you've had runs already today, want to get some more in, great opportunity at the moment. Pairing lanes very sparsely populated indeed. Held for a few seconds. There's very, very little activity in the pairing lanes at the moment. And there's the Polo in the Auto Glim lane. Both of these two cars have had runs today. Very similar ETs, actually. They're pretty much side by side once again. 14.92 plays 14.63. They both had been quicker in the 14s before those runs. A little bit. I was just trying to eke that track out as long as
Yeah, just
possible.
we could hear a
Nitro
little
no, that's
more.
one of my favourites. Thanks, man. Birthday Rob goes through with the Archeon once again. Goes 15.27 at 93.
And we're back underway.
Yeah. So, Audi TT in the Auto Glim Lane. One of our VW Sportsman races. Going alongside that rather nice little Beetle there. Straight out the mid-1960s. So, 11 o'clock. Live Action Arena up and running. Fuelers Bar is open.
It's all happening. It's all just starting to wake up a little bit more now.
Cool Flow BMX are just starting their first show of the day in the Cool Flow Arena. Buckwham has opened. Hey, as I say, it's all happening. Don't forget, in an hour's time, the show and shine judging begins. Whoa, that is a mammoth task of seeing some
It's
of the vehicles
always
over
so
there.
competitive as well.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
amazing to see, honestly. You'll be blown away, and you'll get inspiration as well from people competing there.
Yeah. Different vintages for these two VWs. I bet when Volkswagen designed the bus in the Auto Glim Lane way back when, they never realised just how cool it would become.
Oh, iconic as well, and
Yeah,
still have
it's just
the life in it
beautiful.
now. Yeah.
I'm not saying that modern vehicles have lost their way, but you'll never get creativity like that. That's the trouble. Everything now is designed by computers. But back then, it was freehand. It was.
It's
you know,
almost a bit
technical
soulless
draw-
in a
yeah.
way, isn't it?
I know,
you know?
yeah. I know exactly what you mean. You just don't put curves and, like Art Deco styling, whatever you want to call it. Back in the day, it was just the pinnacle of car design. It really was. Now it's, you lower your drag factor and it's got to be eco-friendly and stuff like that. But back then, that was just right.
I mean, there's a reason why Bug Jam and VW festivals are always so big, and it's because they're just so iconic.
Is John Crawford about to be blown away by a dolly mixture? Whoa, 1666, 82 mile an hour. Very, very nice indeed. That's a new PB. 1666, 82 mile an hour. Just taken nearly 2/10 off the PB. John Crawford did go 1573. But on the whole shot, the dolly mixture got there first.
And look at this on the line. Beautiful. Beautiful, these two V-dubs.
Lovely. Now, we all know roof racks lower your drag coefficient. No, adds to your drag, but when it makes them look that cool, who cares?
I don't even think they're racing. I think they just wanted to show off their cars, to be honest.
Why not?
Yeah, two beautiful bugs there.
55 mile an hour, plays 48 mile an hour at the stripe. Doesn't matter. It's cool.
And that's the great thing about Run What You Brung. You can literally bring anything and run it. And two beautiful Beetles like that, not every day you see those on a drag strip.
Other thing that's actually turned out to be quite impressive, in all honesty, we've had minimal car breakages because if you come to some other like modified car events, you'll see a load of cars snapping half shafts off the start line or up to like 200 feet out, where the track is so grippy and they do their wheel spins and then all of a sudden the track grips, bing, the half shaft snaps.
Almost acts like a brake, yeah. Yeah.
Steve Mellor's doing the best to cane another set of rear tyres.
Yeah, we've seen this Mazda run several times already so far
We're
this
desperate
weekend.
for a 15.7 out of the car.
Could this be it?
I don't know, but that state in the Kestrel beer lane's gone. That's impressive. Is that 13? Is it a 12? 12.44.
Whoa.
That's seriously quick. 110 miles an hour at the stripe.
16.15.
Steve goes through 16.15, 84 mile an hour. Unfortunately for Steve, he's not getting the consistency that he needs when he comes to qualifying in Sportsman ET. So the idea being, when you qualify, because you're on what's called a bracket race, he needs consistency, and unfortunately the car's 0.3 of a second either way at the moment, so needs to get his shift points sorted out. He'll get there though, he'll get there. Oh, that's a Debbie Taylor burnout. Yeah, there she is. It's funny, you can tell by the sound of cars who it is. I like the matching crew outfit to the car, actually. Grey T-shirt, black stripes, to match the black stripe and the silver colour of the car. Now, Debbie's given a bit of a clue, actually. 13.4. That's where she likes to be. A little bit of wheel spin off the line, but not too bad.
It might not be far off here for the 13.4.
52.
Not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, wheel spin.
Yeah, that's
I know.
what did it. Was that wheel spin at the start? Absolutely.
100 at the stripe, though. The Passat 1806, dropping a little bit from the 17s that was running earlier. Just a reminder to everybody, 12:20, we will be seeing Oklahoma Willie, the jet bus, to be followed by Fire Force 3, the jet funny car. Runway Brung will finish at 5-1 today as we get ready for our human-powered race at 1 o'clock. And I hope everybody is getting ready to join in with that one. Has got your outfits ready. Don't forget, it's a bit of a, carnival atmosphere out there. Get your outfits ready. We always have some bizarre entries. We love them. Yes, I know we have awards.
I hope we see the dinosaur again. With
Oh,
the
you can
Christmas
guarantee.
light.
You can guarantee you'll see the dinosaur, and well, normally a few of them actually. Well, this is what the golf's trying to cheat. He's trying to stage with the back wheels instead of the front.
We ain't gonna allow that
It
to happen.
happens. It happens. That's in fact being pushed back. So, Steph Pateman with the BMW, taking part in Sportsman ET this weekend, going alongside one of our VW Sportsman races. That's Andy Cooper with the Fat Man Skoda.
Yeah, really big fan of Andy's car. They're really nice details. I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff.
Well, Julie, very kind of you to lend Steph your car. Very good of you. Steph at the stripe, 13.99 at 101. Oh, Brian's down there as well. Very good morning to you. Good to see you both. That's a perfect indication of how cars have evolved over the years. You see, the Golf Mark 1 in the Autoglim lane has this sort of angular, sort of boxy approach. But look how big the cars have become over the
So
years. Look at the
wide,
size difference between the two Golfs.
It's basically another half a car, isn't it, really?
Do you know what? You're not far off, definitely in weight. And because the original Mark 1 Golfs were really lightweight. Very nimble, very agile, great fun to drive, and you could feel how those cars drove. Now it's all wizardry and electronics to control everything, and traction control and stuff like that. But you know, that's proper old school. That Golf, really, really nice looking car. Unfortunately, it didn't get to make the run, but it's a car that stands the test of time. It really does. The original hot hatch.
That's one of the ones you can probably just whip round, isn't it? You know?
Nah, they're just so good.
I've often seen the back end of the Mark 1s spinning out. Taylor called it a bit too quick.
Drove a few. Never owned a Mark 1. Drove a few, but never owned a Mark 1. But so I had a Mark 2 and had a Mark 6. But the Mark 6 was just a TDI, not a GTI like Mark II was. And the Mark II was great. I love that car. Bizarrely, you know, you can go onto the government website and you can put in a car registration number to see its current status. Yeah. Have you ever done it with old cars that you used to own? You should do it. Because if you remember the number plates of your old cars.
I probably could.
I put in the registration number for the Golf, my Mark II Golf that I owned way back when. It is still taxed and registered. It's still going now.
Wow.
And that was an F reg back in the day.
Well, it's like Oklahoma Willie that we'll be seeing later on. Wayne managed to track down the second ever owner of that V-dub. And, yeah, basically, he wasn't expecting to see what Wayne had done to it.
Yeah, exactly that. But no, it's that's top tip of the day. Go back through your history of cars that you've owned, put the number plate into the government website just to see if it's still taxed and insured and on the road. And you'll be surprised at some of the stuff that is still about and some of the stuff that isn't. And it will give you an idea of the brand of car that lasts.
That's a good way to find out.
It's quite clever. It's quite clever. I mean, I've had newer cars since I had that Golf, and they are no more. And it will tell you when it was last taxed. Like one of them, I owned it in, say, whatever year, 1992, and I sold it. And then 1994 was the last time it was taxed, so it only lasted 2 more years after I sold it.
But what's that say? It kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier, those old iconic cars that stand the test of time and just keep going and going and going, and still about now.
That is true, yeah, good point. And then who would want to put a private plate on a Mazda 626? I don't think so. Yeah, true. All right, Ash with the Skyline. Is it Ash's birthday today? It is. Happy birthday, Ash.
Oh, another birthday. Happy birthday, Ash.
Don't think anybody's looking to give you a gift of a win in Sportsman ET this weekend. You've still got to fight for that. Well, a little bit of clean up in the auto glim lane, so we're down to one lane just for the moment. Ash goes through with a 14.03 at 107. Another one of our sports and races, the Lupo.
And for a little car, let's see how much punch it packs. Quite a lot. 14.7.
Right, so I'm not obviously going to read out the number plate, but I've literally just gone onto the government website. That was the registration number of my Golf.
And this is a Golf from 92.
Yeah, could be further back than that, actually. But let's have a look, see if it's still going. Please be going. Yes,
it's still going and it's still taxed. It might even be here this weekend. You never know.
It's still going. The MOT expires on the 20th of August. It's taxed until 1st of February next year. Absolutely brilliant. Ah, happy days. Right, Junior Dragster. One of the Stick Tricks Junior Dragsters out there. We've got 4 of them here putting exhibition runs in. The next time we see these out as a class in competition, well, the European finals, got them the national finals as well. And we'll probably see a few of them at green light as well. But,
yeah, and if you do get time, go and have a little walk past whilst you're in the pit area. They're always tinkering away with these.
Well, the age for these is 8 years up to 18. So we've got a 10-year lifespan in Junior Dragster before you come to old. You can race in the season of your 18th birthday, but once you've reached the age of 18, you've then got to finish. But the interesting thing is when you're 16, you can move into the bigger classes. So there is that overlap period. Now, if you remember yesterday, the chain came off that car, but all fixed and good.
Yeah, and I think they were just testing mostly the start there because it pretty much came straight.
Yeah. Well, obviously, just making sure the chain doesn't break again. So, but that's all good. So they're sorted.
Well, of course, that's where the chain's probably going to be tested the most. That first sudden impact.
Yeah,
so
without a shadow of a doubt.
That's a good sign for later on.
Yeah, so looking at the history of that Golf that I just told you about, it was first registered August 1988. There we go.
Wow.
9808. So that car's been on the road for 34 years now. I'm chuffed to bits with that. It's a minor thing, but I'm chuffed.
I mean, my question is, do you want to feel old? Because
I'd love to find that car.
Because my answer to that is that car is older than me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And that tells you something about V-dubs, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing. Unless you're a member of law enforcement, you can't trace you can't go and say find an owner of a car just through its number plate. But I'd love to find that car, see what it looks like these days. Probably better than when I had it, because if it's been on the road for that long and taxed and everything,
they would have been looking after it.
That has been completely looked after incredibly well.
Have a walk around the campsite later. You never know what you might find, Cole.
No, if I had a Mark II Golf GTI 16 valve, I'd be running on the racetrack. If I think about it even more, this is getting really sad in my thoughts. If I went into like the Golf GTI Owners Club, I could probably find it.
Cole, man.
Problem is, it's worth more now than when I sold it back in the day, but there we go. Right, time now 24 minutes past 11 here on Bug Jam Saturday. Live Action Arena is up and running, not far away from Lee Bowers. He's due on at 11:30. Currently got Bulldog doing their thing over there. And then at 10 to 12 it will be Terry Grant, followed by Podzilla the Monster Truck at 10 past 12. The show and shine judging will begin at 12 o'clock. And then, of course, everybody limbering up and getting themselves ready for our human-powered race at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, Bound and Gagged, the comedy show. Yesterday, we moved it to Fuelers Bar, but today back in its normal place, which is the dance tent. So, Bound and Gagged comedy for 3 hours in the dance tent at the top end there. So, if you want to see more of that, some very, very good acts lined up as well, actually.
Some great
really
ones,
need to go and check that one out. 1 till 4 today, Bound and Gagged comedy. Starting off with Nina Benjamin, and then you got Sean Percival.
I've seen a few of these people. They are really good, actually. Sean's great.
Nina Gilligan, Mr. C, Andy Askins, Bethany Black, Brennan Reese, and Leo Kirst. Leo's been here a few times, actually, doing the Bound and Gagged. So, yeah, go and check them out between 1 and 4 today in the dance tent at the top end there. How many ways is there to close a window on a bus? You got the quarter light, you got the sliding window. I don't think it's got a window wider. Oh, there's a back window that they're going to slide shut. That's it. So, about an hour and a half of Run With Your Brung that's still to go. Bus a little bit keen to get a head start. Obviously doesn't spend a huge amount of time with the drag strip, just learning where to stage the bus, i.e. where it needs to be in the start line. There we go, he's in stage. The tree will count down. Off he goes. I thought Bob was going to give it a push then. Oh, the Tiguan goes 14.67.
Very nice.
That is rather rapid for a Tiguan. Now, that was the shape of the Golf I had. Mine was a year newer than that, but that was the car. Well, I'm going to stop talking about that now.
The thing is, though, I find people that owned that particular Golf, because there used to be one over the road from me. My friend's dad used to own one, and he still goes on about it today.
Yeah.
It's something about that car.
$15.21 and $17.11. Well, here's a story of bug jams of years gone by. Duncan down there. Duncan, how many bug jams have you done? All of them? How many have you missed? That's easier to work out, isn't it? About 4.
You've missed about 4, huh?
Yeah, he's done them all.
He was here in spirit, though. That's the important thing.
Duncan and wife Rachel been a big part of Bug Jam and VW racing since way back when. And this Beetle, they've had in, well, because their daughters used to run in Junior Dragster. And then when Morgan became old enough, they've taken over the Beetle.
Wow.
So they've always had it. Yeah, but Duncan's one of those that's seen Bug Jam evolve over the years, and it's a bit different now, isn't it, mate? 1808 plays at 2005 for the 2 buses that went through.
I really like, look at this, the mug bug, I'm going to call it, in the Autoglim lane. Very nice indeed.
Right, just turn the Corrado to back up and swap lanes.
Yeah, I think the bug just wanted to get a quick route to the show and shine, to be honest. Get himself down the other end of Santa Pod.
Do you know what? That's a cracking body kit on that car.
That is,
I mean, you don't
it?
see many sort of Corrados and Siroccos. Don't see many of them about these days. God, you remember back in the day? I don't know if you actually remember these. Do you remember the Sirocco Storms? They were.
I've seen them.
Like the sort of a special version of a Sirocco, and very sought after car indeed.
But again, it's that classic car look, isn't it?
Well, we got a few good ones lined up in the lanes.
Oh, we have indeed.
Well, just a little bit of extra work going on in the Kestrel Beer lane. Was just a little bit of a clean-up going down there, so we're going to get ourselves ready for 2 lanes once again. Just having a look in the pairing lanes to see what is coming up. John Crawford is down there once again. And also see Lottie Bradford, and she'll be running in competition a little bit later on today. The first appearance of Roaring Rat this weekend, one of the Santa Pod owned vehicles. That's going to put in its first pass of the weekend. We can see the Dolly Mixture short wheelbase bus in the lanes as well. A few other Runway brungers as well. So yeah, good mix of vehicles going to be taking the racetrack. But whilst we got the tractor out there, just getting everything ready so that we can continue, we'll hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. Save us waffling away, and we'll take it back once our Runway run continues. We'll speak to you soon.
Hey, where do we go? Days when the rain comes down in the hollow, playing new game, laughing around in here, skipping and jumping in a misty mountain fog with our hearts are thumping, but brown eye cold. My brown gold. Whatever happened to Tuesday and so slow? Going down the old mine with a transistor radio, standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind the rainbow house, sleeping in a sliding. Oh Lord, you wanna fall with you, my brown eye cold. You, oh, my brown eye cold. Do you remember when? Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la? Oh, just like that. Sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Oh yeah, so hard to find my way. Now that I'm all alone, I just saw you this the other day. My heart will feel cold. casting my memory back there. I'm overconfident about it. Making love in the green, green guys behind the stadium with a brown icon. You are my brown icon. Do you remember well? Do you remember well? We used to sing la 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 to time. La 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 to time. La 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 to time. Oh, la to time. Brown icon. You are my brown icon. You are my brown icon. Hey, thank you.
A few things to update people on. It is the Auto Glim Show and Shine.
Ooh, yes.
Now, when I went past there at 8 o'clock this morning, loads and loads and loads of cars there already.
It's always amazing to see these amazing, not just paint jobs, but bodywork that's usually there as well. And interiors, it's incredible.
So in front of the main stage, that's where they are all gathering. The judging doesn't start till 12 o'clock, but being Bug Jam, what they do is they do the show and shine today, and then it's Rust and Rat tomorrow. So basically, look at...
You're saying the show and shine, we start judging from 12. We announce the winners at 3, but last year we gave it 3 hours. We overran. It was that hard to judge.
Wow.
So I'm sure we'll end up doing that again this year.
Well, it says here, as you say, show and shine presentations at 3 o'clock, and then at 3:30, remove all vehicles from in front of the main stage. So that is the plan. They're just doing like practice runs now, and then they'll be going into qualifying.
Just doing that fine last bit of tuning before it gets serious for them. But of course, so much happening over this weekend as well. So much.
Well, as Oz was saying in Nitro FM, if you can't find anything to do at Bug Jam, then there's something seriously wrong. Conditions are looking favourable for a lot of outside entertainment.
And especially as today is the first time we see the live action arena taking place over this weekend as well. Loads of stuff happening over there.
I'd forgotten about that.
Oh, how can you forget about that?
Because there's so much going on.
That is true. That is true. Of course, you got the monster trucks. You got Terry Grant and his crew taking all of the stunts like they normally do. But honestly, if you've never seen that show before...
And reaction times in the 1 second zone. Doing these cleanups this morning, but we are back running once again, and it is the Crawdog himself, John Crawford, with the Golf going alongside Lottie Bradford, who will be taking part in qualifying later on. First time we've seen Lottie this weekend. Former junior dragster national champion. Moved on up to the bigger classes, shall we say. Instead of running on the 8th mile, she's now the quarter mile. Nice light, Mr. Crawford. 0-2. Goes through with a 16.04. Lottie goes 18.57, getting quicker with the Beetle. Oh, a fair bit of wheel spin from the Corrado. Goes through the 15.59 at 108 at the stripe. Now, if you look into the pairing lanes, you can see just how short that Dolly Mixture bus is.
Yeah, well, it lines up against what we've got to come as well.
Yeah.
It is basically a shopping trolley on wheels, isn't it? Amazing
But it is
bit of
cool.
kit. Yeah, it is. It is.
With a capital C.
I wonder if, you know what, you wouldn't even be able to really camp in the back of that unless you lay diagonally as that short.
I've just spotted the reason why that estate is so quick. It's actually an R. So it was the top of the range of, they do the Passat R, the Golf R estates. Very rapid machines indeed. 12.54 at 109. Like that a lot.
Yeah, some really nice rapid stuff there from both our vehicles taking the lanes there. And this is big, it's boisterous, and it's loud. And I'll tell you what, if you're not woken up this morning, this is going to help you do just that.
Well, it's the governor here at Santa Pod Raceway, Keith Bartlett, bringing out Roaring Rat. Has been into the 10-second zone with this car. First time he's driven it this weekend, though, so basically a checkout pass. He'll drive it how he feels comfortable with it. Quite a difficult car to do a burnout in. It has a, well, it did have a manual valve for the line lock, so there's a lot of fidgeting around to try and get that to work and release. But the Williams brothers looking after that car, doing a good job with it as well. Nick is down there crewing for Keith this weekend. I think Dan and probably Lorne are here as well. Morning, guys. Well, Keith's giving it plenty of right foot off the line.
Absolutely. Power.
695 at 101, and that could be in the 10 straight away. It is.
Oh, nice.
Well done, Governor. 1080. 126 for his first pass. And he'll be happy with that one. Very happy indeed.
Yeah, 1080 straight out of the gate for Roaring Rat.
Right, so let's see what Dolly Mixture's got for us then. A new PB for them into the 16.6s now. I know they want a 15 eventually, but a new PB already set earlier on today, going alongside the late model Sirocco. Morning to the Williams boys, going up to the pits. Lorne hanging on the back. They're all there. $15.10. and an 1846. Not quite as quick as it went last time.
And we see the return once more of the Audi TT here. It was running a few good times yesterday. Can I get another one in here? Aiming for under 7, the TT. So in the Auto Glim, we got a 1390. And then in the Kestrel B, a 1488 for the Audi.
Two more first-timers on the track for this weekend. I'm not saying they haven't been on the track before, but the first time we've seen them this weekend. Beautiful fastback in the Kestrel beer lane. That is very tidy indeed.
And that looks like some... Is that spinner rims on the one? Beautiful.
That one first registered 1970. 52 years old and looking just as good. No, probably looking better now than it did back in the day. Well, I'll just give you a little bit of a time check for those of you who are eager to get onto the racetrack for the human-powered race. You've got an hour and a quarter before your time has come. So don't forget, 1 o'clock, our human-powered race. Would like everybody to gather by the side gate about 10 minutes before that, so that we can get you all round. So you're going to be heading there about 10 to 1, so that once Run With Your Brung is finished, then we can get you all round and ready to do the human-powered race at 1 o'clock. $14 flat plays a $14.95.
So these are all set, ready to go.
Polo in the Archeon. Well, the Archeon doesn't hang about, does it?
Nice time for the Arteon. 13:21.
Could have been quicker.
It could have been.
No,
I mean,
I had to suss out what was going on there.
The reaction times there.
Yeah.
For a moment, I was thinking they might not leave the start line.
Yeah, I just twigged what was going on there. He had the brakes on at the finish line, 86 mile an hour at the 8th, which is very good. But I can only assume he had a passenger on board, and of course you can't go too fast at the stripe with a passenger on board. I don't think he'd have reached 130 mile an hour, but nevertheless, it is something to be aware of. And basically, if a car goes 110, you need a crash helmet. So I think that's what more of the concern was. And looking at the numbers that car had run, more than capable of going 110 at the stripe. Hence, I think why they slowed down. Right, 10 to 12. Terry Grant about to take to Live Action Arena. If you haven't seen Terry Grant before, then where have you been? Very good act indeed. And as Dave was saying, never really know what you're going to get with Terry.
Yeah, it literally could be anything. It really could. I mean, I've been thrown in the back of the boot of one of his stunt vehicles before. First time we've seen this particular pickup throughout Bug Jam weekend.
Well, no, he put in one run yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, right at the end of the day. Chris Waterhouse with the Audi A3 putting his run in. He's been one of the rapid ones, 10.73 and run what you've run so far.
And that's a
10.78. He's got consistency. That's good. Because you need consistency in bracket racing.
And that's what you want, isn't it? You want that consistency, because then you really can build from that. Because, okay, you put the occasional quick time in, but then you change one tiny thing and it could completely change the car.
Yeah, but when you bracket race, the idea is to beat your opponent, and you dial in. So let's say, for example, he comes around and he dials in 10.73. He all of a sudden doesn't want to run a 10.68. He wants to stay at 10.73 or a little bit slower, because obviously if you break out, then you risk eliminating yourself. So all become clear when we go into qualifying this afternoon, and especially tomorrow when we go into eliminations. Right, Junior Dragster demo, Lola Bell Kent and Ellie Mae Brown. You've got the Mystic Dragster in the Kestrel Beer Lane going alongside the West End Motorsport entry. Mum Shelley, Grandad Tony, all with Lola Bell down there. No sign of Kevin, but then he'll be running in Fuel Funny Car later on today. Now, these youngsters all work on reaction times. Let's have a look at these. Oh, Lola Bell went red. Oh. But look at Ellie Mae's light there, 006.
Wow. That
you see the cars
just by looking at it, you can see it, yeah.
Move before the green comes on. So the idea being they cut that beam when the green comes on, and 006. That will do, if that was a race meeting, be very, very good indeed. Lola Bell just a little bit keen to get the job done there, went red. Right, Lee Crofts with his beat in Outlaw flat 4. Taking the long way around.
the scenic route.
No, it's his first run of the weekend. I haven't seen him put a number on the boards at all yet.
Not a bad number to start with.
Yeah, nice opener. Outlaw flat 4 is a heads-up class. They don't dial in, they just go for it. So this is one where the quickest normally wins.
Yeah, they got a huge tent behind the grandstand. Go and check it out. All the cars there from the flat 4s.
$14.21, $14.58, those two.
That wasn't the start that was planned for the auto eliminate. Some Kestrel beer. And it looks like the Golf is going to be going back to the pits, working out what went wrong where. And a Beetle here that wouldn't be out of place at the Show and Shine at the moment. Judging underway there with the results at 3 o'clock this afternoon over on the main stage. If you do get a chance to go and look, oh, please do. Some beautiful cars there. Not just the exterior, but the interior as well. It's amazing the amount of time people spend on those. As we have almost, in a way, 2 generations here of similar VW models. We've got the Golf, we've got the Beetle.
That Beetle's 49 years old.
Whoa.
Love it.
And I wonder if that first owner back in the 40s, the late 40s, imagined it ever ending up here at Santa Pod.
$13.71 and getting there. Oh, hello.
Oh, well, this is something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first Pro Mod to take to the track this weekend. I saw him walking around, actually. Twin turbo of John Webster. The car is called Fast Company, based on a 67 Mustang, built by himself.
And I love those 60s Mustangs. One of my favourite cars.
You'll love this one. Has been in the low 6s. I'm not entirely sure what his plan is here. He's obviously, I can't imagine he's going for a full pass. I think this is just purely staging and launching. But it's one of those that if it feels right, he may continue the run. But let's see. John Webster with Fast Company, Ford Mustang. Yeah, it's a staging procedure. I remember when they had a few issues. You're going to ask John to take it.
That was your wing mirror getting very close. Yeah. Go, Nick. Wait a second. I'm sure you say Nick's probably worse than that last one. What are you going to do? He's going to stand on his head and do it. Then he can't move. There we go. Got your water. You didn't need it. He's going to do a handstand. He said I wanted to see me coming because I'm going to smash his face in. Right. Here we go. 60 miles an hour. Brake, 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 brake! Oh, dear.
learned absolutely nothing from that run then. Walking Coach 1791. Good info for that team. Oh, like it. Bagsy that. Ooh, like that. That's very tidy indeed. VW Beetle trying to stage with the back wheels. Just rolled through the lights completely. Going to bring him back. But that's very tidy indeed. I like that a lot. Going alongside the big Audi. Again, two more vehicles that haven't seen put numbers on the board yet this weekend. And this will be basically their only opportunity, because time now is 12 o'clock, 1 hour before we do our human-powered race. Don't forget, we'd like everybody at the pit gate. Sorry, pit gate. The gate by the side of the start line.
It kind of is the pit gate, I suppose. It's right next to Nitro
pit
FM.
Gate is up the top there, so yeah, mustn't get them confused.
So the gate by Nitro FM is where we want.
We need everybody there, sort of 1:45, 10 to 1, so that we can bring you onto the racetrack, ready for the human-powered race at 1 o'clock. Conditions excellent for our human-powered race today. Don't forget, we are looking for immense creativity with the outfits.
So it's best creativity, obviously the quickest finisher as well, and then also cyclists, skaters. Talk us through it, Colin. Talk us through it.
We've basically got 4 awards to sort out. 3 of them are done on performance, and the best one is done on creativity. We have the prizes awarded for the quickest bicycle, which is normally the quickest.
What that looks like from inside this cave. Not through the middle again. Straight through the middle. Gary. Oh! That is absolutely unreal. You can probably tell I've gone a little bit quiet. The rest of the because I wasn't expecting us going to be doing this today. That was very close. Even Siri's smiling, he knew that that was a little bit too close. And now we've got Lee Bowers out here as well, his motorcycle. And all the years presenting the live action arena at Santa Pod Raceway, I have never, ever seen this done before. And to be right in the cage watching these guys, you are having an absolute treat today. Unbelievable stuff. And how to park it, look at that! You really do need to make some noise for these guys. Lee Bowers, Terry Brown, unbelievable! Wow. Well, I'm going to be honest, that's taken my breath away. That was just sensational. Oh, right. We've got to go on.
So it's a Greenpeace Golf in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And you'll see why it's called Greenpeace, or, well, why it's not.
That's Lucas Dalglish with the Outlaw flat 4. His first run of the event.
run.
Well, Lucas goes 12.23. Good build up of speed at the stripe. Missed the first to second shift, and was struggling to find the second gear there. But he'll certainly find it when it comes to full qualifying proper. He has a PB of 11.43 at 119. He's just done 121 mile an hour. So Lucas, a PB on speed there. What up, buddy? The first time he's been over 120 miles an hour with the Beetle. John Crawford with the Golf. .16.04, 85 miles an hour. All right, Jack Marriage with the Outlaw Flat 4 Beetle. Purely in test mode this weekend. And when you're on with your brung is only 20 quid. I know it's a shortened day for one with your brung today, but good opportunity to get some track time. That was much better off the line than the previous runs. That went into the 18s yesterday. 20 dead. Sounded like slipping a bit there, but again, the team were on it. These two ridiculously closely matched, actually. You got the Corrado and the Golf. The Golf is fractionally quicker, 13.72 to 13.78, so very, very little between them.
And you can see it there as they're just taking off, barely separated.
Terry's just going to have a little say hello. Terry, you've left your car running, mate. There's a young lady there with a phone. I tell you what, would you like some close-up action shots of Terry Grant's car? Give him a wave. Everybody wave. Right, there we go. Can I just ask, is that an iPhone? Where's the lady? Is that an iPhone? iPhone, Android, yeah, Samsung, yeah. Ooh. Now, let me tell you, that in the last 3 years, Terry Grant has destroyed 5 iPhones, 4 Samsung, 2 video cameras. But look at this, the close-up action, look at this. Right, let the lady have the phone back. That's going to be brilliant. Have the phone back. No, she wants the phone back. Oh, dear, dear, dear. Can you take it for a spin, yeah? Here we go. So he's going to drive the car one-handed whilst filming with the other hand. Here we go. Look at that. Oh, you've got to stop. Hang on a second. Oh, you stopped it. No, when you come down, I think you stopped recording. Either that or he's broken it. You've not broken it, have you? Right, let's make sure. Have you run out of space? Is it working? Have we got it? Oh, Terry, just be careful with it. It's expensive, man. Right, we'll try again. I'm not speaking to you, Gary Anderson. That's it, you and I have fallen out now. Terry made you do it. So here we go, back with Terry driving one-handed. The phone is now recording, and this is exceptional footage. Grams with an SBR. You don't want to be scratching the paint. My dream car, that is, by the way. If I came up to the numbers, that would be on the shopping list. Oh, look at that. Perfectly parked. Try that manoeuvre next time you're in Tesco's, right? When you see your parking spot, just whip it round. He's got it on the phone. Just study it for a couple of hours. You've got to try it. Give the wave, everybody! Now that is footage that you didn't expect to be getting here.
When it launches, does wheel spin a fair bit. Same thing again.
Yeah.
Wheel spin.
Well, imagine with electric, maybe the power shifts slightly differently as well. So it really is testing.
There's interesting. 1411, 95 mile an hour. All right, absolutely beautiful fastback in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Second run of the day for that one. And of course the Sirocco in the Autoglim Lane. Well, the show and shine judging has now begun in front of the main stage.
It took them 3 to 4 days to film it to get it in the can, and you will see it in a movie that comes out next year. We're going to try and recreate it here today. If you want to see it, the only thing is, please don't tell anybody we've done it. Do you want to see it? Right, the chase is on. In one take. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go! So, it's a bike and a car chase. In the first scene, the car. Escape, the car tries to knock him off his bike. Oh! And then the bike takes off again. She's out of the way, the car comes in and just about wipes it out. He's got to try and get his hand on the body. There it is, pushing the car away. Look at that, the sheer skill. If you missed it, let's try that again. In the arena, in comes Terry Grant. You've got to have so much trust in your fellow stunt performer. Circle wheeling, and it's got to try and stand on the bonnet of the car. So one foot on the bonnet of the car. This is the one that took so long to perfect. There he is! Oh! Terry Grant comes in. Third position. Come right close in, and let's see if we can do it again. It took so much practice to do this. Foot on the bonnet, here he goes. There it is! Oh! Yes! Sometimes we have a very special dismount as well. We're going to maybe see that in a moment too. What's he going to do? What's he going to get into? Unbelievable. I thought you were going to do your special dismount then. I just told him you were going to do it and I didn't see it.
I was going to, but part of the sequence is he's doing it with us, but the car just broke. So let's do it on my own and then we might do some two-wheeling.
Absolutely, here we go. Right. So just as a grand finale, this is how to get off your bike when you've done it all properly. Look at that! Backflip off the bike, ladies and gentlemen.
So, Roaring Rat, 57 Chevy coming up to the burnout box. Royal the tyres.
Oh, it's loud, it's proud, it makes no apologies, this car.
Doesn't.
A great bit of kit.
This car was inducted into the NSRA Hall of Fame last year.
Wow.
Very proud moment indeed for the car itself. You don't get many cars inducted. Normally it's people that do a huge amount of work, but yeah, that actual car been around for donkey's years and still going as well as it ever has done. So Keith Bartlett then with Roaring Rat, the lovely 10.80 pass earlier on. One of the stable of cars owned by Keith.
Let's see what the Santa Pod original can do here.
179 to 60, 731, 100 mile an hour at the 8. And through the stripe, 1122,
Lovely.
125. Right, so we have a look around the corner to see a few cars are making their way down. We can see Billy Everett has bought the latest addition to the Santa Pod stable, the Slick Tricks team. That car going for checkout pass. We've also got Oklahoma Willie. He's in the pairing lanes. That'll be coming round in a moment. And also Martin Hill with Fire Force. Number 3, the Jet Funny car, putting their first runs in of the day, but it is going to be Billy first with the Dragster.
And this is what you expect when you talk about a drag car. This is your stereotypical look and feel of a drag strip car.
So Billy purely testing this car. This car will eventually be in the hands of Lara and Jacqueline Bartlett going forward.
So getting in the burnout there.
Yeah. But this car actually has got a lot of history. It was formerly owned by Nick Good and has taken 2 people to national championship series wins in the shape of Brad Jackson. I think it was this car that he won it in. Certainly Chris Parker did. Very good afternoon, Chris. Probably tuned in, having back here at home. And thanks for the information as well. Greatly appreciated. So this car has run in the 7.5, 7.6s. But to say, Billy just purely testing the car, nothing more.
You know, as a test, that looks like a nice run.
8 flat, 167. Ticked all the boxes, did that one. Nice one, Billy.
Yeah, team seems happy with that one.
Well, that's Dad Johnny down there. You know what I mean? Good to see Billy back on the quarter mile, putting a full pass in. Actually, it's been a while since Billy's done that. So, very, very good racer as well. Actually, Billy, former national champion in junior dragster, and then stepped up to drive the family Alien Altered of all things. So, yeah, great history as Billy had on the quarter mile. All right, I think it's Perry, isn't it?
This is Oklahoma Willie setting up.
Yeah.
This is a beautiful bit of kit that yesterday put quite a decent performance in, and recently, we discussed it yesterday, had exploits over in Austria.
Yeah. And I think he kept the pass, actually, because obviously you have to have a vehicle permit to go on to a racetrack. And yeah, he kept it. Don't blame you.
And Wayne, the owner of this vehicle, we mentioned it earlier on.
No, this is Perry. Wayne is
Perry,
the mental breakdown. This is Perry and the team, of course. And that is totally street legal. Doesn't drive it around much on the street, but he can if he wants to.
Turns a few heads anyway. I mean, I'm not quite sure where you put your shop in, but...
I wonder if he picked that air horn up from the Red Bull Ring. It's the sort of thing you pick up on a trip, isn't it?
So just bellowing, getting that jet fired up. Putting on a little bit of a show as well. A fabulous, unique vehicle here at Santa Pod. A Rolls-Royce engine that's shaking the foundations at the moment of the racetrack.
Well, he went over 150 miles an hour yesterday. Can he do the same again in the 10-second zone? 10.98, 144.
You love to see it.
Very nice run indeed for Perry.
Some very excitable faces in the crowd, feeling the energy of that. Well, don't go anywhere, because we're about to step it up a little bit more for you.
All right, Martin Hill with 543. The house jet, as we affectionately call it. Went 589 yesterday, I think it was.
And what is the record for the Fire Force 3?
5.7.
Ooh.
But it has been 330. And I think Donald will certainly correct me on this, or someone will. But it holds the record for the quickest jet funny car in the world.
Wow.
For speed. And what actually happened is quite bizarre. What actually did happen, the jet was approaching the finish line, and as you know, they force air, the jet sucks air in and blows it out the back. It caught a gulp of wind, and of course that wind forced into the jet, gave it a bit more of an
a bit of a kick.
Thrust it forward faster. And that's what caused the ET. There's been a lot of, disbelief the other side of the pond to say, oh, no, they can't do that, but it's 100% genuine. The car did run those numbers. But Martin likes to keep the performance of the jet around about 265 to 280. Doesn't really want to go over 280.
I love how you said that's just a calming thing, like, just 280.
Yeah,
easy.
Because basically, obviously, the harder you run things, the more work they take.
Sure.
And the amount of runs that car does, you have to be aware of the maintenance between rounds, between meetings, etc., etc. So it's happy place. It's high fives, stroke low sixes, around about 265, 270 at the finish line. Don't forget, though, he has got Fire Force 5, the jet Dragster, and that will top 300 mile an hour on a regular basis. And ET's on that, 5.2s, possibly even 5.1s. So, but we got Fire Force 3 this weekend. A few other Runway brung cars going first. Whilst Martin get himself strapped in. But quick time check for you folks, 12:30. In about 15-20 minutes time, we would like people gathered by the side gate next to the catering area, ready for our human powered race, due at 1 o'clock today. We would like as many of you. I've got a funny feeling it's going to be very well subscribed. There's going to be a lot of people today taking part in that. Also, the main stage opens at 1 o'clock as well. Sid Bofin will be the first act on the main stage. Also go Bound and Gagged Comedy. 1 o'clock in the dance tent until 4 o'clock. Got 3 hours of stand-up comedians up there. 1 o'clock, it'll be Bound and Gagged Comedy. Now, if you look in your programme, folks, it does say 1:08 p.m. Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Spitfire. That has actually been rescheduled to 3 o'clock this afternoon, so just bear that one in mind, folks. If you're looking for Spitfire just after 1 o'clock, it won't be coming in. That is now due at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And we have Martin Hill now lining up beneath the tower here. He was getting strapped in, so we did send a few cars up the track in Runway brung mode whilst we got Martin ready, but he suited, booted, strapped in. So we're just getting Martin set for his first run of today. Lovely run yesterday into the fives, and the afterburner show, very immense indeed, and certainly makes the tower rock backwards and forwards. He finds that sweet spot where he blips the afterburner, and it just sends the... It's like having a rocking chair, and you sort of get the sweet spot where you get it rocking. That's what he does.
Anything that's loose in a tower has to be held onto, essentially.
Yeah, things fall over. Not a good idea to leave a cup of coffee up here when he does that, because that normally end up on the floor. Very good crowd out there. A very good day to all of you out there.
Hello.
How are we doing on the grandstands today? Give us a wave if you recovered from last night. Good to see. And a huge amount of you on the banking today. Very, very good afternoon to you all. How are your heads this morning? All recovered from last night? Good night, wasn't it? Very, very good indeed.
And give us a cheer if it's your first time here at Santa Pod. Let's hear.
There's a few.
Well, there was a few. There was a few there, absolutely. Welcome. Yeah, you can hear that fire force now gearing up. But trust me, this is just getting started. Easily going to make over 200 miles an hour, over a quarter of a mile. There's going to be a blink and you miss it moment with this. So Martin Hill in the driving seat, the man you can see standing in front of the Fire Force 3 is Richard. He is the Mad Doctor, the lion tamer of the Fire Force car. He's not fazed by anything, even when there's a car bellowing and spitting out fire in front of him. And we're just going to warm it up, get it ready for one hell of a run here at Bug Jam 35. The conductor and his symphony of the Fire Force car.
I do wonder what tune Richie's playing in his head when he's conducting.
There was definitely a tune that time.
I could not suss that one out at all.
It's amazing to see the connection they have, Martin and Richard, when they work with this car as well. So many different parts working in harmony together. And even if you're sitting on the bank way up at the quarter-mile stretch, you're probably feeling the velocity of this car already. And we're going to line things up ready to go. Santa Pod, are you ready to see something special? There was flying cows all over the place here at the start line. Over 250 miles an hour, Bug Jam. A massive round of applause for Martin Hill and Richard, ladies and gents.
590, 259 miles an hour. And I was asking myself a question. I didn't read it out. Can he hit 200 miles an hour at the 8th? And he did. 200.59, and he got there in 4 seconds. Tell that to your kids, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it. Give them a wave as they come past you as well.
0 to 200 miles an hour in 4 seconds. Mad. Absolutely
Let's see
mad.
if the kids can run up the stairs to bed quicker than that. They'll be tired tonight. You're welcome.
Well, if they do, me can say, Mum, what's your name? Martin Hill. Good stuff. Right, we're into the closing stages of Runway Brung then. Around about 15, 20 minutes. Maybe a little bit less, but Outlaw Flat 4 and VW Sportsman represented here. This is Christine McKinney in the Auto Glim Lane from Northern Ireland. Made the trip over for this one, going alongside the Crawdog himself, John Crawford. This is where John starts to need to work on his reaction times. The car's pretty well dialed. Well, he obviously wasn't trying on the reaction times that time. But it's all about numbers at the end of the day. It's what the cars can run. Outlaw Flat 4 is not a dialing class. They just go as hard and as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Christine looks like she's got an issue there. John goes through with a 1592 at 86. But the Beetle just pulling over to the left-hand side, going to be taking the first exit.
Yeah, it started off quite well, but it just seemed to lose it part of the way.
Out. Yeah.
Yeah, the Flat 4 all about pedal to the metal.
Let's say, absolutely glorious day out there.
Oh, beautiful.
Forecast actually very strong today. 20. Well, I'll tell you what, let's double check. I can't remember. I know tomorrow's going to be about 29. But today, 23, 24. Very nice.
Beautiful
Indeed. Right, a time now. Let's do another time check. 20 to 1. Don't forget, 1 o'clock, all sorts of things happening. All sorts of things
It's going to get crazy if it hasn't already.
Yeah. Human-powered race, 1 o'clock on the track. Bound and gagged comedy, dance tent, 3 hours, 1 till 4. Loads and loads of great acts lined up there. Also, 1 o'clock, main stage opens up with Sid Bofin. So they got that happening as well. Obviously, our human-powered race is going to take a little bit of time because obviously not everybody's be going sprinting. So that will take a little bit of time. The track will close at 1:30 to allow the track prep before our qualifying starts at 2 o'clock. So there's plenty going on. 1 o'clock seems to be the magic hour, and it will be the human-powered race on the racetrack. Bound and gagged comedy in the top marquee, the dance tent. You can see that from pretty much everywhere on site. That's at 1 o'clock, and then the main stage also opens up as well.
Another camper taken to the track. Bit of a calm after the firestorm, and then also a calm before the madness that is the human race. If you want to get involved with that, head over to what I'm going to call the Nitro FM gate, just opposite Fueler's Bar. Well, usually there's a massive queue there, to be honest with you. There are loads of people asking for autographs and everything. Yet being the key word. So 2 golfs to the line now. It looks like the white counterparts getting the advantage here. Better reaction time overall. And pops up a 13.94 against a 15.24. Hard participants getting in those final few reps of Run What You Brung before all kinds of things that Cole just mentioned there getting underway from 1 this afternoon, all over the shop. And of course, more performances in the live action arena throughout the day as well. Sure, Terry Grant and Russ and all the crew there will be looking after you. If you haven't seen it already, do so at least once this weekend. Every show is different.
Hiya, how we doing?
Because they're completely unplanned most of the time.
Yeah, I've literally just replied to a text to you.
So 2 V-dubs here. Starting off once more.
Oh, yeah, it's awful. Yeah, we're pushing it like mad. Bye.
And of course, one of those things that will be getting underway is all the comedy over in the dance tent. That's a big circus tent looking structure in the distance. I believe we've got some of the acts there, Cole, that are going to be performing.
Nina Benjamin is going to be first on stage at 1 o'clock, followed by Sean Percival, Nina Gilligan, Mr. C, Andy Askins, Bethany Black, Brennan Reese, and Leo Kerr. So it's a good lineup of acts there. All do the show circuit, all very different, yet all there with the same goal, and that is to entertain. So yeah, certainly head on up there between 1 and 4. Up in the dance tent, you can't miss it. That's right. You all know where it is. You were all hanging out there last night, and you'll be back in there tonight. Go and enjoy it. Bound and gag comedy. Right, need another vehicle moving. Oh, it's under the tower.
Oh, how'd it get there?
I don't know. How it got there. Oh, yeah, I can see it now.
You
Vauxhall just made its way in. EO59EZS.
Yeah, you definitely can't park there,
I
mate.
don't know whose that is. We need that one moving. Whose is that? That's part of the timing cruise. It's parking. It's got a slip in the window. But yeah, it's literally can't park there, mate scenario. Very cheeky.
I mean, I know spaces are hard to find sometimes at festivals, but I mean, I kind of admire the audacity in all fairness.
Yeah, that's a bit leery, isn't it? But yeah, hopefully we'll find the owner of that one and get that moved. Or we will move that one. EO59EZS, the Vauxhall parked where the timing crew vehicle parked their vehicles.
How did none of us see that?
Oh, I don't know. Bizarre. Right, a couple of our Outlaw flat fours then.
And this is all about speed and power with this class. It's all about how quick you can go, how fast you can go, how hard you can go here on the Santa Pod track with these two.
Right, unfortunately I haven't got a crib sheet for number 68, but I do for 108. That's Mark Pascoe.
Number 68 looking nice up until that 8th there.
1956 Oval Beetle, a best of 12.18 at 110. Not going to get one of those on this run, unfortunately, but good to get a checkout pass in now before qualifying starts in earnest a bit later on. Love to get it into the 11s. That's his personal goal with that car. All right, 12:45. Let's look at the gate. Oh, our human-powered race people are starting together.
We're building a nice little crowd there.
They're starting to gather.
And I think we might just have the owner of the Vauxhall as well.
Yes. Good job they got back to that car in time.
I had Terry Grant on the phone asking for it to be delivered to him and everything for a moment there. Podzilla would have enjoyed that one. I think that was a cheer for the Hulk as well. I mean, I admire the commitment to the outfit. Been in that outfit all day long. I don't think he's changed out of it at any point.
No, sleeps in it. He didn't have a tent, so he sleeps in the outfit.
To be fair, I'm not sure what me and you're on about. That is the actual Hulk, isn't it, really? So
yeah, it is. So sorry.
It's the real one.
Sorry, boys and girls. It is the Hulk.
It is the real one. I'm not sure what happened to Captain America, though.
Right, we're just whittling them down now. There's a few left in the lanes. Time and crew have got their parking spot back. That's good news. But yeah, just another reminder, folks, if you want to take part in our human-powered race, you need to be gathering by the side gate.
Yeah, the time
next
is now.
To, the catering area. You can see the amount of people because they're spilling into the catering area itself.
We could just about see them. I would say give us a wave, but I think they might be too concentrated, like athletes ready to go.
Now, not that we have elite competitors, but there will be the cyclists at the front.
There will be some people taking it a bit serious.
We do need to go through some rules. Even though they're not set in stone, we do need to remind everybody of what's at stake, as in, please be safe out there. Don't.
Yeah, come on, don't be silly. Don't be silly.
Don't wander into the other side of the racetrack. Just be careful out there and respect the people around you. Don't suffer from OCD, which a lot of them are, over-competitive dads. That's what we get. Trust me, we do. And our timing crew need to be ready for the human-powered race. They start the race with the tree. They count it down.
So we're doing it for real?
Yeah.
For realsies?
We don't actually time it on the tree. We just time it on our phones. So just letting the top end clear and then send our next pair down.
Yeah, Redneck Racing in the Auto Glim and the Bug in the Kestrel Beer.
But yeah, basically, what's in the lanes? No, the pairing lanes are obviously closed now, but we're running through what we've got there. TT sounding very nice. Has been in the 11s on a regular basis this weekend. And there again, 11.91, 120. Once again, 10-1, about 10 minutes away from our human-powered race. We'll be heading down to the start line.
And you know what? I can actually see
everybody round.
I can actually see people stretching for this.
They will
taking it super serious.
Yeah.
Nice. Some record times we want to see. Or maybe all the sensible ones that are going to stay in the grandstand or on the bank and laugh at everybody else.
No, we need plenty of encouragement from the awesome Bug Jam crowd.
Of course.
I know you cheer them all home, but we need plenty of vocal encouragement from everybody. We will do a few interviews with people. We obviously have a trophy presentation as well down there.
Of course we do. Of course we do.
There are those awards up for grabs. Yeah, it should be a good bit of fun. It's a tradition at Bug Jam with our human-powered race. Start on the tree for human-powered race. I think Time and Crew are aware of that anyway.
I'll leave that for you too.
All right, buddy. Nice one.
The Audi just a slightly better reaction time than the Castrol B lane. And a big shout out to Box Lane Productions, bringing us all the live stream as usual. Bradley doing a great job as usual, sir. Well done. He'll bring us all the action from the from the human race as well. All those fancy promo videos you see online, that's all there.
That's the point. We don't see much of Barney. Normally he's in the studio sorting all the feed out. But we've let him out. He's appeared in no man's land.
I don't know if Barney's actually going to be running the race or
Yeah,
if he's just going to be filming it.
Barney, where's your outfit, mate?
Yeah.
We was expecting you
Come
to
on.
dress up at... oh, no.
Oh, that is... Got to get the branding in. Got to get the branding in, right? Yeah, Barney and his team do a brilliant job here at Santa Pod with all of their fantastic promo videos. Superb. Honestly, have a look at the YouTube channel. Santa Pod TV.
Right, just a few more Run With Your Brungers.
Yeah, I think it's just a couple more rounds here.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you just finish off Run What You Brung up here, I'm going to head downstairs, get ready.
Get everyone prepped, Colin. Lovely.
Then come and join me. We will see you down on the start line very shortly.
Absolutely. So Cole's going to head on down to trackside, getting everyone prepped, ready to go for that human race, taking on Santa Pod. No word on if the track crew are going to be running as well. That was the biggest shake of head I've ever seen. Straight away, no hesitation. No, it isn't happening. So it looks like we've got these, maybe one more. How many you got, Cole? How big's that crowd looking? You sound startled. You sound startled. It might be one of the biggest entries we've ever had to the human race here at Bug Jam 35. So we've got 2 more golfs here and then a TT, and then that will be it for Run What You Brung here at Bug Jam. Big thanks to all of those getting involved, taking part, those practicing, or those taking part for the first time here at Santa Pod on Run What You Brung. If you've been inspired, why not sign up this time next year or to one of the other events for your own Run What You Brung. So I get these 2 prepped. And it's lights out, away we go. And it looks like they're going to be pretty evenly matched as well here. Well, they're going to be posting up. So the Auto Glim 14.53, 97 overall, with a 14.52 on the opposite side with 98. Very similar indeed. So here we go then, the Audi TT to finish us off for Run What You Brung. As I said earlier, this TT has put up some really fabulous times over the weekend so far. And what are we going to go over the line with here? Looking good. There we go. And we're going to pass things down to Colin.
Ball is actually just coming down the pairing lanes. We've also got everybody by the gate as well. We've actually closed one side of the racetrack so we can funnel everybody up.
Thank you. I thought there was a...
So as we get ready for
Turn it up and down.
our human-powered race. Going to be fun, this one.
Well, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun.
Good afternoon, Bug Jammers. How are you all?
Santa Pod, how are we feeling?
They're all good. They are all very, very good. Right, here
Very
they come.
nice.
All of our cyclists.
Wow. Oh, my word. I don't think I've ever seen so many cyclists in one place.
Now, bearing in mind, it is going to take a while to line this lot up because they are immense. They're all going to come up to the start line here.
We're going to do it properly.
Julian is going to run out the way before he actually makes the start. There's not a good place to stand.
Julian, we can't get any claims from you, so make sure you get yourself out the way, all right?
You do realise, of course, that you've got to run it, Dave, because we've got our representative in the race.
I didn't sign anything. I will make it halfway.
You don't have to sign anything. You've been volunteered by Colin.
Colin. Well, you know what? Before we begin, before we get these cyclists underway, I want to see which side is louder, because obviously you guys got to encourage them all. So, grandstand after 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right. I think these guys can maybe do better. Bang, give me a cheer. 1, 2, 3. All right, once more. Grandstand. Bank. And all together. Great stuff. How are we looking, Cole, for the start line?
We're looking good. We're just getting everybody gathered behind the start line at the moment, and then we'll bring them up to the actual start line itself.
I think this guy's my favorite. Green man all the way. I love it.
Oh, even Andy Welsh has made it out. Andy, good afternoon to you, mate. Good to see you. We've got some of our regulars as well.
My word. They're still making their way round, Cole.
I'm not sure you can see it from there, guys, but there is what looks like a horse over here.
I could just about see the horse head.
I've just seen Zippy. I wonder if Bungle and George are about. I saw them walking around last night.
They are still coming through the gate. There is quite a few here still walking in.
Yeah.
So, Big Man Dave, what are we thinking so far of our participants this year? All good?
Oh, yes. A little streamlined in the old green suit there.
I know. Maybe that'll help with the aerodynamics. Who knows? So, Dave, take us through the rules quickly before we get underway with this one.
Well, basically, it's as quick as you can. Up the left lane, back up the right lane.
So, straight up the left, all the way round when you get to the end, under the famous Santa Pod Archway, and then back down the right once more. And of course, the louder Santa Pod cheers and Bug Jam cheers collectively, the faster they go. Oh my word. Hang on, I've seen someone I've got to say hi to. Sombrero! Looking good!
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are taking part in this race, just a very, very important factor of this race. Obviously, you at the front are going to be tearing up to the top of the racetrack. You will go round the marker just in front of where the medics are at the top end, and you're going to be coming back down the other side of the racetrack. Everybody behind, please make sure you stay in the left-hand lane as much as possible. Try not to cross the center line. I say it every year, you never listen, but try and keep as close to the center line. Those of you at the front that are coming back down, try and keep as close to the wall as possible when you're coming back down. We do not want any head-on collisions. Okay, so please bear that in mind. We are looking for imagination. We are looking for creativity on these entries. And of course, we are looking to make sure that you all remain safe. This is one of the biggest fields I think I've ever seen.
Easily.
It's incredible.
Wow.
Right, just checking in with the Santa Pod crew, making sure that they are happy. We can see that the timing crew are happy. They've got the start lights ready to go. And I will just wait for our start line crew just to make sure that they are happy. And then once that's done, we will clear them out the way. I think everybody is pretty much in. There will be some people just tagging on at the back. And bearing in mind, folks, when you do finish, we will be pulling the quickest runner, the quickest cyclist, and the quickest border stroke skater to one side for a trophy presentation.
So we're getting them all set, ready to go. So up the right, down the left.
Okay, watch the tree, folks. The tree is going to count you down. You go when it goes green.
Santa Pod, get ready to cheer him on. Bug Jam 35.
Okay, starting crew. Timing crew, run the tree.
And here we go, Bug Jam 35.
Right, don't forget, stay to the
Oh,
left-hand
my
side.
word. They're staying in the left lane. The first time ever. I'm coming with you. I'm coming with you. Wow, give them a cheers. They run past. Evil Knievel's on his way. You just having a nice, good old time, right?
Right, keep to the left-hand side of the
Wow.
centre line, folks. Keep to the left-hand side.
It's like a sticky, dodgy nightclub.
All right, we got some of them moving over the centre line. Keep to the left-hand side of the centre line, please, folks.
And we
I think
might
some of them
about
are going to be starting the return journey very shortly indeed.
keep to the left. I think we might have our first people making their way down again.
Keep to the left-hand side. Cyclists going the wrong side of the track.
Stick to the left. Stick to the left. And we're still having people come through the start.
Right, they're coming down on the return leg already.
This might be our first finisher.
Here comes the cyclist. Look at this. This is an awesome
Let's
run.
hit for Green Man.
Hit the brakes, slow down. That is an incredible time.
Beautiful.
He's finished. He's finished before the others have even started.
Wow, the absolute madness here at
Well
Bug Jam
done.
35. It might be the biggest crowd we've ever had for the human race. They're still coming through the start line.
Caitlin Wilson
Amazing.
just came home third. Well done. Cyclist still coming through. Well done.
Well
Right.
done.
Right, here comes the lead wheelie bike.
Oh, you got to finish in
Carried the
style.
front
You got to
wheel
get the
all the
people what
way.
they want.
And here comes our first boarder.
The skateboarder.
Yeah, well done.
Tony
Takes the win there.
Hawk.
We need him for a trophy presentation. And our
Great
first
stuff.
runner. Oh,
All
well done.
right.
So that's our three awards. Now we've got to
Wonder
wait
Woman.
to see our imaginative entry, and they are still going through.
Wow. So we've had the skateboarder, we've had the cyclist, we've had the rollerblader.
First pillion passenger of the day going through. Oh, how cool is that?
Oh, my guy, making it look easy. This
Well,
might
it's
be our
good to-
first runner.
It's Am I seeing things? Have we got two
Our
zippies?
first runner.
Oh no, we've had a rebat. He's about eighth.
Oh, come on. Zippy.
I'm seeing things. That's three zippies.
Chicago Bulls coming through there on the scooter. My guy just showing off, getting the top off, right? Have you seen there's some ladies in the crowd to impress, right? I know
Hey,
your game.
there's
I
the
know your
Hulk.
game. The Hulk! 118! Who are you going to call? Yes! My
Oh, is
guy,
Evil Knievel
my
just
guy,
going through?
Up the villa, come on! Oh,
It's
Colin,
mad,
this is
isn't it?
incredible. Incredible. On the Diddy bike. Loving it. Martin Larson coming through.
Oh, once again, the bridesmaid.
A stag do has gone wrong for the bridesmaid. Oh, my word.
They're still meandering away up the racetrack, aren't they?
It's Jesus! Great beard. Great beard. And this is what Bug Jam is all about. Bringing the fun to the track.
Right, I've just found one of our top performers out here. Old guys rule, they certainly do. Taking the win on the board, well done.
Absolutely, I've done this a few times, and this is the first time I've actually won something.
All these times you've been trying, is this the first time on the board?
But no, I've done it on the board every time.
Well done. So it's going to be a trophy to take home from Bug Jam. Got to be proud of that.
I'm very proud of that, especially it's my stag do this weekend.
Oh my word. So we're not going to get any sense out of you tonight, are we?
No, neither last night.
Good stuff. We got a trophy to present to you. Don't go away. So that is the winner of our board.
On his stag do as well.
Look at how cool this is.
Wow.
Oh, I like that.
That's been on Pit My Ride.
I love
That's
it.
amazing. Loving the paint job. Our first dinosaur finish.
Oh, we got
word.
our cyclist, our overall winner here as well.
Absolute madness here at Santa Pod. On the purple machine, love it.
Oh, look at that. That's cool. Oh, I've just had my favourite.
I'm going to see what we got covered still. Barbie's Beatles coming down.
Joe Elliott, what? That was took a long time, didn't it? We stopped for refreshments or what?
We still got more coming as well.
Well, they're still heading up the other side.
There's still people in the Kestrel beer lane, Colin.
Now, how about this? I'm really liking this. We got the cyclist with 3 trailers on the back. That's one way of doing it. Oh, they're the kings and the queens.
Here they are. Jurassic Park on their way. Absolutely amazing scenes here at Bug Jam 35, the human race. Absolutely incredible. What's happened here? The wheels come off. We didn't get a pit crew. What's happened? It's all going on.
Oh, crazy. Well, I tell you what, whilst we're doing that, let's have a word with the overall winner. That was outstanding. Have you left them for dead?
Yeah, taking it a little bit too serious probably on the bike and in the suit, eh?
Well, we couldn't exactly miss you going up. It looked like no, I'm glad we got the front shot, not the back shot. But tell us where you're from and how many Bug Jams have you done?
This is about the 5th one coming back, but we were here back in 1989 to start off with. Had a bit of a break in between. Yeah, so we're about 5 years been coming from Manchester.
How many human powered races have you done with us?
2.
How'd you get on the first one?
Won it.
And this is so you're undefeated, and that's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yeah, as it stands at the minute.
Good stuff. Well, we've got a trophy to present to you very shortly indeed. So, sorry, I didn't catch your name.
John.
Well done, John. Congratulations, mate. We'll sort that trophy presentation for you in a moment.
Amazing.
Right, so they're still coming back. And I think we have a contender for best appearing, and I'll point them out to you in a moment. I'm just seeing if Dan agrees with me, actually.
The amount of people I've seen running this, I just think took one really wrong left turn out of Fueler's Bar. It's quite surprising. You guys aren't even faced. This is just a stag do. We're just having a little stroll, right? it's just like being in Oceana with the sticky floor, isn't it? This is what we want to see. Big cheers, big waves over the line.
Well, I'm delighted to report we do. Oh my word!
A wheeled
we
skateboard.
do have a winner for most imaginative entry now.
Already.
We're going to bring it back up onto the track. It's disappeared somewhere down there, but we're going to bring it back.
I can't wait to see that. Absolutely amazing. I can't even see the end of this mass of people. Wow. Santa Pod, Bug Jam, make some noise for our participants.
Oh, Zippy's looking a bit sad. Come on, Zippy, smile. Yes. He's not the only Zippy either.
That's it, my man. Got to get it for the gram. Got to get it for the gram. I thought you said paramedic then. I was like, thank God you're here. That's it. All about the high fives. As people make their way down. I love this. The amount of kids that have brought their little vehicles from the back garden here to Santa Pod to race them is amazing. Loving the Jeep there. And the V-Dub as well, the camper. Oh, I might have seen my favorite entry of the day so far. I know she's concentrating. Doing absolutely amazing right here. Santa Pod, make some noise for Barbie's VW camper. Fifi with a camper there, brilliant stuff. Ladies, what happened? You were in Fuelers Bar 2 minutes ago. Why now you're suddenly here? They're lethal. Them Kestrel beers, they're lethal.
Well, they're still making their way back down. It's a lot of hard work for some of them. That's why I don't do it.
I'll tell you what, I started, and it's mad how sticky this track is. It's not until you're down here. It is insane. Usain Bolt would struggle with this.
Hopefully we will finish this today.
There's still people at the top. There's still people under the Santa Pod.
I think everybody's taken the top turn now. So we'll start bringing them back down the other side of the famous quarter mile here at Santa Pod Raceway. But a very, very good human-powered race. And I think the thankful task is that we haven't had any incidents that I know of. Has everybody been all right up there? Did you see any casualties? Just you.
Maybe a few blisters.
Hey, Callum Pudge! Have you done the whole thing? You sure? You didn't just cross the centre line or anything like that, did you?
No, Cole, what he did...
I'm going to check the live feed and check that out, mate.
Cole, all he did was run the start bit back and forth, and I did them up.
Oh, I see now, I see. Callum Pudge, one of our Santa Pod photographers. Deej, did you just go back and come down again? Well, a little bit of sideways action from the drift trike. Like the hat.
Whoa! Well, it's one unique experience. That's one thing you can say.
They're just out for a Saturday afternoon stroll on a drag strip. And then the funny thing is they approach the finish line and they suddenly start running.
Oh, everyone's watching now.
Make it look like they've gone for it all the way.
Well, I can see there's still a lot of creative outfits on the horizon still. And you know what? You could all watch your own performances on Santa Pod TV as well. Some of you might want to, some of you might not want ever to see this again. You're enjoying this a little bit too much.
Right, okay, well, whilst our stragglers make their way down, let's do some trophy presentations.
Absolutely.
And first of all, let's bring the overall winner, John, the cyclist, who absolutely pulverised the competition.
Smashed it.
He's only done 2 of these races, and he's won them both.
Ladies and gentlemen, our overall winner. Let's hear it for Green Man Cyclist, John!
There he is. Good job he can cycle faster than his hearing. Congratulations, John, taking the win. Give him a big cheer. This is John taking the win. Well done, that man. Get a collection of these at home now. The sideboard is perfectly balanced. We'll look forward to you taking part next year. Don't go too far away. We get all of our winners together. Right, next up then, our fastest border stroke skater.
And he's looking cool with the whole outfit as well. He's accessorised.
Not only that, he's on his stag weekend this weekend.
Let's. So firstly, who is the lucky or unlucky lady?
Oh, it's Alex. She is lovely.
Massive congrats to you and Alex, and a massive congratulations to you as well. It's amazing. It's reliving your youth once again. I imagine the conversation was, oh, please don't embarrass me. Just don't embarrass me, babe. And, well, you haven't, because you won.
Well done to the trophy presentation from Dan Melrose at Santa Pod. Well done then. Here it is. Alex says another item for you to start looking after, because that's gonna take pride of place for many years. Don't forget, there's photographs there. Hold that trophy up.
And we want to see that trophy on top of the wedding cake, all right? It might well be. Brilliant stuff, massive well done. To our next winner, Santa Pod, congratulations.
Right, next up we have our fastest runner. I haven't had a chat with you yet today, but your name?
Louis.
Louis, how many Bug Jam human powered races have you done?
2.
And did you win your first one as well?
No, I came second.
Oh, but you got a winner's trophy this time round, mate.
We win it this time.
Good start, good tactics. Did you cross over before the quarter mile? Did you cheat or did you do it honestly?
No, but my calves are hurting.
But anyway, he's taking the win. He's built for speed, shall we say, where I was built for comfort. But Louis, congratulations, mate, taking a trophy away from Bug Jam.
Cool, thank you.
Let's reward your award then. Here he is, our fastest runner. Gets his trophy.
Let's hear it for Darren, ladies and gents. And as we continue this trophy ceremony, I'm going to take a quick pause because we got to talk and we got to ask, where's Wally? Amazing. Was it one of those things where one person planned the outfit and you just happened to wear the same thing, or was this a planned thing altogether? Plan. It's part of the plan. And the thing is, this is just your normal outfit, isn't it? You didn't just dress up for this.
All year round, yeah.
All year round. Let's hear it for our Where's Wally's, ladies and gents, as we move on to our final trophy.
Yeah, and we like this. Most imaginative entry. Let's bring them up.
Wow.
Now,
look at this.
We were talking about the theme, weren't we? We were talking about the theme. And the theme this year was Kings and Queens. So straight, as the chain come off. Straight off the mall, having just done the Jubilee Parade, we have the Kings and Queens, we have the lead horse.
Oh, Alice in Wonderland and Prince Charming.
Whoa.
And our VWs as well, amazing.
Oh, that works so well, doesn't it? All right, who's the horse?
The Trigger.
Oh, well, and I'm guessing this is all the family, yeah?
Well, mixed family, actually. And at the very end, cool box full of beer.
And where are you from?
I'm from Poland originally, living in Maidstone, Kent.
Okay.
Alex from Liverpool. As the girls, his daughters. And Dio is from Kent as well, Tunbridge Wells.
Okay then. But I'm guessing later on we'll have these lights on and they'll be going around the site in the dark?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And are we going to get some royal waves as they make their way around the site?
Of course.
Well, you've been awarded the most imaginative entry. Congratulations. There is a trophy to be shared amongst all of you, but we do like that. It's stuck to the theme, Kings and Queens, and we see we have our Queen and we have our King. We have the horse at the front, the horseman at the back, and of course, keeping it VW with a little bus at the back there as well. Very, very good indeed. We do like that. Well done.
Bug Jam, let's hear it for our most imaginative entry. Amazing,
well done.
Kings and Queens.
And actually, that was pretty well timed because we just have our stragglers making their way back. Just the last few.
Embracing it, taking your time. I don't blame you. Embracing the experience. Oh, I'll tell you what, Cole, there has been some incredible entries this year to the human race.
To take the walker with you as well, that's a very, very special. I'm going to shake the man's hand.
Wow, what a story. Paralysed 8 months ago and doing this walk here. Incredible. Absolutely. Let's hear a cheer for that.
Now, doing it with dolly steps. Look at these two. We got somebody with a Steve Ashdown T-shirt on, which normally means they'd be quick, but not in this particular instance. Very, very slow indeed. But the two of them, they're just going to be our last two home. Come on, let's give them a cheer, our last two home. Well done. there is some sort of honour being the last home, but it's these two this year. And there we go, the obligatory sprint across the line. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Human Powered Race 2022 edition. Thank you ever so much indeed. We thoroughly enjoyed that. And of course, congratulations to all of our winners.
Absolutely. Santa Pod, one more time. Let's hear it for all our entries in this year's Human Race. Stay right there. We'll get back to the action. We'll clear the lanes, get them clean, and we've got more coming up for you here at Santa Pod. Bug Jam 35, still loads going on around the site as well. The live action arena will be getting underway soon as well. But don't go anywhere. We'll have more action for you live on our Santa Pod track in a few moments' time.
Yeah, so we're just sorting out our Runway brung winners. We will sort those trophies out in the not too distant future. But obviously it is lunchtime now, folks. Go and get yourselves fed and watered. Our track crew won't stop. They'll be getting it prepped, ready for 2 o'clock when we kick things off with Motorsports UK Pro Modified.
And this is the thing, we're getting down to serious business after 2. We've had the run what you brung, we've had the practices, but now it's all about results.
It is, it's all about qualifying, and it is key to be obviously #1 qualifier in all of your classes. It's especially in Motorsports UK. Pro Modified is the first class out, which would be 6-stroke 5-second door slammers. And it's Pro Mod's first visit to Bug Jam.
Wow. Incredible. So we are going to see things go hard, fast, and ever so quick down the Santa Pod strip. We've had the practices, we've seen the launches of some of these cars that we know can do more, but now they're going to go for the real deal.
That's exactly right. Other classes that we've got this weekend, obviously we've seen a lot of VW Sportsman, VW Rose, Sportsman ET, but don't forget we got Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, our street legal cars, and of course Nitro Funny Car.
Oh boy. Bring it on. Bring it on.
They'll be running. And, of course, we do have Top Fuel Dragster with Suzanne Callin as well. So, yeah, we've got plenty to come at you. But it is a track break, and as we get ourselves ready for qualifying. So enjoy your lunch break, folks. We will be sorting out the presentations for Runway Brung very shortly. But until then, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with you at 2 o'clock.
See you soon, Santa Pod.
Nitro FM, it's all yours.
Hey, where do we go? Days when the rain came, down in the hollow, playing the new game, laughing around in here, skipping and jumping in a misty mountain fog with our hearts are thumping, and my brown eye cold. Oh, my brown girl. Whatever happened to Tuesday and so slow? Going down the old mine with the chances to radio. Standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind the rainbow house. Sleeping in a sliding. Oh, Lord, you on the phone with me. My brown eye cold. You, oh, my brown eye cold. Do you remember when? Do you remember when? We used to sing, sha-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Oh, just like that. Find my way. Now that I'm all alone, I just saw you this the other day. My heart will feel calm. Casting my memory back there, I'm overcome, feel about it. Making love in the green, green skies behind the stadium with a brown eye cold. Remember when? Do you remember when we used to sing la 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 time? La 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 Nazi time around our cold. You are my brown eyed cold. You are my brown eyed cold. Hey, thank you.
Reaction times in the 1 second zone. Well, if you averaged it.
It's about right, about 1 second.
No, basically first time, I think, for the estate, definitely. Let's see if my guess was good. Yeah.
Nice, not too bad.
Well, I said 17 seconds though. One went 17:58, the other one.
And I'll tell you what, I should have said before, my prediction was a golf was going to win. So I think I was right.
Yeah, I think it was. Oh, box full of neutrals, unfortunately.
Oh.
And it stopped.
Yeah, not looking too clever off the start line there. But it looks good, though. That's the important thing.
Perhaps it's the air conditioning unit.
I mean, it's important.
It's, yeah. Runway brung continuing. You would see the word Subaru on the side there. So, yeah, definitely Subaru-powered Beetle. Thanks very much indeed. As I say, Blackett Photography taking photographs of everything that goes up to the racetrack over the course of the weekend. Paula is manning the studio, and it's right next to the pairing lanes. And if you're a racer or you've been down the track, you basically need to, ideally, know what time you ran and then they can find when your photos from the day will be sent. So
that's pretty decent.
Ian is taking photographs all day long, and basically, I mean, he's stood in the middle at the moment. He's catching the cars coming to the burnout box, then he's catching these two going up the racetrack. And one of them is John Crawford. John goes through the 1578, and then it takes the. It has the warning lights on, Rob, if you can hear us. Yeah.
Hey, there we go.
Happy birthday, fella. Enjoy your day.
It looks like he's going to have quite a good run for his birthday.
Well, it put him off on his reaction
yeah,
time.
just slightly. Just slightly.
Oh dear. But anyway, let's see what he runs. 15:30, 93 mile an hour. Not too bad.
That's all right. First run of the day.
Meanwhile, the bus gets there in 28.84 seconds at 44 miles an hour. It's the most ever here at Santa Pod Raceway. And I think 54 of them made qualifying runs, or 53, but it was outstanding. You've never seen a field that big before.
And of course, the Sportsmen were taking on the pros last night to find out who is going to be racing for the prize funds under the Sportsmen's. Well, it was a massacre against the pros. They absolutely spanked them. It was
like that. Frosty is the driver. The PB on that vehicle, believe it or not, is 16.8. It used to be green and white, but a bit of a new colour scheme. Just had a new clutch in it at the moment, and looking for a 15-second pass one day, but best at the moment 16.8. 17:15 on that run. Just noticed a message from security actually. We need a vehicle moving, please. It's a black Ford F1 pickup and trailer parked on the blind bend in the pits. The registration number is V167HAV. We need that moving, please. So if you've got a black... if that hooks up and goes to plan, he has a PB of 989, 142. Well, that's certainly going to be a 10. Whoa! 998. I correct myself there. 142 miles an hour. That could be a PB on his speed there. Doing anything. So the headwind is not really a factor today.
So it's a warm track. It's nice, cool air, not too windy. As you say, perfect.
Well, because the temperature didn't drop massively, the track retains a lot of its heat. So, I bet if the pro mods could run now, they would absolutely love these conditions. They really would.
And for those who are new to drag racing, what exactly is the track surface that we're looking at here? Because it's a shiny colour.
Yeah. If we rewind now, as you constantly glue, you're constantly laying extra rubber on it all the time. So you then have a sealed rubber surface is what they're on now. Now sometimes you get too much rubber and you'll see our tractor out there scraping, in other words taking layers of rubber off it. If you go out there and you walk on that racetrack once it's been fully prepped, i.e. the glue bird's been out, it's like walking on sellotape. Debbie Taylor, she'll be racing in Sportsman ET later on. Nicely away off the line. Going alongside the Audi TT. You're seeing more and more Audi TTs appear in Runway Brung and VW Sportsman Racing because they're becoming cheap now. They are affordable. You can find them. Nice run for Debbie Taylor. Well, the 17-second Passat Estate's back. Well, looking away that car left the line, that's definitely a Pateman in the auto clim lane. Go on. 1387 101, lovely. That'll do. Doing their first show of the day. There's something else happening at 11 o'clock as well. Is it Bugwam? Yeah, Bugwam opens at 11 o'clock as well.
I think maybe we might have our first live action arena show at 11 this morning.
Yep.
Definitely not to be missed. Of course, Russ and the guys there, they'll look after you if you're going to go and watch that. And honestly, you will be blown away. Get your phone camera
Jumps, wheelies, flips, you name it, all sorts of things over there. Looking forward to that. So then it's Terry Grant and, of course, Lee Bowers. And then to finish off each show, it will be Monster Truck
and the
Podzilla.
And you know what the great thing about the Terry Grant show is? No show is the same. There is no script. There is no plan. He just makes it up on the spot, which it scares a lot of people. Yeah, it scares a lot of people.
Vehicle, all new chassis. Gary Lake. He is your points leader in Hutchison and Dibley Sportsman ET, and looking to increase on that lead this weekend. Then current 3, 871, 151. They really did get a move on with that car.
Yeah, really improving every time.
But unfortunately, current 3 is no more, and this is on its current 4 now. I think it was 28 seconds on the last pass. The timeout, I think, is 33 on the quarter. Could be 31. But half track, 17.75 at 37 miles an hour. Probably reach about 45 to 48 at the stripe. Let's have a look. 45 miles. Oh, a little bit of wheel spin there for Clive. I think he just flicked the lights on as well. That's not clockwork for Clive, 18.49 at 61.
And I still love the license plate of the Beetle and the Auto Glim. Bye. On the registration.
Red Beetle went too far. That's it, he's in there.
And of course, that's what we have to wait for before any car sets off, is on the tree, making sure that they are in the same position at the same time. And that's shown by the 2 sets of lights above the yellow and green.
12:46 plays a 14:36. So 11 o'clock. Live action arena up and running. Fuelers Bar is open.
It's all happening. It's all just starting to wake up a little bit more now.
Cool Flow BMX are just starting their first show of the day in the Cool Flow arena. Buckwham has opened. Hey, as I say, it's all happening. Don't forget, in an hour's time, the show and shine judging begins. Back when they never realised just how cool it would become.
Oh, iconic as well, and still have
just,
you know, the life in it
beautiful.
now. Yeah.
I'm not saying that modern vehicles have lost their way, but you'll never get creativity like that. That's the trouble. Everything now is designed by computers. But back then, it was freehand. It was.
It's almost a bit soulless in a way, isn't it?
Lower your drag factor, and it's got to be eco-friendly and stuff like that. But back then, that was just right.
I mean, there's a reason why Bug Jam and VW festivals are always so big, and it's because they're just so iconic.
Is John Crawford about to be blown away by a dolly mixture?
Huh?
Whoa, 1666, 82 mile an hour. Very, very nice indeed. That's a new PB.
Beautiful, these two V-dubs.
Now, we all know roof racks lower your drag coefficient. Well, you know, adds to your drag, but when it makes them look that cool, who cares?
I don't even think they're racing. I think they just wanted to show off their cars, to be honest.
Why not?
Yeah, two beautiful bugs there.
55 mile an hour.
That's a great thing about Run What You Brung. You can literally bring anything and run it, and two beautiful beetles like that, not every day you see those on a drag strip.
Other thing that's actually turned out to be quite impressive, in all honesty, we've had minimal car breakages because we're desperate for a 15.7 out of the car.
Could this be it?
I don't know, but that state in the Kestrel beer lane's gone. That's impressive. Is that 13? Is it a 12? 12.44. That's seriously quick. 110 cars. 0.3 of a second either way at the moment, so needs to get his shift point sorted out. He'll get there though, he'll get there. Oh, that's a Debbie Taylor burnout. Now, Debbie's given a bit of a clue, actually. 13.4. That's where she likes to be. A little bit of wheel spin off the line, but not too bad.
It might not be far off here for the 13.4.
52.
Not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, wheel spin.
Yeah, that's what did it, was that wheel spin at the start, absolutely.
Well, Julie, very kind of you to lend Steph your car. Very good of you. Steph at the stripe, 13.99 at 101. Oh, Brian's down there as well. Very good morning to you. Between the two Golfs.
It's basically another half a car, isn't it really?
Do you know what? You're not far off. Definitely in weight. And because the original Mark 1 Golfs were really lightweight. Very nimble, very agile, great fun to drive, and you could feel how those cars drove. Now it's all wizardry and electronics to control everything, and traction control, and to give you a gift of a win in Sportsman ET this weekend. You've still got to fight for that. Well, a little bit of clean up in the Auto Glim lane, so we're down to one lane just for the moment. Ash goes through with a 14.03 at 107. Another one of our sportsman racers, the Lupo.
And for a little car, let's see how much punch it packs. Quite a lot. 14.7. Feel old because
I'd love to find that car
because my answer to that is that car is older than me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And that tells you something about V-dubs, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing, unless you're a member of law enforcement. That's right. If I think about it even more, this is getting really sad in my thoughts. If I went into like the Golf GTI Owners Club, I could probably find it.
Oh man.
Problem is, it's worth more now than when I sold it back in the day. But there we go. Away from Lee Bowers. He's due on at 11:30. Currently got Bulldog doing their thing over there. And then at 10 to 12, it will be Terry Grant, followed by Podzilla the Monster Truck at 10 past 12. The show and shine judging will begin at 12 o'clock. And then, of course, everybody limbering up and getting themselves ready for our human-powered race at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, Bound good acts lined up as well, actually.
Great
really
ones,
need to go and check that one out. 1 till 4 today, Bound and Gagged comedy. Starting off with Nina Benjamin, and then you got Sean Percival.
I've seen a few of these people. They are really good, actually. Sean's great.
Nina Gilligan, Mr. C, Andy Askins, Bethany Black, Brennan Reese. The tree will count down. Off he goes. I thought Bob was going to give it a push then. Well, the Tiguan goes 14.67.
Very nice.
That is rather rapid for a Tiguan.
Mm.
$15.21 and $17.11. Duncan and wife Rachel been a big part of Bug Jam and VW racing since way back when. And this Beetle they've had in, well, because their daughters used to run in Junior Dragster. And then when Morgan became old enough, they've taken over the Beetle.
Wow.
So they've always had it. Nice light, Mr. Crawford. 0-2. Goes through with a 16.04. Lottie goes 18.57, getting quicker with the Beetle. Oh, a fair bit of wheel spin from the Corrado. Goes through the 15.59 at 108 at the stripe. I've just spotted the reason why that estate is so quick. It's actually an R. So it was the top of the range of, they do the Passat R, the Golf R estates. Very rapid. Lawn up here as well. Morning, guys. Well, he's giving it plenty of right foot off the line.
Absolutely. Power.
695 at 101. That could be in the 10 straight away. It is.
Oh, nice.
Well on, Governor. 1080. 126 for his first pass. $15.10 and an 18.46. Not quite as quick as it went last time.
Audi TT here was running a few good times yesterday. Can I get another one in here? Aiming for under 7, the TT. So in the Auto Glen, we got a 1390.
Indeed.
And that looks like some... Is that spinner rims on the one? Beautiful.
That one first registered 1970. 52 years old and looking just as good. No, probably looking better now than it did back in the day. By the side gate. About 10 minutes before that, so that we can get you all round. So you're going to be heading there about 10 to 1, so that once Run With Your Brung is finished, then we can get you all round and ready to do the human powered race at 1 o'clock. $14 flat plays a $14.95.
So these are all set, ready to go.
Polo and the Archeon. Well, the Archeon doesn't hang about, does it?
Nice time for the Archeon. 13:21.
30 mile an hour, but nevertheless, it is something to be aware of. And basically, if a car goes 110, you need a crash helmet. So I think that's what more of the concern was. And looking at the numbers that car had run, more than capable of going 110 at the at the stripe. Hence, I think why they slowed down. Never really know what you're going to get with Terry.
Yeah, it literally could be anything. It really could. I mean, I've been thrown in the back of the boot of one of his stunt vehicles before.
Chris Waterhouse with the Audi A3 putting his run in. He's been one of the rapid ones. 10.73 is what you've run so far.
That's a 10.78.
He's got consistency. That's good. Because you need consistency in bracket racing. Right, Lee Crofts with his beat in Outlaw platform. Oh, taking the long way around.
The scenic route.
No, it's his first run of the weekend. I haven't seen him put a number on the boards at all yet.
Not a bad number to start with.
Yeah, nice opener. Outlaw flat 4 is a heads up. $14.21, $14.58. Those two. Love it.
And I wonder if that first owner back in the 40s, the late 40s, imagined it ever ending up here at Santa Pod.
$13.70 Ford Mustang. Yeah, there's a staging procedural vehicles that haven't seen put numbers on the board yet this weekend. And this will be basically their only opportunity because time now is 12 o'clock, 1 hour before we do our human-powered race. Don't forget, we'd like everybody at the pit gate. Sorry, pit gate. The gate by the side of the start line.
It kind of is the pit gate, I suppose. It's right next to Nitro
pit
FM.
Gate is up the top there, so yeah, mustn't get them confused.
So the gate by Nitro FM.
Yeah, we need everybody there, sort of quartered.
Bit of deviation at the start for the Golf, and we saw that before in the previous run.
Well, Lucas goes 12.23. Good build up of speed at the stripe.
Yeah.
Missed the first time he's been over 120 miles an hour with the Beetle. John Crawford with the Golf. (16.04), 85 miles an hour. Good opportunity to get some track time. That was much better off the line than the previous runs. That went into the 18s yesterday. 20 dead.
Let's see what the Santa Pod original can do here.
179 to 60, 731, 100 mile an hour at the 8. And through the stripe, 11.22,
Lovely.
125. But to say, Billy just purely testing the car, nothing more.
even though it's a test, that looks like a nice run.
8 flat, 167. Well, he went over 150 miles an hour yesterday. Can he do the same again in the 10-second zone? 10.98, 144.
You love to see it.
Very nice running Howard race. Due at 1 o'clock today. We would like as many of you. I've got a funny feeling it's going to be very well subscribed.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people today taking part in that. Also, the main stage opens at 1 o'clock as well. Sid Bofin will be the first act on the main stage. Also go bound.
There was flying cows all over the place here at the start. Over 250 miles an hour, Bud Jam. A massive round of applause for Martin Hill and Richard, ladies and gents.
5.9. This is where John starts to need to work on his reaction times. The car's pretty well dialed. Well, he obviously wasn't trying on the reaction times that time. It's all about numbers at the end of the day. It's what the cars can run. Outlaw Flat 4 is not a dialing class. They just go as hard and as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Christine looks like she's got an issue there. John goes through with a 1592 at 86. But the Beetle just pulling over to the left-hand side, going to be taking the first exit. Everybody's be going sprinting. So that will take a little bit of time. The track will close at 1:30. To allow the track prep before our qualifying starts at 2 o'clock. So there's plenty going on. 1 o'clock seems to be the magic hour, and it will be the human-powered race on the racetrack. Bound and Gagged comedy in the top marquee.
It looks like the white counterparts getting the advantage here. Better reaction time overall. And pops up a 13.94 against a 15.24. Hard participants getting in those final few reps of Run What You Brung. Before all kinds of things that Cole just mentioned there getting underway from 1 this afternoon, all over the shop. Structure in the distance. I believe we've got some of the acts there, Cole, that are going to be performing.
Nina Benjamin is going to be first on stage at 1 o'clock, followed by Sean Percival, Nina Gilligan, Mr. C, Andy Askins, Bethany Black, Brennan Reese, and certainly head on up there between 1 and 4. Up in the dance tent, you can't miss it. That's right. You all know where it is. You were all hanging out there last night, and you'll be back in there tonight. So go and enjoy it. Bound and Gagged comedy. Right, need another vehicle moving. Oh, it's under the tower.
How'd it get there?
I don't know how it got there. That one moving. Whose is that? That's part of the timing cruise. It's parking. It's got a slip in the window. But yeah, it's literally can't park there, mate scenario. Very cheeky.
I mean, I know space.
Right, unfortunately, I haven't got a crib sheet for number 68, but I do for 108. That's Mark Pascoe.
Number 68 looking nice up until that 8th there.
1956 Oval Beetle, a best of 12.18 at 110. Going to get one of those on this run, unfortunately, but good to get a checkout pass in now before qualifying starts in earnest a bit.
For a moment there, Podzilla would have enjoyed that one.
I think that was a cheer for the Hulk as well. I mean, I admire the commitment to the outfit. Been in that outfit all day long. I don't think he's changed out of it at any point.
No, sleeps in it. He didn't have a tent, so he sleeps in the outfit.
To be fair, I'm not sure.
Down now. There's a few left in the lanes. Time and crew have got their parking spot back. Which is good news. But yeah, just another reminder, folks. If you want to take part in our human-powered,
like athletes ready to go.
Now, not that we have elite competitors, but there will be the cyclists at the front.
There will be some people taking it a bit serious.
We do need to go through some rules. Even though they're not set in stone, we do need to remind everybody of what's at stake, as in, please be safe out there. Don't.
Yeah, come on, don't be silly.
Don't suffer from OCD, which a lot of them are, over-competitive dads. That's what we get. Trust me, we do. And our timing crew need to be ready for the human-powered race. They start the race with the tree. They count it down.
So we're doing it for real. The Audi just a slightly better reaction time than the Castrol Beer lane. And a big shout out to Box Lane Productions, bringing us all the live stream as usual. Bradley doing a great job as usual, sir. Well. Everyone prepped, ready to go for that human race, taking on Santa Pod. No word on if the track crew are going to be running as well. That was the biggest shake of head I've ever seen. Straight away, no hesitation. No, it isn't happening. So, there's lights out. Away we go. And it looks like they're going to be pretty evenly matched as well here. What are they going to be posting up? So the Auto Glim 14.53, 97 overall, with a 14.52 on the opposite side with 98.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of Bug Jam 35, you are in for a treat. For the first time that I can remember, this is the first time that we are going to have a round of Motorsports UK Pro Modified. These are the quickest door slammers that we have in the country.
And arguably the loudest in the country.
Yeah. Well, that's an instant contender for best burnout of the weekend. This is John Webster. We saw him come down earlier on this morning in Runway brung just to do a test stage. In other words, he's testing the bump, making sure we can build up boost, everything, get off the line A-OK. Now, basically, this is qualifying. They have 3 rounds of qualifying to set the ladder for eliminations tomorrow. So this will be John's first pass. Now, then all the pro mods are capable of running low 6-second passes. Some of them will dip into the 5s. So first time that pro mods have seen a Bug Jam crowd. The first time a lot of you Bug Jammers have seen pro mods. But these are seriously the quickest door slammer cars you'll ever see. So twin turbos for John Webster. Let's see what he's got in the Mustang then. Building up the boost, going to bump it into stage. There he goes. Lots of wheels spin off the line, but John's sticking with it. All the way through to a 662, wow. 202 miles an hour. But the best thing is the start procedure worked. It was only a 120 to 60 foot. The tyres were protesting. You didn't hear them slip. But that was a cracking run for John to open his account today. 662 at 205. But the 120 for the 60 foot told the story on that one. We hope to see one flat, possibly even into the 0.9s for 60 foot. So, next up then, Annie Wallace and Wayne Nicholson. Now, 3 different engine combinations in Pro. You just saw the twin turbo go through. Yeah, as I say, you just saw a twin turbo go through. The other 2 combinations are represented here. You have the supercharged engine of Wayne Nicholson, and you have the nitrous engine from Annie Wallace. Now you got the Chevrolet Corvette from Wayne actually being pushed back. Now whether he's lost fire, but can't hear the engine running. So maybe Wayne has shut it off, or he's lost reverse. But Annie Wallace reverse back behind the start line. Yeah, so they're taking Wayne all the way back, unfortunately. So going to be a solo for Annie Wallace. So the nitrous Mustang then, a humongous 886 cubic inch motor in there.
Word.
That is somewhere in the region of just under 13 litres.
Oh my God.
There you can see the nitrous being purged. You want to make sure that that is at the correct pressure. It needs to go in a liquid form, not as a gas. You can see the periscope exhaust on the side sticking out. Well, obviously both sides. I can only see one of them. But Annie Wallace then. To say she's quick in this car, she made her debut in Pro Mod last year. Went and the quickest to date, 6.13 at 229 miles an hour. Brother Bobby out front. And actually, in fact, the whole family down there, mum and dad, and Sister Bonnie behind the car as well. So here we go then. Annie Wallace for Wallace Motorsports. Actually, our first run this year. .101 to 60 foot, and Annie sticking with it. Taking it all the way through. It sounded soft, but 686 at 196. Left the line like a bandit with 101 to 60. So they'll study that graph. It did sound, well, it wasn't firing on all 8 in perfect harmony, shall we say. 434 at the 8th, 154. 686, 196. But I say that is the first run of the year for that car. But Annie shoots out, slows down beautifully in the shutdown area, and has already made the turn. But just a little bit of a clean up. Oh, Wayne Nicholson heading back to the pits. Commiserations, Wayne. Fingers crossed you're back out for Q2. Got a couple of hours to get whatever happened with the car there sorted, and they'll make it back down for Q2. They've got 3 qualifying sessions today. Apologies, it wasn't Annie's first run. She ran at Easter. There we go. Wasn't paying attention. I was here at Easter. That's right. Yeah, they've actually switched the pro mods around. Annie ran at Easter. Bobby ran at main event, I think, and now Annie back for this one. So yeah, just a little bit of a clean-up. You can see where Wayne's burnout actually finished, and it was just before the 300-foot mark. So yeah, just a little bit of a clean-up there. Right, so we look round the corner to see Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird. He will be the next one coming round. And should be going alongside Michelle Turenne. And I'm sure the team, yeah, I can see their tow buggy just behind Kev's Blown Bird down in the lane. So a couple of supercharged cars that will be coming round the corner. And then to wrap up the qualifying session, it will be Nick Davis and Andy Robinson will be the final pair. But Pro Mod, 2 cars down the track, both of them in the 6-second zone straight away. Really, really good to see. As I say, just a little bit of a clean-up in the Kestrel beer lane. Don't forget, after Pro Modified, the action will continue on track with Top Fuel Dragster. Suzanne Callin will be putting another pass in. Had a great launch yesterday. But probably going to turn the wick up a little bit more today and get further down the track. And then, all being well, Nitro Bug and Mental Breakdown. They both put in 1 run yesterday. Andy Raw didn't make the second session, but it went very high on the revs and it literally clicked off as it went into the burnout. But seeing Carl Harrison down on the start line means that Andy is in the pairing lane. So very, very good news indeed for you Nitro Bug fans. Not sure on Wayne, and that's right. Carl Gibson on. Is Wayne down in the lanes? He's not, so it's just the Nitro Bug. Okay. Wayne did run a brilliant PB yesterday, but unfortunately not making the call to run today, so hopefully he's not mortally wounded, so to speak. But we'll find out a little bit later on. I'll have a chat with Carl later on today. So that's what we got lined up for you. And then, of course, it will continue after that. There's so much going on, it's unbelievable. Nitro Funny Cars will be following the Nitro Bug, and then we'll be into the rest of our classes doing their qualifying shouts. But it looks like a bit more of a clean-up than we initially thought in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I'll tell you what, we'll stop the waffle. Don't forget, go and check out Bound and Gagged Comedy up in the dance tent. If you can keep your eyes off the racetrack, that is, of course. But you can duck in and out of the dance tent up there. There's refreshments outside. And you've got some great stand-up acts up there as well, so that'll be worth checking out. And, of course, main stage is up and running as well. So plenty to do here at Bug Jam 35, but for the moment, we're just going to rest the vocal cords. We'll take it back when we continue with Motorsports UK Pro Modified qualifying in the not-too-distant future.
Hey, where do we go? Days when the rain came down in the hollow, playing the new game, laughing around in here, skipping and jumping in a misty mountain fog, with our hearts are thumping, but brown eyed cold. You owe my brown eyed cold. Whatever happened to Tuesday and so slow, going down the old mine with a chances to radio, standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind the rainbow house, sleeping in a Sunday. Oh Lord, you wanna fall with you, my brown eyed cold. Remember when? Do you remember when? We used to sing sha-la la 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 la. Oh, just like that. Sha-la la 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 la. Oh yeah, so hard to find my way. Now that I'm all alone, I just saw you this the other day. My heart will feel calm. Casting my memory back there, I'm overcome, thinking about it. Making love in the green, green guys behind the stadium with a brown eyed cold. You are my brown eyed cold. Do you remember when? Do you remember when? Brown eyed cold. You are my brown eyed cold. You are my brown eyed cold. Hey, thank you.
Okay, so we are back once again with Motorsports UK Pro Modified, and this, coming around the corner, Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird. It's a Ford Thunderbird. And going alongside Michel Turenne, he's making his way around the corner with the Cuda. Here he comes. So a pair of supercharged cars. Both of these capable of running in the 5-second zone. Michelle has a PB of 593, Kev a 592. God, if they can run PB form here, that would be absolutely outstanding. So the Pro Dutch Racing Plymouth, 1971 model year. Team based in Rotterdam, so really cool that they've made the trip over this weekend. A very special hello to all of the pro mod teams in Europe. I think there's a few in the Netherlands that could even be tuned in watching some of the coverage from the pod, including Mark Hartfeld, Dave Vector, and there's a whole host of people that follow the pro mod scene. But it's Michel Turenne that's made the trip over for this one. Going alongside Kev Slyfield, the Blown Bird, defending Motorsports UK champion. Title decided at the national finals last year with basically an all-season battle with Nick Davis. Okay, so the burnout procedure all done. Those rear tyres are nice and warm. Track is in tip-top condition. Let's see what these two can do then. Kev Slyfield, the Blown Bird in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And of course, Michelle Turenne, the Plymouth in the Auto Blim Lane. Round 1 qualifying for Pro Modified. Well, both of them sticking with it, very close at the stripe, and it's into the 5s for Kev Slyfield. 5.98, 2.36. Michelle Turenne goes 6.04 at 2.25. Both of them 0.97 to 60 foot. Both of them sub 4 to the 8th mile. That was outstanding from both of the teams. Pro Modified at its best here. Kev Slyfield, Michelle Turenne obviously go number 1 and number 2 in the qualified order. But in the first round, we're in the 5s already. Both of them fishtailing down the quarter mile. Outstanding from those two. Still got 2 more to come. There goes the Pro Dutch team. Give them a round of applause as they go to pick their man up from the top end. And the Blown Bird team, give them a round of applause. They work hard for that. And they're in the number 1 spot for the time being with a 5.98. Okay, the last pair then. It is Andy Robinson with the 69 Camaro, the car he and his team have built themselves in their workshop. Andy is a car builder by trade anyway, and got a great team of people around him. This is Anger Management number 2. Unfortunately, Anger Management, the original version of this car, did crash very spectacularly at the National Finals a few years ago, and they then built this car. And it's fair to say this one's going very well indeed. Going alongside Nick Davis. And boy, oh boy, has Nick really got a handle on this car. Got it down into the 5.8s at the main event this year. Knocking on the door at 250 miles an hour for US Automotive and for Fuel Tech. Car based, well, it used to be based at Silverstone, but now a bit nearer Milton Keynes. And Andy Robinson, the team based Hook in Hampshire. But what have they got for us then? The turbo car of Nick Davis. The supercharged car, Andy Robinson. Your last pair in Pro Mod. We do have a car doing a test pass after this one, Paula Aitken. Well, they're both away well. Andy Robinson on an absolute flyer here. What do we got here? 5.99, 246 miles an hour. He went 104 to 60, a little bit down on the 60-foot time, but he was still sub 4 seconds at the 8th with a 3.98 at 1.93 and a 5.99, 2.46 at the stripe. Nick Davis goes through with a 6.33 at 237, but once again, his 60-foot not exactly where they wanted it to be, 1.20. And 4.28 at the 8th. But look at that. 6 cars run, and all of them qualifying well for their first passes. Okay, Paula Aitken up next with the Rare Breed Mustang. Stan and Paula have had this car for a number of years now, run it in various guises, but spent a lot of time in the States earlier on this year, having a chat with quite a few people. It was an extended holiday, if you like. But learning all new stuff with this car. In competition, way back in 2015, she set her PB of 6.92, actually in Pro Mod. But in Comp Eliminator, she has been 6.6. So we know this car can certainly run the numbers. So Stan just getting the car ready. That's husband Stan arming the parachutes. And just showing the parachute ribbons to Paula to say, yep, they're armed and they're ready to go. So check out pass then for Paula. But stunning crowd actually to watch Pro Modify today. So pleased that so many of you have made it onto the banking and onto the grandstands as well to watch this. Well, if that's a checkout pass, wow. 669, and she clicked it 1,000 foot. Stan, brilliant job. Absolutely brilliant. 101 to 60 foot. We always read out the 60 foot numbers for Pro Mod because that tells them how well they're getting off the line. 419 at 176 at the 8th. But say Paula clicked it very early indeed and coasted across the line with a 669. Bizarrely, that is her quickest ever run in Pro Modified competition, and it's not far off a PB of 661. So fingers crossed, they may even go into the 6.5s, maybe even quicker, but that cart was well and truly sorted. But as I say, Paula clicked it at the top end. Right, don't go anywhere, folks. It's Top Fuel Dragster. Suzanne Cullen is down there in the Santa Pod Raceway. Draper Tools Slick Tricks Racing Top Fueler. She had a run yesterday, but the focus now hopefully is on a full pass. The engine fires. It weans over to nitromethane. Suzanne sat pensively in the car waiting for her moment to engage forward motion. Runa just looking over at the race pack dashboard, just making sure that everything is good on there. A couple of tiny adjustments on the fuel. Okay, so Suzanne now brings the car forward into the burnout. Top Fuel Dragster here at Bug Jam. Well, if you've got youngsters with you in the crowd, be it on the banking or on the grandstand, if you think that was loud for the burnout, it's going to be ramped up a fair bit on the actual run itself. So if you've got ear defenders, very good idea to cover the ears, especially for the youngsters, because these things launch like bandits. They reach 100 miles an hour when they go past the tree at the 60-foot marker. And if Suzanne holds on to the run and does a full pass, you could see a low 4, possibly even a 3-second pass here. And the car is capable of reaching speeds in excess of 300 miles an hour at those orange markers. Yeah, they don't run the full quarter mile, they run to 1,000 feet. And those orange markers are there so Suzanne can see where the 1,000-foot blocks are. Expect to see a whole host of these cars at the European finals in September. You know where to find that information, santapod.com. Come and join us for the last round of the European Championships. But this is Suzanne in test mode, but going to put on a show for us with Top Fuel Dragster. Runa just doing the final adjustments. Here we go then. Top Fuel, Suzanne Cullen. What's she got? Well, that was an... oh, what a mega launch that was. 0.86 to 60 foot, but she was off the gas very quickly after that. But 0.86 to 60 foot, that is really moving. It's a shame she couldn't do a full pass there, but gives you an indication at the 1,000-foot mark on tickover, 8.77 at 79 mile an hour. A lot of cars will struggle to do anywhere near that using full power all the way. But Suzanne, nicely done. Very, very hard launch indeed. We're due to see that car again around about 20 to 6 this afternoon, depending on how the schedule goes. But look forward to seeing Suzanne run again later on today. Right, next up to come, it would have been the match race between the Nitro Bug and Metal Breakdown, but unfortunately Wayne, after that brilliant PB yesterday, unable to make the call for this pairing. So it's going to be the Nitro Bug and Andy Raw. You'll never see anything like this anywhere else on the planet. It is the Nitro Bug. It is a nitro burning VW Beetle body shell. It is really the dream car for Andy Raw. He's been through a few vehicles over the years. The TSI Beetle, always remember that one. But the Nitro Bug was always a dream, and finally a reality for Andy. And always puts on a hell of a show. The ultimate bug, it really has to be. Well, next on the schedule, Nitro Funny Cars. So this is a nice little teaser into what's going to be coming around the corner next, but the Nitro Bug. Came out yesterday to put in a run and did the burn. Well, it went to do the burnout and just went straight up on the revs, didn't get anywhere. But no such issues this time round. Various people messaging in, wishing the best of luck to the Nitro Bug team, including Kerry. Good afternoon to you. And of course, everybody else tuned in via the internet. Brilliant coverage through the Santa Pod live feed. So Carl Harrison says to Andy, go get him. Let's see what he's got there. Andy Raw, the Nitro Bug. Got to 330, clicked it off early. Carl, very happy with that one. Sounded exactly part of the plan. So Carl rubbing his hands together with that one, he said, yeah, I've got something to work with now. So well done to the team. Christian as well, good afternoon, mate. A bit of an all-star crew on that one now. Good to see everybody smiling and having a good time. Right, next up then is Nitro Funny Car. The Gladiator. Jason Phelps at the control of Mark and Jackie Hawkins' car, the Hawk Motorsport car. Good afternoon to you, Jackie. Got to give a special shout out to Craig Dixon. He messaged me after the Gladiator team had made a run, and I missed it immediately afterwards. But Altered Tees designed the new team shirts for the Gladiator team, and absolutely outstanding design. Just got it spot on, really. Very, very good job indeed. Such a professional appearing team. So just getting everything set for the Gladiator Funny Car to put his run in. Well, they're doing checkout passes yesterday, but today this is where it starts getting a little bit more serious. This is a round of the Funny Car Championship. I wondered where they were going, pushing the car underneath the tower then, but no, they're basically just straightening up the wheel. So when the engine is fired and Jason moves forward, the wheels are pointing straight and the car is in the right position. And basically, you just see the top fuel dragster go through with Suzanne a little while ago. Basically, the same power plant, but squeezed into a much shorter wheelbase. And instead of the engine being behind the driver in the top fueler, it is right in front of the driver in the Funny Car. A carbon fibre composite body lowered over the Funny Car chassis. Once again, the car doesn't actually start up on nitromethane. They start it on methanol, and then a few seconds later switches over to nitromethane. Basically, you can't start a car on nitro. It's such an explosive fuel. It would not do any good to the engine internals whatsoever. Doesn't have an onboard starter, so you have a clip-on starter to the front, which is connected to a serious ampage battery in the back of the pickup truck. And once everything is ready, they will just double check with the the start line crew to make sure that it's good to start. Thumbs up will be given, and then they fire it up. Well, they look pretty set. That's right. I think I may have just realised what they've been waiting for. And that was someone to play with. Kevin Kent coming round the corner then with the GSI Insurance Chevy Monte Carlo. Now, for a moment, I thought that Jason was doing a solo, but it looks like it's going to be side by side with Kevin Kent, and then just lining up behind those two who will do the solo. It'll be Steve Ashdown with The Undertaker. As I say, the cars have already run this weekend, putting in checkout passes yesterday to entertain the crowd. But now this gets a lot more serious. This will be qualifying now. Would love to see these cars run in the fours over the course of the weekend. And just like the top fuel dragsters, these cars run to 1,000 foot as well. .500 cubic inch V8 engine, topped off with a supercharger. The fuel is nitromethane, as we know. So 3 is a magic number. Okay, thumbs up from both teams, so they're both ready. So let's get them started. So the bodies are lowered over these two cars. Kevin Kent, Jason Phelps coming forward for the burnout. Well, if you wonder how the drivers control the throttle on a burnout, we have a throttle stop. Basically, it's a clip that goes on the side of the supercharger, and when the driver depresses the pedal, it stops the supercharger butterflies opening right up, so it has a preset amount of throttle that they put into it. Well, it looks like Jason doesn't have reverse. The engine's still running, but has actually lost reverse drive, so he'll still be able to take the run. Just doesn't have reverse, so they pushed him back behind the start line. No such issues for Kevin Kent with the GSI Insurance Monte Carlo. Kevin Kent just been held on the line. He won't be able to hold it there forever. Need to get Jason to move on up. So bringing Jason up to the line. So here we go then. Kevin Kent, Jason Phelps. Funny car here at Bug Jam. Well, Kevin Kent got past 330 on that one. Went .96 to 60 foot, 389 at 149. and went across the stripe at 5:57 at 130 miles an hour. Problems for Jason on that run. 104 to 60, but the problems were beset before that, and coasts across the line with 11:11 at 54. And yeah, they'll get that one back to the pits. Not quite sure what happened with the transmission there. The car would not engage in reverse, and temperatures started to rise just a little bit there, and Jason didn't get the run he wanted at all. But not a bad shout for Kevin. Again, got to the 330 under full wick, 0.96 to the 60, as I said, but was off the throttle well before the 8th mile, 389 at 149. But we still got another funny car to come, and this is the Undertaker of Steve Ashdown. The Dodge Stratus. Let me just look down into the shutdown area. There goes the teams to go and collect their cars from the top end. Jason has already made the turn off, no problem at all, so we just need to clear Kevin from the shutdown area. Well, there goes the Gladiator team. What a fine looking bunch they are. Looking very smart in the new shirts, though. We do like those. And one of the best looking funny cars that you're likely ever to see, the Gladiator team. Going up to pick Jason Phelps up, and they'll get that transmission apart, just see why it wasn't going into reverse. It could be just an adjustment, or it could be something a little bit more serious than that. But this is drag racing, and they'll be on that straight away and turn it round for another qualifier later on this afternoon. Yeah, due again at 10 to 6, actually, Nitro Funny Car. So all still to come this afternoon. But we do have one more. It's waiting patiently underneath us. Those of you that tune into the live feed can see the Undertaker team just hovering around the car at the moment as they get ready to launch Steve Ashdown all the way down the quarter mile here at Santa Pod. Don't forget, though, the funny cars only run to 1,000 feet. In actual fact, Kevin's car is now rolling, so that will be clearing the top end very shortly indeed. And could even take the second exit, actually. I can't work out exactly where he is. Yeah, taking the second exit, so Kevin Kent about to clear the top end. So we're going to be ready for Steve Ashdown then. With the Undertaker fuel funny car, they're just getting set to start up. As Kevin's car clears the top end. Not too much tar smoke on the burnout, very controlled indeed from the Undertaker team. And Steve had presence of mind to go right the way up to Lee, who does the backing up duties for the team. Talking about an experienced team, I mean, my goodness me, Dave Bryant has been tuning these cars for many a year. Lee Webb out front regularly goes over to the USA and works on funny cars to the other side of the Atlantic. But a well-drilled team indeed. So the body comes up, final adjustments. I don't exactly know everything they do under there, but a lot of it is down to the clutch timers. They are armed and prepared, ready to go, and basically when Jason hits the loud pedal, when his foot slams the accelerator down, it activates the clutch timers. There's very little that he can do during the run with regards to controlling the actual transmission. It's a direct drive, it's all on clutch pack timers. And although it's not fully engaged on the launch, about 1.5 seconds into the run, All clutch packs are engaged. So then, Steve Ashdown with the Undertaker. What's he got? Quite soft on the launch, 104 to 60. And again, clicking it at the 330. And coasting through to a 632 at 108. And of course, they will be building on that as the event progresses. Don't forget, another qualifier for Funny Cars this afternoon, so we look forward to seeing them a bit later on. Well, as a show session, that was pretty spectacular. Motorsports UK Pro Modified. We had 2 cars in the 5-second zone. Brilliant launch from Suzanne Calin with the Top Fuel Dragster. The Nitro Bug getting a run in as well. Really good to see them back on track. And of course, Fuel Funny Car as well. So a very, very good session from our show cars here this afternoon. So it goes to Shockwave team, the Undertaker team as they are now. I still call them Shockwave because a lot of them are from that team. So they're going to go and pick Steve Ashdown up from the top end. Well done, guys. And of course, they'll be back in the pits working away on the cars, ready for their next qualifier later on this afternoon. Right, just looking around the corner to see who's coming up next. I do believe it's going to be Billy with the latest addition to the Santa Pod fleet. Now, if you want to see cars like this, need to come to events like Green Light Nationals, the European Finals, definitely, where you'll get everything. You get Top Fuel, Funny Car, Pro Mod, and then, of course, all the bikes as well. That is in September. And this type of car races in a class called Pro ET. Sorry, Super Pro ET. Pro ET is a bit quick for that. Where the cars run between 6 seconds flat and 8.99. That is exactly where this car performs its best. As we get set for our other classes that will be taking part in qualifying, going to be kicking things off with VW Sportsman very shortly. And it is a dial-in class, so what's going to happen is the cars will write on their back windows or have somebody there with a dial-in board, and they will tell us what number they think they can run, and they will try and run as close to that as possible without going under it. Whoever gets closest to their dial-in becomes #1 qualifier. Quite simple. Very interesting, just looking down at Jacqueline Bartlett there thinking, well, I'm going to be driving that car soon. She certainly will be. So Billy Everett then, with the latest addition to the Slick Tricks Racing stable. Lovely pass from there, but he clicked it slightly early, 8:48, 114, but 1:37 in 5 seconds at the 8th mile. Nicely done. Right, we are into VW Sportsman qualifying now. You will see numbers appearing on the scoreboard. So there we go. 12:72 is what Dan Brioche reckons he can run with the Loco Polo. And it's Lottie Bradford. She reckons 18.25 is the number that she can hit with the Beetle. Now, there's no head starts. This is qualifying. They are just trying to run the numbers that they have dialed in. But when it comes to eliminations, if these numbers were run, then 18.25 would be a head start, obviously, over 12.72. The idea being that they would meet at the finish line. So it will be the Loco Polo that will get to the top end first. How well has he judged this? 12.96, a couple of tenths off. And a breakout way too quick there for Lottie Bradford, 17.92. I think we'll see an adjustment on the Darling next time round for Lottie. Most definitely. Caitlin Wilson, well done. Third in the human-powered race. Well done. Right, Jake Fronder and Jerry Sadler in VW Sportsman. So Jake dialing in 12.30 with the Audi. Goes 12.36, only 600ths off. That's good for number one. And Jerry Sadler goes 16.16 on a 16 flat, just 1600ths off. And that's good for number two. Emma Sadler, the Candy Queen, has a sweet shop in Milton Keynes, hence the Candy Queen. Going alongside Andy Vos with the Seat, dialing in 15.10. Emma dialing in 15.65. Now, if you've got a VW, as most of you have here, I want to take part in drag racing, why not? Go and see the VW DRC, have a chat with some of the races there. You, too, could join in and do some VW racing with the VW DRC. Also, you can take part in sportsman racing as well. And it's a great bunch of racers as well in both classes. So Andy Vos goes through with a 15.91 and a 16.76 there for Emma. So Andy goes 3, Emma goes 4. All right, the Seat Leon with Nigel Coulson up next. Dialing 14 flat. And then Steve Stone with the Golf. 15.60. Well, don't forget we do have our Perfect Awards this weekend. 100 quid is up for grabs, courtesy of Dragster.com and the sponsors. Now then, the Perfect Light Award, which is basically a reaction time award. If we can get all the zeros on that one, that is £50. First racer to record a reaction time of 0.000, and that is with Dragster and Bad Habit Racing. And the Perfect ET Award is also £50 for the person who can hit their dial in bang on. In other words, 0.000 on their index. The Perfect ET Award, supported by Andy Hadfield and the Twister Race team. And I don't know if Andy's tuned in today, but Andy and Hayley, a very, very good afternoon to you. Hope you keeping well. Looks like you had a fantastic time away last weekend with the new camper, and of course lots and lots of love coming your way once again from the pod and everybody here at Bug Jam. And there is our, I'm pretty sure I heard it, but I can't see it, the memorial flight overhead as well. Yeah, if you look behind the grandstands, you'll be able to see the memorial flight banking right and heading back towards the racetrack. That's right, the live stream have picked it up now. Just coming over the main grandstand, as we do have Justin and Bruce about to put the run in. Not very often you can do a run up the quarter mile with a plane from World War II flying overhead. So Bruce goes 15.31, Justin goes 15.26, they go 9 and 3. All right, it looks like we could possibly get one more flyby from the Spitfire as it banks left once again. If you look beyond the finish line to the right-hand side, you can see the plane incoming. Coming straight up the racetrack now. Just look above. And of course the customary wing waggle as well to say thanks very much. We'll see you again soon. Oh, problems for Nigel Gregson pulling over to the right straight away off the line. And bizarrely, that sent the other one on its way. Not quite sure what happened there. I was looking at the plane in the sky. So the Octavia being pushed back. Either they're very strong or the car's very light, but that's moving backwards at a fair old rate of knots. Okay, so let's see who's up next then. Got a funny feeling it's going to be Laurie Anslow. Yep, Jason's out front there. Good afternoon, buddy. So we replaced a yellow Octavia with a blue one. Going alongside Paul Jackson with the T 2.5 camper. It's called Pop the Kettle On. I love it. This car, or this van, if you like, took a win in the VW Pro versus VW Sportsman shootout yesterday. And it dials in a 24.5 for the quarter mile. I want you to give this lots of encouragement as it goes up the quarter mile. His normal race car's broken, but he's got this bus. Go on, cheer him on. Cheer him on. Laurie Anslow's going to get to the strike first, no question on that. Looking for a 17 flat and gets a 17.41. But here comes Paul Jackson. He's approaching the finish line. Will he go over 50 mile an hour? 25.58, doesn't quite reach the 50. It's 46.8, but it's the aerodynamics of a bungalow. Probably did leave the kettle on, that's why it ran so slow, but well done, Paul. Great to see you taking part. He'll adjust the dial in accordingly to see if he can run the numbers. Right, next up, Alex Day with the Golf. Dialing in 12.7, and Steve Metcalf with Blue Steel, the Baja Bug, 16.70. Well, nicely away for Steve. Now on the scoreboards you can see his reaction time. You won't see that in racing, but in qualifying you will. And Steve with a 0.7 reaction time is always good to try and cut a good line. Not entirely going to plan for Alex Day with the Golf. Steve Metcalf goes 17.37 at 72 miles an hour. But Alex limping along. Well, the engine is still running, so obviously either clutch or transmission issue. Pulling it over to the side and not going to have enough steam to cross the finish line, unfortunately. The gate has opened, but it's still got 200 yards to go to reach that first exit. Well, if you consider the car was doing 15 miles an hour at the 8th mile, but now starting to roll downhill very, very slightly, so that car will clear the top end through the first exit very soon. Might get a bit of a nudge from the quad. Yeah, it looks like it's going to make the exit. It does so. Well done. Right, okay, so our next pair coming up to the line then. John Gallant with the Sirocco. Dialing in 7.20, and Paul Robinson with the Audi TT 14.8. 14.84 for Paul Robinson, just 400s off, goes into the number 2 spot with that one. John Gallant goes 17.43 on a 17.20. It goes into number 9. Right, the 2 yellow cars side by side, Polly Judge and Reese Finney. 15.83 and 16.90 the targets. 16.55 and 17.05. Reese doing the better job there, goes in at number 5. Polly goes in at number 13. So points leader at the moment in the championship is Paul Robinson. Phil Jones is number 2 spot. John Crawford is currently number 3. And I believe they are all here this weekend. So the Darlings end, 16 flat for Rob Cresswell, and Kaylee Jackson looking for 17.60. $16.74 and $19.57. So adjustments on Darlings coming up for both of those two. As we look at the Passat of Hazel Carter, seeing this car in Runway Brung doing a fair amount of passes. Becky Bambrick with the Silver Pearl, the Mark II Golf. She's looking for 16.41. And Passat looking for a 15.5. Just a little bit of a clean up in the Kestrel Lane, nothing much. So Hazel 15.50 gets a 15.13. Big breakout. As did Becky. 16.01 on a 16.41. Both going way too quick. Connor Jones. And we do have a driver name 597. Just haven't got it on the screen at the moment. That's weird. That's Andy Cooper. So Andy Cooper looking for 15.40, gets a 15.60. And a 17.98 there for Connor Jones. So Andy goes 9, Connor goes 20. Right, just a little bit of a timing system reboot after that. I think they just want to make sure the names are all correct in the system. And wow, that was quick. It's one of the quickest reboots I think I've ever seen. Right, here we go. Andrew Bambrick with the Mark II Golf. And Darren Walsh with the Mark 1. The dial-ins, 13.45 for Andrew, and it's a 16.72 for Darren. $13.41, just that little bit too quick there for Andrew. Darren Walsh, the right side, 16.96 on a 72. Breakout though for Phil Jones. Let's see how these two get on then. John Crawford, the Craw Dog, wants a 1586. This is Phil Jones actually with the Dragon Wagon. Whoa, a lot of wheel spin. Don't forget, show and shine presentations in front of the main stage as we speak. 3:30, we'll see the live action arena. And of course, Bug Jam's got talent registration. John Crawford goes 1613 and 1684 for Phil with the Audi. And next up, it's the Lupos. Tom Circuit from Buckingham wants an 18.30. Danny Bean wants 1470 with the yellow one. $15.50 plays an 18.75. Danny goes 19. Tom goes 14. Right, we move on to VW Pro. Dave Crowhurst going alongside Abby Tether. 9.51 for the Beetle, 12.65 for the Golf R. Well, one of them needs to go in. There we go. Dave goes in. There goes Abby. Drive it like you stole it, Dave. 9.79, 141 miles an hour at the stripe. But Abby Tether, how about that? 12.90 on a 12.85. In actual fact, they go 1 and 2, but then they are the first two cars in VW Pro. But nevertheless, 12.90 on a 12.85 dial, and that's going to be pretty tricky to beat, actually. Abby Tether running very close to our number straight away. Next up, Ed Keach with the Tangoed Golf, and it is Sam Young with the current Beetle. $12 flat is the dialing. For Ed, 10.20 for Sam. Well, Current Racing, their best launch so far. 10.72, 127. And 12.48, 110. Ed goes 3, Sam goes 4. Mark Taylor with the Saint Leon. Wants a 10.20 on his timing slip to match the 10.20 he reckons the car will run. And it's the Dragster of Jonathan Newell. Cupra. Oh, perfect reaction time money goes there. 0002 for Jonathan Newell. Well, that's some of it gone. 0002 on the reaction time. Oh, that only breaks up by 0.03 of a second. But the Perfect Light Award, 50 quid, has gone. Brilliant stuff there. Well, that didn't take long to go. Oh, Graham Fairhead lifted those front wheels up beautifully there on the launch for the Misfit Type 3. He wants 11.20. Rob Carter looking for 12.90. 11.38 and 13.22. So Graham goes 2, Rob goes 4. Next up, Chris Waterhouse with the Audi A3. Wants 10.70. Done a few runs in Runway Brung. And it's James Hodson, the Golf, 10.70. In fact, they both dial in the same. $10.95 for James. Unfortunately, Chris didn't get off the line at all. So that will get that one back to the pits and suss out what went wrong. And hopefully make it back for Q2. Next up, Charlie Roberts with the Up. Dialing in 11.60, going alongside Chris Boyner with the Green Goblin. 11.77 for the Beetle. Chris gets there first with 11.41. Big old breakout there. Charlie Roberts goes 11.88 or 11.60. He's the right side, so he goes number 4. But Chris with the breakout, bottom of the pile there, even though he went quicker. 11.41, they help him, so he goes in at number 11. Ollie Whitehouse with the Beetle, looking for 12.95. Go on, Ollie. 13.17, goes in at number 3 with that one, nicely done. Good to see Geordie here. Paul Jordan with the Polo, 9.20 dial-in. Going alongside Ian Dale with the Strip Burner Beetle. Paul Jordan definitely going to get there first. 9.78, 149 miles an hour. And that's a 12.53 at 107. So Ian goes 11, Paul goes 12. Phil Blogg with the Caddy, the Debt Collector. 11.70 darling. And it's Jake Fronda with the Audi, 11.3. $12.35 plays $12.15. Phil goes 13, Jack goes 14. Simon Crowley with the Trailer Queen, Mark 1 Golf. Those front tyres scrabbling for grip there. Good run there for Simon. 9.88, 142. It's starting to come together for Simon Crowley. Fantastic run for him. Who cares that they broke out? 142 mile an hour at the stripe. 9.88 on the run. Well done, gang. Exceptional pass from them. They're fair to say they've been up against it recently, but that was well and truly worth it for them to get down there with that run. Absolutely outstanding. Right, just a quick bit of track prep. We're going to take hardly any time at all. So, Nitro FM, just for a moment, take over the airwaves. Be back with you with Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Right, a bit of a parish. He's still got Bound and Gag comedy in the dance tent at the top there. That finishes about 4 o'clock this afternoon, so he's still got half an hour to catch the last remaining act or two up there. But the most important thing we need at the moment is all the vehicles moved from in front of the main stage. Right, as we look into the pairing lanes, the next class that has appeared on our run order is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And good entry from Street Eliminator this weekend. They do love coming to Bug Jam, actually. Pro Mod, it was their first visit here, and they were a little bit unsure, but Street Eliminator going, oh yeah, Bug Jam, well, we're back. So yeah, they absolutely love coming back here. And of course, we will be having Outlaw Flat 4 afterwards, and then it will be Sportsman ET to wrap up our race classes for today. But here we go then, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And it's called Street Eliminator because these cars are all street legal. Now, normally, they would go out on a cruise in the countryside for about 26 miles. They'll go to Wellingborough. They will stop at a trade park and do what's called a hot start, where they switch the engine off and have to start it within 2 minutes. They do a designated fuel stop. And then they come back to the racetrack. And basically, the last car needs to be back within 5 minutes of the first car. And assuming they all make it back, I mean, they do it in convoy anyway. But they all need to make it back, and once that's all done, then they are good to race on Sunday. The exception to that is Bug Jam, because it's very difficult to get these cars in and out of the facility. So they don't actually do the cruise at this particular event. Right, first up, Ricky Hale with the big Chevy truck, and it's Paul Morton with a mortified Zodiac. Mort will be running in the 9s, Ricky will be in the 10s. Mort would love to get an 8. Well, Paul Morton on a great looking run here, 9:43, 1:43, and it is a 10 for Ricky Hale, 10:98. 127. Right, that's the hooligan himself. Elliot Day with Plan B, the 33 Willis. And it's Mark Sheridan with that twin turbo Hemi Cuda. Mark has had this car a number of years now, but has been rejuvenated once again, rebuilt into its current guise. And Mark NH, who's out front there, been over to the States, learning a lot of stuff about these cars, going to a lot of like street outlaw type meetings to understand the latest technology and translating it into this car. Has been into the 8s, and comfortably so. Elliot, boy, we'd love to be in the 8s as well. But here we go then, Elliot Day, Mark Sheridan, the next pair. Mark Sheridan goes 9:26. Look at the speed though, 171 miles an hour. I can't believe that. They both went 9:26. Despite the difference on the start line, Elliot was just sat there waiting to do his run, but Mark disappeared into the distance. But both of them going 9:26. Right, as I call him now, the certifiable nutter. This is Tony Higgs with the Capri, going alongside Nick Hale with the Redneck Racing Mercedes 280. Why do I say Tony Higgs is a certifiable nutter? Well, this car keeps lifting the front wheels, and did a huge wheelie at the start of the season, and then did another one later on. We'd have thought he learnt the first time, but no, he went and did it again. He's told me that he's calmed the car down now. Well, if he could told me his car was black, I'd have believed him. But let's see how they get on then. Tony Higgs. And a load of wheel spin off the line there for Tony, but he's got it hooked up now. Should be the quickest for the time being. It is 8:64 at 1:79, and a nice 10:66 for Nick Hale with a Mercedes. Yeah, do not adjust your sets. That is a transit van, but this one is not going to hang about. Going alongside Andy Bond. We saw him do some start procedures in Run What You Brung, but now he's into qualifying mode proper. And of course, Andy Bond, the first car in Street Eliminator history. That ran a 6-second pass and regularly over 200 miles an hour. Don't forget, street legal, the pair of them. Beautiful flat launch for Andy Bond. Piling on the coals. That is a glorious looking run. Look at the speed. 204 miles an hour at the stripe. 7.42 for the ET. Ash goes through there, 10.14 at 134. But poetry in motion there for Andy Bond. Not the quickest he's ever gone down the quarter mile. He's been in the 6s, but 7.42. Beautiful run. But it was the speed, 204. Right, Al Mack with the Volvolution, the Volvo 162. He's had this car for, I've lost count of how many years, probably 30 odd. Fair to say it's changed a bit over the years, and he's got this car running well and truly in the 7-second zone, the mid-7s now. Had a couple of leery moments recently in the shutdown area, trying to settle the car down. It's all right, but getting up the speed, it's slowing it down at the other end seems to be the entertaining part at the moment for Al. In fact, actually kicks it off early there, goes through the 997 at 119. I think that's his first pass since his last wayward moments earlier on in the season. So Al Mack, he's back with us, which is good to see. Right, it is Outlaw Flat 4. It's the heads up class, just like Street Eliminator. If you're the quickest, you go to the top of the pile. Right, first up then, Lee Crofts with his Beetle. He is in the Auto Glim Lane going alongside John Rathbone. That is a cracking looking car. Well, they're off and running. Lee Crofts goes through with the 1463 and a 1628 there for John Rathbone. Right, Frederick Cohen with the Beetle in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and it's Paul Henschel in the Auto Glim Lane. Henschel's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 11.35 and he goes top of the pile with that one. 124 miles an hour. Frederick goes into number 2 with a 12.23. So Vito Versleys from Belgium with the Edge Beetle in the Auto Glim Lane, and Lucas Dalgleish. Oh, Lucas has a problem off the line. The car Gets about 30 foot out and goes no further, but let's see what Vito's got for us then. 11.36. Getting to number 2 spot by 100th of a second. And unfortunately, Lucas being pushed back, so he'll go back to the pits and hopefully he'll make Q2, whatever the issue is. Plenty of Outlaw flat fours here this weekend. So good to see such a strong representation from the class this weekend. Pretty much all of them will be Beetles, but there are others. Okay, we got so Adam Lowe, he's in the Kestrel lane, and it's the social outcast of Darren Shepherd. Can we have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Darren Shepherd off and running. Adam Lowe trying to close him down. It's all about the ETs. Darren goes 11.96. Adam goes 12.32. So Darren goes 3, Adam goes 5. Right, Mark Pascoe and Johnny Marriage. Well, what Mark would give for an 11-second pass here, he's been 12.1. Johnny Marriage, best of 11.7. .48 there for Mark Pascoe. Problems for Johnny Marriage. Pulls over to the left-hand side, coasts across the line in 21.04. So Paul Bate with the 72 Beetle. He's in the Kestrel Beer lane. And Dave Wheatley, the 73 Beetle. This has been in the 9s. Yeah, smoking like a good one there for Dave Wheatley. Not quite sure why so much was coming out of the back of it, but it didn't look healthy. And Ian sort of saying, guys, if we send it, it might break it. So it's Paul Bate on a solo here, going way better than it was running. Into Run What You Brung on an absolute flyer here. 11.05 at 112 miles an hour. Well done, Paul, and he takes the number 1 spot with that one. Not far off his 10.79 PB, but yeah, certainly getting back with it. 11.05, 112, and that is your number 1 qualifier so far. So Outlaw flat 4, all safety through. There's a few that didn't make it on that particular run, and they'll go back to the pits. But once the class up and running, those that started to get their runs in over the course of the weekend made the most of that session, especially Paul. Very, very good run at the end there. Right, just looking in front of the main stage, there are still a couple of cars that we need moving. Don't forget, it is Bug Jam's Got Talent, but we need 1 or 2 more cars from moving in front of the main stage. If you've led to the show and shine and have left your car there, suggest you go and move it as soon as possible, please. We do need that area completely clear. And of course, you know what Santa Pod's like. We have ways of moving vehicles. If you don't, suggest you go and move it. Right, we move on to Hutchison and Dibley. Sportsman ET first up, Andy Dibley and Clive Dandridge. It's the 1969 C15 truck going alongside the 12-second Camaro. Andy came looking for a 12-second pass with the car. Didn't expect it to go as quick as 12.1s. But here he is, living the dream. Can he run a 12.16? That's what he's dialed in. Clive dials in 12.93. Oh, 12.17 on a 12.16 dial in. Andy Dibley. Wow. Outstanding. 13.03 for Clive. Obviously number 2 spot with just 2 vehicles down the track so far. Next up, Kirsty Tram and Tom Atkinson. Oh dear. The battle of the partners then. 14.20 plays 12 flat. In theory, Tom will just disappear into the distance and then coast when he gets to about 900 foot, because the car is capable of going way quicker than 12s. There he goes. He's coasting now. What's he got for us? 12.28. Kirsty goes 14.46. So Kirsty goes 3. Tom goes number 4. All right, Georgina Smith and Gary Lake. They are your next pair. So looking at the National Championship, we've done 3 rounds at the moment. We've still got 3 rounds to go in the National Championship, and it's this man here, Gary Lake, who's leading the points chase at the moment by 320 points from Brian Huxley. So Gary really want to make very strong headway in this meeting. Wants to go rounds and just score a mountain of points. That's what he's here for. 14.10 is the darling, compared to 15.75 for Georgina. 14.21, nice opener for Gary, but 16 flat for Georgina. So Gary goes 3, Georgina goes 4. Holly Walters up next, going alongside Dominic Hensman. Oh, 08 light for Holly, nicely away. Holly's going to get there first with a 15.66, and it's a 15.88 for Dominic. Breakout too quick for Dominic, but Holly goes in at number 4. Right, it's another Huxley. This is Darren Huxley. You normally see this car drifting, but brings it to the pod this weekend. It's a Nissan. I like it. Mark, I think it's cool. Going alongside Michelle Walker with My Nanny and Me, the Cortina. She does a 15.45. Both of them go red, but I don't mind that at all. Nicely anticipated Michelle, just a little bit the wrong side, but nice to see that though. 12.97 for Darren. Michelle goes 15.70. So Michelle, the right side, goes number 5. Steph Pateman and Chris Cresswell, your next pair. Steph dials in a 13.94. Chris, a 15.35. Chris Cresswell languishing in 13th in the points. Needs to catch up a few. Well, Steph with a quicker car, she will get there first. She dials in a 13.94. How well has she judged it? 13.89, it's a breakout a bit too quick, as did Chris Cresswell. 15.31 on a 35. Both just a little bit too eager. Well, we just see Chris go through. This is the wife, Jamie Cresswell. Dialing in 18.10 with the Fiesta. And it is Brian Huxley, who is number 2 in the National Championship points chase with the Santa Pod Mustang. Dialing in a 14.20. We'll see how he gets on. So it's going to be the Mustang up to the stripe first now. 14.20 the target, gets a 14.59. And Jamie, oh, a little bit too quick there for Jamie. 18.05 on an 18.10 dial-in. Do the same thing next run, Jamie, just to adjust the dial-in accordingly. And you should be there. All right, Michael Franklin. First time, I think, I've seen a Range Rover take part in Sportsman ET. We've had Jeep Grand Cherokees, but I don't think I've seen a Range Rover before. But there we go. We've got one here. Going alongside John Crawford with the Golf. He dials in 16.04. The Range Rover dials 16.80. $16.18 for John Crawford goes number 4, and a $17.35 for the Range Rover. Goes into number 11. Right, the other Santa Pod Mustang, it's Lee Huxley. Dials the 13.37. And just to get the Mustang flavour going, this is Felicity Gibbs looking for a 17.20. Now, if my memory serves me right, Felicity Gibbs has actually won Sportsman ET at Bug Jam before. I believe Kirsty Tram was her opponent in the final when she won her Bug Jam event. But Lee Huxley gets to the straight first, 57 on 37, a bit too quick. Well, no, not quick enough, 2/10 off, and Flick goes through with a 17.41. All right, Troy with the Camaro looking for a 13.90, and Steve Mellor's looking for a 15.90. Nice light there for Steve. Once again, a reminder, we want those cars moved from in front of the main stage immediately, or they will be moved. Quite simple now. Go and move them, or we'll move them. 13.97 for Troy. Very nicely done indeed. He goes in at number 2. And a 16.06 for Steve. He goes in number 6. Jane McCready with Ben's van, and that is Rob Cresswell with the A3. Jane dialing in 15.84. Rob dialing in 16.70. All right, 15.84 the target for Jane. She gets a 15.74 breakout by 1/10 of a second. Rob Cresswell, the right side by 1/4 of a second. Goes in at number 13. Right, pick your Mustang, Debbie Taylor. Quite a few runs in Runway brung, so she should be pretty close to where she wants to be. Dialing in 13.40, and Alan Medley with the Bad Penny Mustang, 13.62. Oh, Debbie Taylor way out in front. 13.33. It's a breakout a little bit too quick. Al Medley goes 14.49 on a 13.62. Not quite where he wanted the car to be, but he goes 17. Debbie goes 21. Oh, I haven't seen the S-Cargo for a little while, but it's here. Uncle Dave driving. And that's birthday boy Ash Simons. Hence the party hat. So the Skyline dialing in 13.46. Dave Cherritt with the S-Cargo Astra 18.10. Oh, a lot of wheel spin off the line for Ash this time round. You can tell that because the revs didn't drop. $13.76 the net end result. Dave Cherritt goes 18.15 to number 2. He'll take that. Well done, Dave. 18.15 on 18.10. Right, potentially being the quickest vehicle in the class. This is Jill Medley with the Jeep Grand Cherokee. But trust me, this doesn't hang about. It's a V8 Hemi. Awesome bit of kit, that. Looking for a 12.12. Gets a 12.65, slots in at number 18. So that's a wrap for Sportsman ET. And it is Andy Dibley leading the way from Dave Cherritt in second, Troy Attree third, Clive Dandridge 4, Gary Lake number 5, John Crawford 6, Steve Mellors 7, Holly Walters 8, Lee Huxley 9, and it's Felicity Gibbs in at number 10. It's going to be back round to Sportsman ET in a moment, but just a tiny bit of work on the start line. So just for a moment, Nitro FM, if you can take it, we will take it straight back when we continue qualifying here at Bug Jam 35. We're back once again, and it's a time trial run for Junior Dragster before we get into our next cycle of qualifying. This is Lola Bell Kent in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Ellie Mae Brown, the Mystic Junior Dragster, in the Castrol Beer lane. So if you've got a youngster, fancy having a go at drag racing, this is the place to start. Aged 8, you can start running these things. You go into a class called Junior Stock, where they are limited to going no quicker than 11.90. And then when they reach the age of 11, they can go to Junior Modified, like Lola Bell Kent. She can go as quick as 8.90. And then when they reach the age of 14, like Ellie Mae has done, you go to Junior Modified Advanced, and that is 7.90. When they do their qualifying, it's all on reaction times. And then when they become adults and they move into the senior classes, the old guard go, oh God, not another Junior Dragster racer. Right, we've still got 4 cars in front of the main stage that need to be moved now. A blue Golf PA 03 NEN, another blue Golf X9 RWA, a grey Beetle 320 XUN, and a Golf convertible N446 MGK. Go and move them now, please. So, good reaction time there for Ellie, a 07 on the right side. Lola Bell, a bit too keen to get it done there, went red. So I'll just repeat that call once again. 4 vehicles in front of the main stage, still lead moving. Please go and move them now. A blue Golf PA 03 NEN, another blue Golf, which is X9 RWA, a grey Beetle, registration number 320 XUN, the green Beetle, and the last car that still needs moving is a black Golf convertible N446 MGK. Right, next up then, the governor at Santa Pod Raceway, of course, Keith Bartlett with the Roaring Rat. Put the right indicator on. That doesn't matter. So Keith runs this car in Gasser Circus when he's racing, but just out here for a bit of exhibition. Car now looked after by Dan and Nick Williams over at Williams Brothers Racing. And the boys very supportive of Keith and his racing endeavours these days. Always come along and run Roaring Rat for him. Should be in the 10s or the low 11s. 11:43, 124 miles an hour. Right, we're into VW Sportsman, and it's the second qualifying session. That is Bruce Harvey. And who's he got for company? It's Dan Brioche with the Loca Polo. Darlings then, 1487 for Bruce. He's currently number 22. And Dan is currently number 11. Well, Dan's going to get to the stripe first. What's he got? 12.97. Bruce goes 15.48. Dan moves up from 11 to 4 with that one. Yeah, Alex, it was that good. Well done, mate. Right, next up then, John Gallant with the Sirocco. He wants 17.40. He's currently number 11. But the man they all want to lock off the top spot, Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug Beetle. He dials 13.78. Here's your currently number 1 qualifier after Q1. He let the world know through social media that he was number 1. Let's see if he can hang on to it. 13.81, only 300ths off. That'll do. 17.22 breakout for John. A little bit too quick. Bizarrely, that was an even better run for Lawrence. It didn't move him up from number 1 because he's already there, but just put it a little bit closer to his darling. Right, Jerry Sadler. He's currently number 7. And Jake, currently number 3 with the Audi. $12.93, not going to improve from number 3, that's for sure. And a $17.98, that's not going to improve from number 7 either. Andy Vos and Alex Knott. Well, not the normal Beetle we normally expect to see Alex running. So this is a backup car for him, the Golf. All right, tree goes green. Off you go, Alex. Andy Voice. Looking for that 1580. We'll get there first. $15.84. Good enough for number 2, I reckon. It is indeed, yep. Alex Knott goes through with a $16.84. That's a big old breakout on a 720 dial-in. So he goes in at number 30. Right, a pair of Lupos. Danny Bean and Tom Circuit. Danny with the yellow one, dialing in 1470. Thomas with the green one, 1850. Well, certainly reaction time advantage for Tom on that one. 0.8 light compared to a 0.41. But it's going to be Danny to the stripe first. 15.02. And Tom goes 19.14. Well, Danny moves off a few spots, but nothing to threaten the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Steve Metcalf and Paul Robinson, your next pair. So Paul Robinson is top of the pile in the championship point standing for VW Sportsman. Steve Metcalf currently number 9. But it'll all switch round at Bug Jam. Big points on offer this weekend because there's so many of you. And it's a 17.30, plays a 14.96. Steve Metcalf moves up 4 spots. Paul stays put. Becky Bambrick and Polly Judge, your next pair. And it's 16 flat a pair. Makes life easy when they both dial in the same number. $16.54, $16.50. Well, Becky moves up from 32 to 19 purely because she broke out first time round. So certainly a move in the right direction. Laurie Anslow and Alex Day, your next pair. Laurie with a Skoda, dialing in 17 flat. Alex Day with a Golf, 12.70. So Alex looking for 12. 70 gets a 14.36, a little bit off what he wanted. Good move for Laurie Ansler though, 17 to 9 with that one. Goes 17-17 on a 17 flat. Reese Finney, currently number 7. With a Lupo, wants a 16.90. And Andrew Bambrick, he broke out as well in Q1. Wants 13.40 with the Blue Golf. $13.78 and $17.26. Andrew moves up from 30 to 18 again because he broke out in round 1 and got run the right side of his dial in this time. And next up is Steve Stone and Darren Walsh. 2 golfs but different vintages. 15.90 for Steve Stone and 16.88 for Darren with the Mark 1. Steve Stone should get there first, just 16.45 against a 17.06. No move from Steve, but Darren Walsh goes 14 to 10. Morgan Wilson, 17.95 the darling for the Misdemeanor Havoc Beetle. And it's Justin with Red Dwarf. The Audi. The darling is 15.15. Well, cracking reaction time for Justin, a 0-2 light. See if we can parlay that into a great run. 16.09, not quite where we wanted to be. 18.28 for Morgan. Well, definitely the slowest vehicle in the class, but one of the most entertaining as well. This is Paul Jackson with Pop the Kettle On. The T2.5 Westphalia, dialing in 25.5. You just gotta love it. And 15.40. A load of Skodas that take part in the VW DRC these days. Obviously, Skoda is owned by Volkswagen, so under the same umbrella. $15.72, and let's see how Pop the Kettle On goes. 25.77 on a 25.50. Moves up to number 15 into the top half of the draw. Well done. Right, Lottie Bradford and Hazel Carter. Right, this is interesting because we've now got 33 cars that have qualified, and there's only going to be 32 spots elimination, so we now have a bump spot. You've got to get within a certain number to get yourself qualified. And at the moment, Hazel Carter's on the outside looking in. Not anymore. 16.04, that'll get her in at number 27. Lottie moves up nicely, 18.26 on an 18 flat. Goes to number 15. Right, Phil Jones, he's on the bump spot. Needs to get the right side of 14.55. And quite close to it, going alongside Nigel Coulson. 14.10 for the Leon. close-ish at the stripe. Phil Jones going to get there first. Goes 14.60, moves up from 32 to 5. And Nigel Coulson, 14.15, moves up from 11 to 4. Good moves from those two. Right, Rob Cresswell, sitting number 27. 16.70 the target for him. And it is John Crawford. 16.14 his target this time round. So John Crawford heading towards the stripe. Let's see if he can get that 16.14. He goes 16.29, moves up from 18 to 9. And Rob goes 27 to 20. Runs a 17.02 there. Right, VW Pro. Dave Crowhurst with the Beetle, Subaru powered. The Wanga, 9.51. The Darlin going alongside the Strip Burner Beetle of Ian Dale. Goes 12 flat with his Darlin. Currently 6 and 11, these two. Oh, Dave Crowhurst. Out the hole like a rocket. Unfortunately, it was a cherry on the tree. And lost a little bit of drive. Whether we had gear selection issue, not quite sure. But nevertheless, 12.55, not what he was looking for, but it was entertaining. 12.61 for Ian Dale. Ed Keach with the Tango Golf going alongside Geordie. This is Paul Jordan with the Polo. 12 flat for Ed. 9.20 for Paul Jordan. $10.08 and 12.84. No help. They stay put. Paul 12, Ed 9. Right, pair of blue golfs. Rob Carter and Abby Taylor. Abby is your number 1 qualifier at the moment. See if she can put it further out of reach. Maybe Rob Carter has a response. $12.80 on a 12.90, a bit too quick there, but 89 on an 85. That cements the number 1 even more. All right, Jonathan Newell and Jake Fronda. Just a little bit of a squeegee, but job done. So these two 15 and 14 at the moment in VW Pro. You can see Street Eliminator in the lanes as well. Oh, 12.25 with the 0. That is your perfect ET. Unbelievable. Jonathan Newell again. He's had the perfect reaction time in Q1, and he's got the perfect ET in round 2.
I don't think that's ever happened.
No, you don't. I don't think it has. Unbelievable. Jonathan Newell has just cleaned up in... Can't believe that. Hits it bang on. 12.25 with a 0. He's doubled up. I've never seen that before, where one driver has taken the perfect awards in both categories on 2 separate runs. Well done. Right, Graham Fairhead, 11.37, he stays 3. Charlie Roberts, 12.02, stays 6. But story of the day for Jonathan Newell. He's 100 quid better off now. Outstanding. I think you go and get some lottery tickets now, mate. That was outstanding. Right, next up, Chris Poyner with the Green Goblin Golf. Beetle, sorry. And it is Sam Young with the Electric Beetle. 10.20 the dial-in for current racing. And 11.40. Now, bizarrely, they're going to try and run a 10.20 unless Sam feels it's really, really good. And then he'll go for it. Oh, a lot less wheel spin this time for Sam. $10.29, not bad. 14.02, so Sam Young moves from 11 to 4. So the EuroDragster.com Bad Habit Perfect Light Award went to Jonathan Newell in Q1. And then the EuroDragster.com Perfect ET Award in association with Andy Hadfield and the Twister Race team went to Jonathan Newell again. So Jonathan, you need to come up to the tower to collect both winnings. Well done. Ollie Whitehouse and Phil Blogg, your next pair. $11.58, Phil, massive breakout there. Ollie breaks out as well, 12.85 and a 12.99, both of them a little bit too quick. James Hodson and Mark Taylor, the next pair. Well, James is currently number 6, Mark number 10. James wants 10.70, Mark wants 10.20. And the numbers are 10.93 and 12.15. They both stay put. All right, next up then, Chris Waterhouse with the Audi A3. All right, see how Chris gets on then. He hasn't put a qualifier in yet. Neither has the next car. All the pops in the bank. Sounds like he's bought his own firework display with him. But nevertheless, goes through with 11.27. Slots in at number 13. Well, this team have been thrashing, literally, to get this car rebuilt. Wounded the engine yesterday during one of his test passes, but Luke Stevenson with the Dragster in the pairing lanes was actually the quickest in Runway brung for Class X. And he's around the corner waiting to come round. And a big shout out, actually, to Gordon, who is tuning on the car this weekend. It's his birthday today, so many happy returns to Gordon. Got Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator in the lanes as well, but just getting Luke set to come round. Oh, the tractor just doing a little bit of track prep, but we're just looking around the corner at Luke. Alright, just let the tractor get back on position and or not. So Dave just doing some sledding out there in preparation for Street Eliminator. And, got Luke Stevenson in the VW Pro Dragster. Just about to come around the corner. Here he comes. Well, they have been thrashing like mad to get this one sorted out. And that was a hell of a job, because basically they destroyed a motor yesterday. So there's a new bullet in the back. The team worked tirelessly to get this one done. Dialing in a 9.02. Let's see if they can get there. Wow, that's launched really hard, but it's a checkout pass. He's just getting the car down the track. Doesn't matter what he runs. 13:56, but he's qualified. Well done. And Gordon, happy birthday, buddy. Happy birthday. Yeah, we know these things, mate. We know. So Luke Stevenson slots in the number 18 spot there. Okay, so we look around the corner to see, I think it's going to be Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, the next class to come round. And it's the Mortified Zodiac of Paul Morton going alongside Ricky Hale with the postcode on wheels, the big Chevy truck. But still doing a little bit of track prep out there at the moment. And I'll tell you what, whilst they're doing that, going to give the airways back to Nitro FM 96.2, but we'll take it back when qualifying continues.
Yeah.
second zone. Well, if you averaged it.
It's about right, about 1 second.
No, basically first time, I think, for the estate, definitely. Let's see if my guess was good. Yeah.
Nice, not too bad.
Well, I said 17 seconds though. One went 17.58, the other went.
And I'll tell you what, I should have said before, my prediction was a golf was going to win. So I think I was right.
Yeah, I think I think it was. Oh, box full of neutrals, unfortunately.
Oh.
And it stopped.
Yeah, not looking too clever off the start line there. But it looks good, though. That's the important thing.
Perhaps it's the air conditioning unit.
I mean, it's important.
It's, yeah. Runway brung continuing. You would see the word Subaru on the side there. So, yeah, definitely Subaru-powered Beetle. Thanks very much indeed. As I say, Blackett Photography taking photographs of everything that goes up to the racetrack over the course of the weekend. Paula is manning the studio, and it's right next to the pairing lanes. And if you're a racer or you've been down the track, you basically need to, ideally, know what time you ran, and then they can find when your photos from the day will be sent. So
that's pretty decent.
Ian is taking photographs all day long, and basically, I mean, he's stood in the middle at the moment. He's catching the cars coming to the burnout box, then he's catching these two going up the racetrack. And one of them is John Crawford. John goes through the 1578. Okay, we are back with Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, and it is Ricky Hale coming around the corner with the big Chevy pickup, going alongside one of the smaller cars in the class, of course. The mortified Zodiac with Cirque Motorsport, that, of course, Paul Morton. We are not far away from Pro Mods as well. But it is Street Eliminator. Next class out. So don't forget, totally street legal, this lot. And they have to prove it on a regular basis. Apart from this weekend, we can't really get them to leave site and come back. The busyness of the site with bug jammers. So we keep them in the pits for this one. But every other race meeting, they go for a cruise in the countryside. And they've got to make it back. Otherwise, can't go into eliminations. So, Paul Morton at the moment has run a 9:43. He's currently number 5. And Ricky Hale, 10:98. He's in at number 9. Well, loads of wheel spin off the line for Paul Morton. Didn't get any forward motion at all then, so that's going to hurt the ET a bit. 10.76, the net end result, still got 142 mile an hour. 11.07, 129. Right, Nick Hale with a Mercedes. Mark Sheridan with the MPH Racing twin turbo Cuda. Currently number 3 at the moment, 9.26. We'll definitely want to be in the 8s on this one. Ricky away. There goes Mark. Oh, good looking run for Mark Sheridan. Oh, this is superb for Mark Sheridan. 8.52, good speed, 177 miles an hour. That run was building and building and building. 10.64 for Nick Hale. Mark Sheridan moves up from 3 to 2. Well, your number one qualifier at the moment, Andy Bond, 7.42 in Q1. Went over 200 miles an hour. Going alongside Al Mack with the Volvo. Our regular 7-second runner with this car now, just having a little rethink of the aero these days on the car. Now, one thing I didn't look to see is if he's got the bonnet on it. So you can tell from the live stream. Yes, he has. Ran the car for years without the bonnet, but now has got it on. And he had to go at me for not spotting it. How about that? So here we go then. Al Mack, Andy Bond. Well, they both blaze the tyres. Al Mack disappearing into the distance. Gets a 9.44 at 148 miles an hour. Andy Bond coasts across the line with a 14.11 at 74 miles an hour. Right, well, no... Well, no Tony Higgs for this session. We still got Elliot just coming up to the line. Well, fingers crossed Tony's not wounded. No, fluid underneath the car, unfortunately for Elliot. That was very quickly spotted actually by him, didn't have to look very far. Ah, is it? Yeah. It's a little drip, but could turn into a torrent at the finish line if there is a leak under the car. So the right decision always is to shut it off if there's any doubt whatsoever. Well, we can see Pro Modified in the lanes. Ah, good afternoon, Lorne. You can hear me down there. So, qualifying session number 2 for Motorsports UK Pro Modified. Also, Outlaw Flat 4 not far away. But just to get Elliot one way or the other. Yeah, Elliot going back to the pits. So yeah, it was only a tiny fluid leak, but it was enough to make him abort the run. So the tractor just doing a little bit of prep work in the lanes. I imagine it's going to be Pro Mod up next. So just whilst we're doing this little clean-up, Nitro FM, if you can take it back just for a moment. But we'll be back soon as we continue qualifying here at Bug Jam 35. Okay, so we are getting ourselves ready for more track action, and we got Pro Modified in the lanes, ready to come round for queue number 2, and just had a chance to catch up with messages from everybody, and as per usual, they're all tuned in. John Tebenham tuned in and says, greetings, we are watching the live stream, but we are coming to the finals with all the kit to win it. Oh, I look forward to that, JT. Nice that you haven't lost any enthusiasm or desire to win. Also tuned in, Dave Vector. Dave, a very good afternoon to you, mate. Hope you're keeping well over in the Netherlands, and I look forward to seeing you at the European finals as well. And guess what? Dave Vector will bring everything to win it as well. Heard from lots of other people as well. Craig Wright's tuned in from Bonnie, Scotland, as they're in the workshops working on various Outlaw Anglias. Okay, first up then, it is the Fast Company Mustang of John Webster. Went to 662 in Q1. Now then, we are expecting we're not expecting to have all the cars down for this qualifying session. We've got one team that have disappeared to go and get some parts, and another one is sorting out a transmission at the moment, but fingers crossed both of them will be good for Q3. So, John Webster, what's he got for us this afternoon? Very nice 662 in Q1. Building up the boost, going to bump it into stage and then give it everything he's got. How he kept it off the centre line, I do not know. 662, 206. But, oh, boy, was that close to the centre line. But he kept it away. Brilliant driving from John Webster. 662. And that's two of them he's run now. He's got a bracket pro mod. Not as quick as he wanted it to be. But nevertheless, very good. 120 to 60 foot, not where the car wants to be. But nevertheless, very entertaining indeed. All right, Nick Davis. What's he got for us? Went 633 in Q1. This car is capable of running in the 5.8s. So one of the quieter cars of the class, obviously a turbo. Well, two of them. So just setting the wheelie bars up for the run. Support from Fuel Tech and US Automotive. As Rob Loring brings Nick Davis up to the line. Good to see the whole team here this weekend. There were a couple of bods down at the last one due to a wedding, I think. Oh, Nick Davis really motoring here. It's going to be quicker than his earlier run. It is 6:15, 236 miles an hour. Not only that, cut a really good light as well at 0.7, but the 60 foot a little bit down on 113, and at the 8th, 411 at 191. And bizarrely, a good improvement on ET, but stays number 4. Right, next up, it's the two 5-second cars from Q1. It is the Blownbird of Kev Slyfield and the Anger Management 2 Camaro of Andy Robinson. It is the last two cars in the class this time round. It's Wayne Nicholson that's gone to well, got the transmission apart, get it rebuilt, ready for Q3. And Annie Wallace and the team gone back to base to pick up some parts, so they are good for Q3 later on as well. But these two, Kev Slyfield, your current number one, went 5.98, and Andy Robinson went 5.99. As I said earlier on, a very good afternoon to all of our Pro Mod racers and followers all over Europe, all over the world that do tune into events. Whichever country is running in Pro Mod and they're not racing themselves, they'll tune into the coverage and see what's going on. They like to keep abreast of who's doing what. And nice to see messages from everybody to say that you're tuned in. Full adjustments then of the wheelie bar for Kev Slyfield on the Blown Bird. Andy good to go. So Bowser going to bring Andy forward. Woody in front of Kev Slyfield, bringing him up to the line. So Q2, they got one more qualifier to come. But let's see who's going to be number one and number two after this pairing. Absolutely superb runs from both of them. It could be side-by-side fives again. Oh, so close to it. 6.02 for Kev Slyfield. 6.03 for Andy Robinson. 2.36 for Kev. 242 for Andy Robinson. The quicker 60-foot went to Kev Slyfield with a 0.99 to a 1.05. But outstanding side-by-side pairing. There's only 0.05 between them at the stripe. Both of them had zero light. Right, on a test pass then. Paula Aitken with the Rare Breed Mustang. Brilliant first run earlier on today. Straight into the sixes with an early shut-off. Oh, so close to a PB. So the quickest she's ever run this car, as far as we know, 6.61 in Comp Eliminator. In Pro Mod, it was 6.92, which has already gone quicker than that today. But let's see what she's got this time round. Had this car for a number of years now. So Stan just showing Paula that, yeah, everything's good for you to go. Bring it up to the line. So Paula Aitken, the Rare Breed Mustang. What's she got for us? Oh my word, 6.29, 2.25. That is a massive PB. Oh, Stan. Oh, I am absolutely delighted. Oh, what a run that was. Stan, we are not worthy, mate. That was outstanding. 6.29, 2.25. Oh boy, I bet you can't wait to catch up with Paula and tell her the news on that one. Phenomenal pass. It was one flat to 60 foot, 4.12 at 179 at the 8th. And as you see on the scoreboard, 6.29, 2.25 at the stripe. The quickest and fastest that Paula has ever been in that car. Get it in competition, go. Just do it. Right, Outlaw, flat 4. Lucas Dalglish didn't get the run in. in Q1. He rolled about 30 foot forward after leaving the line, and that was all it did. Getting a bit further this time. Oh, still got issues with gear selection. Vito disappearing into the distance. He went 11:36 in Q1, but he's not going to get a time or speed. Nothing recorded there. Right before the tree was activated, unfortunately. But Lucas Dalglish, 12:44, 118. He goes in at number 7. Right, the social outcast beetle of Darren Shepherd and Frederick Cohn with the beetle in the auto glim lane. Currently these two are 4 and 5. Darren 11.96, Frederick 12.23. Frederick wants to stage with the back wheels, can't do that. Right, not quite sure what the issue is for Frederick, but Darren off and running, goes 11.59. I believe that's his quickest of the weekend so far. Struggling to keep the engine lit here for right, so Adam Lowe then with the Beetle. Making the most of the wheelie bar. Way through the gears. Can he go quicker than 12.32? Indeed he does. 11.24. Moves up to the number 2 spot with that one. And that's a new PB as well. Well done to Adam. And first time over 120 miles an hour as well. Win-win all the way through there for Adam Lowe. Right, move on to Sportsman ET. Right, Hutchison and Dibley, Sportsman ET, Georgina Smith and Jamie Cresswell. Right, let's have a look at the dial-ins. Jamie looking for a 17.95, Georgina 15.85. 15.81, Georgina a little bit too quick. 18.10, the right side for Jamie Cresswell. 23 up to number 7. Clive Dandridge with the truck and Andy Dibley, number 1 qualifier at the moment. So can Dibbs cement that number 1 even more? He wants a 12.16. 12.18. Not bad at all, 13.22. Chris Cresswell with the Fiesta, and Gary Lake with the Arabian Night Trans Am. Now, we already mentioned Gary Lake is number 1 in the points chase. He's qualified number 5, so he's certainly at the sharp end at the moment, where he needs to be. It's all about points for Gary. He wants to extend that lead as much as possible this weekend, but to do that, he needs to go rounds. Qualifying is one thing, but going through eliminations is another. Going alongside Chris Cresswell. He wants a 15.20. Gary looking for that 14.10. 14.22, and a good move there for Chris, up from 23 to 7, running at 15.35. Well, we've had one Cresswell. Here's another one. This is Rob. 16.70. Going alongside John Crawford. Now, Rob currently number 14. John number 6. Five o'clock in the afternoon here at Bug Jam 35. The main stage just about to close for 3 hours whilst we get ready for the evening's entertainment over there. And we're not that far away from Top Fuel either, actually. 20 to 6. And then hopefully Nitro Bug and Mental Breakdown. Did get a message from Wayne Allman as well to say that hopefully he'll be ready for the evening run today. So fingers crossed for Wayne. Thanks for the update as well, mate. Appreciate that. So Nitro Bug and Mental Breakdown. First up though, Brian Huxley and Troy Attry. Brian looking for 14.45 with the Mustang. Troy wants 13.92 with the Camaro. Troy done very well so far. He's number 4. Brian currently number 19. 13.98, 14.64. Brian moves up from 19 to 12. Don't forget Brian doing very well in the points chase. He's number 2. Jane McCready with Ben's van, currently number 26. And it's the Hulk MX-5 of Steve Mellors, currently number 10. He's dialing in a 15.95 this time, and 15.72 for Ben's van. Well, Jane's going to get there first. 15.72 is the target. 15.89 is the run. Moves up from 26 to 12. Steve Mellors goes 16.31. So no help for Steve, but good move for Jane. Tom and Kirsty again. Tom 12 flat. Kirsty 14.39. Well, Tom's going to get to about 800 or 900 foot, then come off the gas and coast. Let's see how well he can judge it. He knows how to do it. He's done it before. But Kirsty with a better light. Funny enough, Tom is 19. Kirsty is 18 in the qualified order at the moment. There goes Tom coasting to a 12.12. That's an improvement. Let's see how Kirsty gets on. Well, Tom moves up from 19 to 8. Kirsty 18 to 5. 14.48 and a 14.39. So good move from both of them. Right, next up, Michelle Walker with My Nanny and Me, the Cortina Mark 1. Going alongside Jill Medley with the Jeep Cherokee, 12.62 the dial-in. This is where Jill breaks out because she's adjusted the dial-in so much. Let's see, Michelle, 15.55. Both away well. So Jill gets to the stripe first, goes 12.68 on a 62. That's a nice move. A breakout from Michelle Walker, 15.26 on a 55. $12.68 for Jill, though, puts her number 4. Holly Walters and Darren Huxley. Nissan 200 SX. Don't normally see that one on the drag strip. It's normally doing drift racing. $12.38, nicely judged there from Darren Huxley. That's going to move on up to number 11. But how about Holly Walters? 15.56 on a 55. Holly, 15 up to number 2 with that one. Dominic Hensman with the V-dub going alongside the S Cargo of Dave Jarrett. Lights go green. Going to be Dominic to the stripe first. 15.96. That's certainly going to move up from 25. It does from 25 to 15. Dave Jarrett, 18.33, stays 4. Right, Al Medley with the Mustang in the Kestrel beer lane. Dials a 13.62. Right, so 13.62 the target then for Al Medley. Gets the 13.96, moves up from 25 to 24. Right, Mike Franklin with the Range Rover. 17.25 the target. He's currently 25. Debbie Taylor. 13.40 the target for her, currently 26. Runs the right side of dial-in required here. What a lovely light for Debbie. 0.4 reaction time. And then 13.40 the target. 13.70, a little bit off. 17.03 breakout for Michael. Debbie moves up 26 to 23. Well, somebody buy a new set of tyres for Ash for his birthday. 13.46 is his dial-in. And 13.47, just a 100th difference between these two on the dial-ins. That's Lee Huxley with the Mustang. $13.24 breakout for Lee. Ash goes 13.87, no help for him. So Lee stays 19, Ash stays 24. Steph Pateman with the BMW. And Felicity Gibbs with the Mustang. The dial-ins end 13.87 for Steph. She's currently 27. And Felicity 17.35, currently number 20. It will be Steph. Gets to the line first. It's a 13.95. That's going to move her up from 27 definitely to number 8. Nicely done. And Felicity goes 42 on a 35. Moves up to number 7. It's a good move from the last pair. All right, we got VW Sportsman in the lanes, but before that, exhibition run from the junior dragsters of Ellie Mae Brown and Lola Bell Kent. Well, that's how you cut a light from both of them. 0407. Tony very happy. As is Shelley. Nicely done from both of them. Right, VW Sportsman qualifying session number 3. Dinner break after this one for our track crew. As we will be running up to about 7 o'clock this evening, so an opportunity for our track crew just to stand down for a little while. First up there, Dan Brioche with the Loco Polo dialing in a 7. I bet he wishes that. 12.93 at the target for Dan. And Emma Sadler, the Candy Queen, 15.65. That's where she wants to be. Both away well. So the Loco Polo. Love to see a 12.93 on that timing slip. 12.85 breakout, a little bit too quick. Emma Sadler also breaks out by nearly 0.2 of a second. Wow. Misjudged that one. Right, this is the one they're all after. Lawrence Clark, the Thunderbug. He is your #1 qualifier at the moment. 13.80 the dial-in. Going alongside Jerry Sadler. Jerry looking for a 16.05. Look, Jonathan Newell just come up to the tower to fleece Dragster.com. Jonathan, well done. That is epic performances, mate. Well done. 100 quid he wasn't expecting this weekend. He took 50 quid for the perfect ET, and another 50 quid for the perfect light. 2 separate runs. You're going to have loads of stickers and goodness knows what. And immortality on Dragster.com. Not a bad day. Right, I missed that pair because of that. Sorry, yes, Jonathan Newell come up to the tower to collect his winnings. Right, Jake Fronder, Andy Vos. 6 and 3 at the moment. Jake looking for 11.30, gets 12.11. Andy Vos, 15.98 on a 15.82. No help for him either. I'm just listening to the backjack in the tower. Said, oh, there's no point in bothering anymore. Good lad, well done. Right, Paul Robinson, the Audi TT, 14.99. Here's dial-in. Laurie Anslow looking for a 17.10. $14.86 breakout, and 17.13 on a 17.10. Laurie Anslow goes to #1. Yes, #1. Well done, Laurie. She'll take that one. All right, Tom Circuit with the Lupo. John Gallant with the Sirocco. All right, so look at the darlings then. $17.35, John Gallant. He's currently number 16, went $17.43 when he did that. Tom Circuit looking for 18.50. He's currently in the number 23 spot. Right, Tom Circuit goes 1870 and 1850, moves up from 23 to 15, but a breakout, too quick. 17-17, so no movement there. Right, Justin Foley with the number 9 spot car at the moment, the Audi TT, 1515 is the dial-in. Going alongside Danny Bean with the Lupo, only number 20, wants a 1490. 1519, 1583, they stay put, no help. All right, Phil Jones with the Dragon Wagon Audi A3, and it's Steve Metcalf with the Baja. He wants a 1725, Phil wants 1455. $14.75 for Phil, not going to move anywhere from 6, but Steve Metcalf, 17.31 on 25, 22 up to number 8. Very good move indeed. Alex Day and Reese Finney. In actual fact, I just had to remind myself, we've got more competitors than spaces eliminations, and it's Alex Knott who's not qualified at the moment. He's the only one that's basically broken out. He's gone too quick. But let's see if he can get the right side. Alex Day, currently number 31. Reese Finney, number 11. 13-11. That should move up Alex. Yeah. No. No change. All right. Paul Jackson, currently number 20 with the with the Westphalia. I love this. Pop the kettle on, he says. 25.5 the dial-in. Becky Bambrick dialing in 16 flat. The bizarre thing with Paul Jackson, he still has to wear his full fire suit, crash helmet, everything, even though he's going to struggle to break 50 mile an hour at the stripe. That's the rules. Becky goes through with a 16.28. Paul Jackson still going. Here he comes. Oh, he breaks out. He goes too quick. 25.45 on a 25.50. 500ths too quick. At 47 miles an hour. Great entertainment. Next up, Steve Stone with the Golf dialing in 16.20. And it is Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Golf 14.44. So Bruce gets there first with the 14.72. Steve Stone goes 16.36. Bruce goes 27 to 23. And Steve goes up to number 15 with that one. The screen changed very quickly. Right, Poly Judge, Darren Walsh. Audi TT taking on a Mark 1 Golf. Darling's on the scoreboards there. Polly, 16.48 with the Audi TT and a 16.80 for the Golf GTI. cracking light from Polly, but let's see what the runs are. 17:07, 17:23, no help. They both stay put. Kaylee Jackson and Connor Jones. So Connor going to get there first, but 16.30 is what he'd love to match. Goes 16.53, should move up, yep, 30 to 19. Kaylee goes 18.56, moves up to number 29. All right, Rob Cresswell with the Audi, 16.70 his darling. And it's Nigel Coulson with the Leon, 14.10. Nigel already number 5, Rob currently 26. Well, it's the lime green Leon that's leading the way. 14.33, no help for there, but breakout. A little bit too quick for Rob with the Audi. 16.64 and a 16.70. Well, I was expecting Hazel Carter to come through, but obviously they're just doing a little bit of track work in the Kestrel Beer Lane, so... Andy Cooper with the Fat Man Skoda. Oh, no, Hazel is coming forward now. Right, Hazel currently number 30. Andy Cooper currently number 18. Both move on up here if they get close to the numbers. 14.92 breakout, no movement, and a 15.76, quite a way off 15.10, so no help for either of them. Right, 2 former junior dragster racers fighting out in VW Sportsman. You got Lottie Bradford and Morgan Wilson. And I'm sure they pre-planned this, but 18.20 for both of them. No, of course not. No, no, no. Well, this is where Morgan goes 18 flat. Could be wrong. Oh, it's close. 18.01. I said 18 flat. 18.40 for Lottie there. All right, John Crawford. 16.32, his darling. And the last car in class. Well, he's currently number 12. See where he ends up then. 16.24 breakout, too quick for John Crawford. All right, we've got one car just to go and put a run in. This is the Super Pro Dragster being driven by Billy Everett. Latest acquisition of the Slick Tricks racing team. And Lara and Jacqueline will eventually be driving this car in National Championship racing when they're old enough. I've got a feeling Lara could be next year, actually. But Billy is putting the car through its paces at the moment. After this run, it'll be a dinner break for our track crew for half an hour. And then it'll be Top Fuel Dragster when we come back, and then it'll be Nitro Bug versus Mental Breakdown. We've got Nitro Funny Car, Oklahoma Willie, Fire Force 5, and then all of our race classes, including Pro Modified, still to come. So Billy bringing the car up to the line then. Let's see what he's got for us this afternoon. Nice straight all the way through. Stops the clocks with a 7.93 at 167. Billy Everett back in the 7-second zone once again. Really good to see. Right, okay, so it is a break for our track crew, half an hour. And when we come back, it will be all the nailed stuff that we love. Top Fuel, Nitro Bug and Mental Breakdown, Nitro Funny Car, the Jets, and pretty much everything else that we've got. So, ladies and gentlemen, half-hour break, and time for Nitro FM 96.2 to take over the airwaves, but we will be back with a continuation of qualifying here at Bug Jam 35.
It looks like the white counterparts getting the advantage here. Better reaction time overall. And pops up a 13.94 against a 15.24. Hard participants getting in those final few reps of Run What You Brung. Before all kinds of things that Cole just mentioned there getting underway from 1 this afternoon, all over the shop. Structure in the distance. I believe we've got some of the acts there, Cole, that are going to be performing.
Nina Benjamin is going to be first on stage at 1 o'clock, followed by Sean Percival, Nina Gilligan, Krista C, Andy Askins, Bethany Black, Brennan Reese, and certainly head on up there between 1 and 4. Up in the dance tent, you can't miss it. That's right. You all know where it is. You were all hanging out there last night, and you'll be back in there tonight. So go and enjoy it. Bound and Gag comedy. Right, need another vehicle moving. Oh, it's under the tower.
Oh, how'd it get there?
I don't know how it got there. That one moving. Whose is that? That's part of the timing cruise. It's parking. It's got a slip in the window. But yeah, it's literally can't park there, mate scenario. Very cheeky.
I mean, I know space.
Right, unfortunately, I haven't got a crib sheet for number 68, but I do for 108. That's Mark Pascoe.
Number 68 looking nice up until that 8th there.
1956 Oval Beetle, a best of 12.18 at 110. I'm going to get one of those on this run, unfortunately, but good to get a checkout pass in now before qualifying starts in earnest a bit.
For a moment there. Podzilla would have enjoyed that one. I think that was a cheer for the Hulk as well. I mean, I admire the commitment to the outfit. Been in that outfit all day long. I don't think he's changed out of it at any point.
No, sleeps in it. He didn't have a tent, so he sleeps in the outfit.
To be fair, I'm not sure.
Down now. There's a few left in the lanes. Time and crew have got their parking spot back. That's good news. But yeah, just another reminder, folks, if you want to take part in our human-powered...
Like athletes ready to go.
Now, not that we have elite competitors, but there will be the cyclists at the front.
There will be some people taking it a bit serious.
We do need to go through some rules. Even though they're not set in stone, we do need to remind everybody of what's at stake, as in, please be safe out there. Don't...
Yeah, come on, don't be silly.
Don't suffer from OCD, which a lot of them are, over-competitive dads. That's what we get. Trust me, we do. And our timing crew need to be ready for the human-powered race. They start the race with the tree. They count it down.
So we're doing it for real. The Audi just a slightly better reaction time than the Castrol B lane. And a big shout out to Box Lane Productions, bringing us all the live stream as usual. Bradley doing a great job as usual, sir. Well. Everyone prepped, ready to go for that human race, taking on Santa Pod. No word on if the track crew are going to be running as well. That was the biggest shake of head I've ever seen. Straight away, no hesitation. No, it isn't happening. So, and it's lights out. Away we go. And it looks like they're going to be pretty evenly matched as well here. Well, they're going to be posting up. So the Auto Glim 14.53, 97 overall, with a 14.52.
So let's see what he's got in the Mustang then. Building up the boost, going to bump it into stage. There he goes. Lots of wheel spin off the line, but John's sticking with it. All the way through to a 6.62, wow. 202 miles an hour. But the best thing is the start procedure worked. It was only a 120 for Wallace Motorsports. Actually, our first run this year. .101 to 60 foot, and Annie sticking with it. Taking it all the way through. It sounded soft, but 6.86 at 196. Left the line like a bandit with 101. Lane. Round 1 qualifying for Pro Modified. Well, both of them sticking with it, very close at the stripe, and it's into the 5s for Kev Slyfield. 5.98, 2.30. Well, they're both away well. Andy Robbins on an absolute flyer here. What do we got here? 5.99, 246 miles an hour. He went... Well, if that's a checkout pass, wow. 6.69, and she clicked it 1,000 foot. Stan doing the final adjustments. Here we go then. Top fuel, Suzanne Callin. What's she got? Well, that was an... oh, what a mega launch that was. 0.86 to 60 foot, but she was off the gas very quickly after that. But 0.86 to 60 foot, that is really moving. It's a shame she couldn't do a full pass there, but gives you an indication that the... Let's see what he's got there. Andy Raw, the Nitro Bug. Got to 330, clicked it off early. Carl, very happy with that one. Sounded exactly part of the plan. So Carl rubbing his hands together with that one, he said, yeah, I've got something to work with at Bug Jam. Well, Kevin Kent got past 330 on that one. Went 0.96 to 60 foot, 389 at 149. And went across the stripe at 5.57 at 130 miles an hour. Problems for Jason on that run. 104 to 60, but the problems were beset before that. Engaged on the launch about 1.5 seconds into the run. All clutch packs are engaged. So then, Steve Ashdown with The Undertaker. What's he got? Quite soft on the launch, 104 to 60, and again clicking it at the 330 and coasting through to a 632 at 108. And of course they will be building on that. So Billy Everett then with the latest addition to the Slick Tricks Racing stable. Lovely pass from there, but he clicked it slightly early, 8.48, 114, but 137 in 5 seconds at the 8th mile. Numbers were run, then 18.25 would be a head start, obviously, over 12.72. The idea being that they would meet at the finish line. So it will be the Loco Polo that will get to the top end first. How well has he judged this? 12.96, a couple of tenths off. And a breakout way too quick there for Lottie Bradford. Right, Jake Fronda and Jerry Sadler in VW Sportsman. So Jake dialing in 12.30 with the Audi. Goes 12.36, only 600ths off. That's good for number one. And Jerry Sadler goes 6.15.10. Emma dialing in 15.65. Now, if you've got a VW, as most of you have here, and want to take part in drag racing, why not? Go and see the VW DRC, have a chat with some of the races there. You, too, could join in and do some VW racing with the VW DRC. Also, you can take part in sportsman racing as well. And it's a great bunch of racers as well in both classes. So Andy Vos goes through with a 15.91 and a 16.76 there for Emma. So Andy goes 3, Emma goes 4. Well, don't forget we do have our Perfect Awards this weekend. 100 quid is up for grabs, courtesy of Dragster.com and the sponsors. Now then, the Perfect Light Award, which is basically a reaction time award, if we can get all the zeros on that one. And the Perfect ET Award is also £50 for the person who can hit their dial-in bang on. In other words, 0.000 on their index. The Perfect ET Award, supported by Andy Hadfield and the Twister Race team. And I don't know if Andy's tuned in today, but Andy and Hayley, a very, very good afternoon to you. Hope you keeping well. Looks like you had a fantastic time away last weekend with the new camper. And in the VW Pro versus VW Sportsman shootout yesterday. And it dials in a 24.5 for the quarter mile. I want you to give this lots of encouragement as it goes up the quarter mile. His normal race car's broken, but he's got this bus. Go on, cheer him on. Cheer him on. Laurie Anslow's going to get to the strike first, no question on that. Looking for a 17 flat and gets a 17.41. But here comes Paul Jackson. He's approaching the finish line. Will he go over 50 mile an hour? 25.58, doesn't quite reach the 50. It's 46.8, but it's the aerodynamics of a bungalow. TT 14.8. $14.84 for Paul Robinson, just 400s off, goes into the number 2 spot with that one. Right, the 2 yellow cars side by side, Polly Judge and Reese Finney. 15.83 and 16.90 the targets. 16.55 and 17.05. Reese doing the better job there. Goes in at number 5. Polly goes in at number 13. Phil Jones is number 2 spot. John Crawford is currently number 3. And I believe they are all here this weekend. So the Darlings end, 16 flat for Rob Cresswell, and Kaylee Jackson looking for 17.60. $16.74 and $19.57. So Hazel 15.50 gets a 15.13. Big breakout. As did Becky, 16.01 on a 16.41. We do have a driver name 597. Just haven't got it on the screen at the moment. That's weird. That's Andy Cooper. So Andy Cooper looking for 15.40, gets a 15.60 and a 17.98 there for Connor Jones. $13.41, just that little bit too quick there for Andrew. Darren Walsh, the right side, 16.96 on a 72. Let's see how these two get on then. John Crawford, the Craw Dog, wants a 15.86. This is Phil Jones actually with the Dragon Wagon. Whoa, a lot of wheel spin. Don't forget, show and shine presentations in front of the main stage as we speak. 3:30, we'll see the live action arena. And of course, Bug Jam's got talent registration. John Crawford goes 16:13 and 16:84. Phil with the Audi, it's 14:70 with the yellow one. $15.50 plays an 8. Well, one of them needs to go in. There we go. Dave goes in. There goes Abby. Drive it like you stole it, Dave. 9.79, 141 miles an hour at the stripe. But Abby Tether, how about that? 12.90 on a 12.85. Well, Current Racing, their best launch so far. 10.72, 127. And 12.48, 110. Graham Fairhead lifted those front wheels up beautifully there on the launch for the Misfit Type 3. He wants 11.20. Rob Carter looking for 12.90. 11.38 and 13.22. So Graham goes 2, Rob goes 4. Run what you brung. And it's James Hodson, the Golf, 10.70. In fact, they both dial in the same. $10.95 for James. Unfortunately, Chris didn't get off the line at all. Chris gets there first with 11.41. Big old breakout there. Charlie Roberts goes 11.88 or 11.60. The Beetle looking for 12.95. Go on, Ollie. 13.17 goes in at number 3 with that one. Nicely done. With the Strip Burner Beetle. Paul Jordan definitely going to get there first. 9.78, 149 miles an hour. The Audi, 11.3. $12.35 plays 12.15. Phil goes 13, Jack goes 14. Those front tyres scrabbling for grip there. Good run there for Simon. 9.88, 142. It's starting to come together with the big Chevy truck. And it's Paul Morton with a mortified Zodiac. Mort will be running in the 9s. Ricky will be in the 10s. Mort would love to get an 8. Well, Paul Morton on a great looking run here. 9.43, 143. And it is a 10 for Ricky Hale. Boy, we'd love to be in the 8s as well. But here we go then. Elliot Day, Mark Sheridan. The next pair. Mark Sheridan goes 9.26. Look at the speed, though, 171 miles an hour. I can't believe that. They both went 9.26. Did it again. He's told me that he's calmed the car down now. Well, if he could told me his car was black, I'd have believed him. But let's see how they got on then. Tony Higgs. And a load of wheel spin off the line there for Tony, but he's got it hooked up now. Should be the quickest for the time being. It is 8.64 at 179. That ran a 6-second pass. And regularly over 200 miles an hour. Don't forget, street legal, the pair of them. Beautiful flat launch for Andy Bond. Piling on the coals. That is a glorious looking run. Look at the speed. 204 miles an hour at the stripe. The entertaining part at the moment for Al. In fact, actually clicks it off early there. Goes through the 997 at 119. Well, they're off and running. Lee Crofts goes through with a 14.63 and a 16.28 there for John Rathbone. Paul Hensel's going to get to the strike first. Goes 11.35 and he goes top of the par with that one. 124 miles an hour. Frederick goes into number 2 with a 12.23. So Vito Versleys from Belgium with the Edge Beetle in the Autoglib lane. And Lucas Dalgleish. Oh, Lucas has a problem off the line. The car gets about 30 foot out and goes no further. But let's see what Vito's got for us then. 11.36. Getting to the number 2 spot by 100. Can we have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Darren Shepherd off and running. Adam Lowe trying to close him down. It's all about the ETs. Darren goes 11.96. Adam goes 12.32. So Darren goes 3, Adam goes 5. Well, what Mark would give for an 11-second pass here, he's been 12.1. Johnny Marriage, best of 11.7. $15.48 there for Mark Pascoe. Problems for Johnny Marriage. Pulls over to the left-hand side, coasts across the line in 21.04. Saying, guys, if we send it, it might break it. So it's Paul Bate on a solo here, going way better than it was running into Run What You Brung. On an absolute flyer here. 11.05 at 112 miles an hour. Well done, Paul, and he takes the number 1 spot with that one. Dibley and Clive Dandridge. It's the 1969 C15 truck going alongside the 12-second Camaro. Andy came looking for a 12-second pass with the car. Didn't expect it to go as quick as 12.1s. But here he is, living the dream. Can he run a 12.16? That's what he's dialed in. Clive dials in 12.93. Oh, 12.17 on a 12.16 dial in. Andy Dibley, wow. All flat. In theory, Tom will just disappear into the distance and then coast when he gets to about 900 foot, because the car is capable of going way quicker than 12s. There he goes. He's coasting now. What's he got for us? 12.28. Kirsty goes 14.46. So Kirsty goes 3. Tom goes number 4. He's at the moment by 320 points from Brian Huxley. So Gary really want to make very strong headway in this meeting. Wants to go rounds and just score a mountain of points. That's what he's here for. 14.10 is the Darling compared to 15.75 for Georgina. 14.21, nice opener for Gary, but 16 flat for Georgina. So Gary goes 3, Georgina goes 4. Oh, 08 light for Holly, nicely away. Holly's going to get there first with a 15.66, and it's a 15.88 for Dominic. Breakout too quick for Dominic. Michelle Walker with My Nanny and Me. Tricks Racing team are in position to start up. And don't forget, we've got a whole host of good stuff in the pairing lanes to come round as well. We've got Nitro Bug and Mental Breakdown. We've got Nitro Funny Car. We've got Oklahoma Willie, Fire Force 5. And of course, the rest of our classes that haven't put in their final qualifiers yet. Street Eliminator VW Pro, and then Pro Modified, which has got them to put in their final qualifiers. Outlaw Flat 4 and Sportsman ET, which will take us to the end of the day of track action. Many thanks indeed to Nitro FM 96.2 for keeping us entertained for the last half an hour, and thanks for the wake-up call from Oz. I was way away then, but cheers, buddy. So, Top Fuel Dragster then. Here we go. So the Slick Tricks Racing team then, Suzanne Callin with the Top Fuel Dragster from the Runderfield Motorsport stable. Has had 2 launches, 2 strong launches so far, both of them in the mid-point 85s so far this weekend. But would love a full pull at some stage. Maybe this will be the one. Get it all the way down Broadway. The final pre-run checks then, the wheelie bar, we move the sock off the front. Basically is the air intake for the fuel tank. So Runa now just doing the final adjustments. And it is all now down to Suzanne. See what she can do then. The Slick Tricks, Santa Pod Raceway, Draper Tools, Top Fuel Dragster here for your entertainment this afternoon at Bug Jam 35. Good, strong pass again, 0.85 to the 60, 221 to the 330. At the 8th, 357, but was off the gas by then, 149. And the chute came out earlier. I've got a suspicion that the burst panel may have gone on that one, as the chutes came out very, very quickly indeed. So the net end result, a 541, only 113 miles an hour. But another very, very strong launch indeed. In actual fact, Suzanne has already gone through the first exit and has cleared the top end very, very quickly indeed. Right, next up then, Perry Watkins with Oklahoma Willie. First created in the 1950s, this particular one. Fair to say, changed a bit since it first came out. And also fair to say, fair bit quicker than when it was first rolling off the production line way back when. So Perry has been over 150 miles an hour this weekend. Some fantastic 10-second passes. And you can just see the igniters sparking away to ignite the jet on the back of Oklahoma Willie. It's a Rolls-Royce Viper 535 jet engine from a Strike Master jet fighter. And the jet can produce nearly 3,500 pounds of thrust as it goes down the quarter mile. Well, needless to say, it's getting very, very warm up in the tower here. That jet billowing out a fair amount of heat. Sheets of flame as well, of course. Okay, so Perry brings Oklahoma Willie up to the start line then. Will we go over 150 again? Are we going to be in the 10s again? Let's see. Beautiful looking pass from Perry once again. 10.97 for the quarter mile, 147 miles an hour at the stripe. What a fantastic show vehicle that is. Well done to Oklahoma Willie team. Give them a big cheer, folks. That is fantastic entertainment. We'll love having them here. And it is so the right vehicle for Bug Jam. Excellent stuff. Right, next up, it's another jet. This time it is Fire Force number 3. Best this weekend so far, 589. 260 plus miles an hour. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. Of course, Richie the front man as well. Donna's come to join us in the tower for this one. How you doing? Good to see you. Donna doesn't always get a lot of opportunity to come up into the tower to watch Martin run, so normally working on site somewhere or sometimes gets on the balcony, but this time Martin's going to rock the tower for her. Yeah, we survived so far. So the live feed showing Martin all strapped in as they connect the umbilical cord. But let's not forget, Martin has been doing this for over 30 years, building and running jets. And so much so that other people get in touch with him with help and construction of their own jet cars. So we're just sitting there patiently waiting as everything is hooked up to get the jet running. And then of course we'll see Richie in a moment come out front once everything is good. And we prepare for the afterburner show once the jet is up and running. But here we go. Start procedure activated. So we lose our trap end just for a little moment there as the smoke billows from the back tailpipe. So the body is lowered, the support truck moves out the way. And Martin Hill will prepare for the flame show. Created by Martin flipping the afterburner switch and Richie telling him what to do. Oh, he's a brave man who brings a cup of coffee up to the tower when the jets are running. Suggest you hold on to that, Dave. Here we go, Martin Hill with Fire Force 3 then. The afterburner show. Right, okay, Richie gives Martin the signal. Wind it up more. That's definitely more violent since he changed the tailpipe on that jet. My goodness me. The afterburner pops very fierce these days. So, Richie bringing Martin up to the line. He's into pre-stage already. He's into stage. Give the team a big cheer. As Richie will now tell Martin to open the taps. Push it forward. Here we go. Martin Hill, Fire Force 3. Oh, clicks in at half track for that one. 671 at 149 miles an hour. And the rags went further. They really did disappear on that one. But another storming run. Even though we clicked it half track, still goes 671. Well done, gang. Nicely done. So let's have a quick peek round the corner to see the Nitro Bug coming round. And Wayne Allman with Mental Breakdown. Boy, oh boy, both of these teams have been up against it this weekend. And the first time we're going to line them up side by side. Wayne obviously had that fantastic PB late in qualifying yesterday afternoon, but has been up against it. Basically, he said the engine was A-OK. It just breathed out heavily after yesterday's run, and basically had to go back to his workshop to modify the catch can so he can run this evening. So that's why we haven't seen Wayne Allman since yesterday's run in Mental Breakdown. But it was a fantastic PB from Wayne. I just wonder if he's got any more to give us. A parish notice. We need a couple of vehicles moving. Where are they? They are parked by the pit gate, the favourite spot for vehicles being left. It's a grey Mercedes, registration number LC66MKG. And we have a blue Fiesta ST, registration number GN63PCX. Those two cars are by the pit gate. We need them moving as soon as possible, please. The grey Merc, LC66MKG, and the blue Fiesta ST, which is registration number GN63PCX. Get them moved. Right, so Dave's rejoined us.
Hello.
Missing in action for a while, but how's it been over there?
It has been amazing. Honestly, probably the most participants we've ever had in Bug Jam's Got Talent.
Really?
Oh,
wow.
yeah. Oh, yeah. And there were a few questionable acts, I think it's safe to say, but honestly, the talent, the first ever joint winners. It couldn't be decided. It couldn't be decided.
Wow. So, tell us more.
Well,
what were the acts?
Our two joint winners were both singers, but both went for a different kind of style of singing. So Beatrix was the kind of, I think she sung 1,000 miles and really emotional. Yeah. And then our other winner really went for a West End ballad. You can tell she's going to, honestly, a few years' time, you'll see her on the West End. She was incredible. Incredible.
So, joint winners, always good to see. If you can't separate them, then why make one of them the outstanding winner instead of the other? If they're both worthy of it, then why not?
There was definitely some full-on losers, though, 100%. We had some weird wedding thing that didn't quite work, and the important thing is they had a good time, I think it's safe to say. But no, I just saw the Firestorm 3 and spilled my coffee in the process of that, which is not an unusual sight when it comes to that particular car. But looking forward to this. First time we've seen these two battle out head-to-head all weekend long. They both took to the track separately, but now it's all go down to this. They've had a practice each, but now they are going to go for it together. And this is what Bug Jam's all about. Two VWs going head-to-head.
Well, let's be honest, this is the ultimate VW matchup. It really is.
It's the two most iconic, isn't it, really?
Yeah. The Nitro Bug going alongside the Steel. Yes, Steel. No fiberglass on the front end of this one. The Steel Mental Breakdown, the VW recovery truck with a difference. It's even got the mock-up tow winch on the back. But Wayne Allman yesterday, an outstanding low 7-second pass, 7:15. He's knocking on the door of a 6. These two are great friends off track, they really are. And they just want to put on one heck of a show. They're going to do that anyway. But wouldn't it be so cool if they could run some numbers as well? It will be party time in Wayne's pits if he can clock a 6-second pass. Andy Raw. Let's see what he's got for us. He's a competitive soul anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those matchups that's a friendly rivalry. I'm sure there'll be some pints between these two, maybe on the line.
Okay, so Andy Raw with the Nitro Bug. He's in the Autoglim lane. Wayne Allman in the Kestrel beer lane. Hold on tight, folks. Have fun. Watch these two. Go for it here at Bug Jam. Problems for Andy off the line. Wayne Allman all the way through. Come on, Wayne. Come on, Wayne, all the way. 7:10. Oh, look at the speed. 199.88 miles an hour. Oh, so close to the magic 200. Oh.
Touching distance. Touching distance. Wow. Bug Jam, let's hear it for both our competitors here. Absolutely amazing.
he was going to be delighted with another PB on the speed. Commiserations to Andy Raw. He left the line.
It looked great off the line.
Yeah. Frustrated. Don't quite know what happened, but Wayne Allman, take my hat off to you, buddy. 7:10. But it's the speed. Oh, so close to 200 mile an hour. And bearing in mind, it's not the most aerodynamic vehicle in the world. Bit of a head scratcher for Carl. Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. I wish it worked out differently. Yeah. One of those things. They'll get back to the pits. They'll suss out what happened. But bizarrely, that's the second time a similar thing has happened. But good brains trust on that team. But that is racing. Still one of the best Beetles ever, though. I mean, where else are you going to see anything like that? This is the only old school Beetle, right? You can get away with front engine.
Yeah, I think it's the only people that be allowed to do that as well. Mind you, we did see some weird and wonderful creations in the show and shine earlier on the main stage. One of my favourites, the interior, which was a VW camper, which they had converted into some kind of fire truck device with a little picnic table inside. Honestly, it seemed to be believed. And of course, we'll get all the winners of Show and Shine, and of course, Rust and Rat tomorrow, all over on the Santa Pod website for you. Check out all the pictures of those in case you missed it. Honestly, it's worth a little flick through if you guys spare 5 minutes tonight. And if you can get that magic 4G that seems to be very sparse at the moment.
Yeah. That is definitely one of the coolest vehicles ever.
Just look at it. So impressive.
You can understand there's an event in Germany called the Nitro Olympics. It takes place in August. It's around the FIA European Championships. It's in August. And they go nuts for this car.
Really?
Oh, obviously being in Germany.
Yeah, of course.
They go nuts for this one. They really do. But Wayne Allman, my goodness me. The trip back to base to do some modifications to come back. Another PB. And, as I say, 199.88. Absolutely outstanding.
Every time he's ran it this weekend, it just seems to do a little better each time.
Well, if we say that's only his second pass, so obviously he had missed a few sessions, but nevertheless, not taking anything away from that.
Absolutely not.
It was good to have a chat with him when he came up to the tower yesterday, of course. Right, we continue. It is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, our next class. They're just coming round, and it is Ash Cooper with the transit van going alongside the mortified car, Paul Morton. Right, so Mort so far has been 9:43. And Ash Cooper, 10:14. He's been in the 9s, he's been in the mid-9s. And Mort has been in the low 9s. Well, no secret, Paul Morton's ambition is to run an 8 with this car. But although it's been built a few years, this has been its debut season on track with support from Cirque Motorsport. Let's see what they got for us then. Beautiful launch for both. Oh, Paul Morton on a great looking run here. Oh, 906.
Wow.
Oh, he's knocking on the door. He's knocking. 148.7, a new PB. Yeah, it was that close. 10:23 for Ash Cooper.
And they'll be happy with that last run there.
It's one of those jubilation and frustration runs. 906 a PB, but nearly an 8.
It was not so close, touching distance.
Yeah, I know what it's like. I've done it myself. You sort of think, I really want my first 10-second pass, and I think it went 11:04, 11:01. He said, "Oh, come on!" And then it did it. But yeah, I know what it's like. It's you're pleased it's a PB, but it's frustrating at the same time. Right, Al Mack and Ricky Hale. A great message from Al earlier on. Thanks ever so much indeed, Al. Basically, they're just testing what they're calling a little wicker on the boot lid to try and gain some downforce. So a little flap, because there's no aero on this car whatsoever. So it really does struggle, becomes a little bit light at the top end. So they're just experimenting at the moment. But it is Ricky Hale that gets there first, goes 11.23, 126. And Al Mack goes through with a 13.31 at 91. Well, you spectators on the grandstand, front row seats for Andy Raw heading back to the pits.
Yeah, great to see a round of
Beautiful
applause.
looking car.
Yeah.
Show them your appreciation, folks. That is the best looking Beetle ever. We love that car. And I'll tell you what, when they get that sorted, that's really going to get a move on as well. Right, next up, Tony Higgs. He skipped Q2, but he's back for Q3. And he's the biggest liar on the planet. He told me that the car won't pull wheelies anymore. He said that before and it reached for the sky. He reckons he's calmed it down now, but let's see. Wife Jenny out front.
He just doesn't want to give away all the secrets, Colin. That's what it is.
Wow. He's about as secretive as an open book. It's Tony. Right, let's see what he's got for us then. Trigger's Broom. Currently number 3 qualifier. Oh, smooth as silk, that one. 8.09, 173, moves back up to the number 2 spot. Has been in the 7s before, but they'll take that. 8.03, undramatic. 5.32, 138 at the 8th mile. Tony Higgs moves up to number 2. Right, Elliot Day with 33 Willis. Did make it round for Q2, but was shut down for such a tiny fluid leak. But Elliot, one of the youngest drivers, he's only recently passed his driving test.
Oh.
Which is quite bizarre because he's been racing this for quite a while.
I was going to say.
But he can't drive it on the road due to the insurance costing too much money.
It makes total sense. We were all 18 once, weren't we?
Yeah. Well, I think he's still 17, actually. Whoa, loads of wheel spin off the line, too much boost.
Yeah, just stuck to the start area, didn't it?
But giving it large and just went a little bit too big there. So Elliot coast through with a 15.28. Let's have a look around the lanes. No Andy Bond this time round, so that is the last qualifying session for Street Eliminator. So Andy Bond takes the number 1 spot into eliminations tomorrow. Tony Higgs is number 2. And Mark Sheridan not making it down for this session. He's number 3. Paul Morton, number 4. Elliot, number 5. Then Al Mack, Ash Cooper, Nick Hale, and Ricky Hale. Right, Nitro Funny Car. Coming around the corner, and it is Steve Ashdown with The Undertaker. And alongside for company, Kevin Kent with the GSI Insurance Chevy Monte Carlo. The West 10 Motorsport entry. Final qualifying session for Nitro Funny Car today. They go into eliminations tomorrow, and with 3 cars here. Obviously, it goes straight into semi-finals. The number 1 qualifier will get the bye, and number 2 and number 3 will race each other, and then, of course, we will then have a final. So it is quite key to get the number 1 spot.
There's definitely pressure off to get that number 1 spot as well. I mean, you don't have to race, you don't have to risk the car as well.
Yeah. Big shout out to Kev Chapman, actually. Kev, if you are tuned in, obviously we're gutted that you're not competing this weekend, and I hope that the rebuild is coming on well, and look forward to seeing you back on track in the future. So both teams in position as we await the signal for both of them that are 100% ready Just attaching the starter to Kevin's car. Already attached to the Undertaker machine. And when both crews are ready, they'll give each other the thumbs up and get this show on the road. Actually, a little bit of help from... looks like they possibly may have had a battery issue on the Undertaker car, so the Gladiator team sprinting over to help. So that's the other thing with this sport of drag racing. Everybody helps everybody.
It's a family, isn't it? It's a community.
So all of a sudden, the Gladiator team are helping the Undertaker team. There'll be no favours given once they're racing each other, but to get the show on the road, oh, they're all in for each other, most definitely.
All hungry for competition. They all want their cars to perform, and knowing that they beat each other on the track where it matters.
They don't want to beat each other in the pits. That's
the thing.
No point.
Yeah.
The only thing they can really do is like my barbecue's bigger than your sort of thing. There's no point. You know, it's all about.
That's a great analogy.
It's all about the performance on the racetrack. Both fired up together. So the Gladiator team take their booster box and battery back over to their rig, whilst the Undertaker team lower the body. The Dodge Stratus body. Cool. Some fumes coming out. Kevin Kent's GSI Insurance Monte Carlo there. Very loud on the burnout, but under control as well, of course. And we have the Dodge Stratus of Steve Ashdown. These are number 1 and number 2 qualifier at the moment. So as it stands, at the moment, Kevin has got the bye into the final, but let's see what happens after this session. Kevin at the moment on a 5:57, Steve on a 6:32. Just full passes they'll be happy with. Dave Bryan then in the Undertaker crew duties. There he is, telling his man Steve to go get him. Kevin Kent, he's set, ready to go. Nitro funny car here at Bug Jam 35. Final qualifying. That's Kevin Kent all the way to a 426. 247 miles an hour. They have been waiting ages for that run, but a 426, 247. At the 8th, he was 335 at 254. He was off the gas at the stripe. 0.90 to 60 foot. Oh, boy.
That was impressive. A sonic boom of the start. 4.26. That is going to be hard to beat.
Yeah. Do you know what? That's not far off record pace. The trouble is, I haven't got the European record in front of me here, but that's not far off. I'm going to check in with Dragster on that one, but I know the speed isn't there, 247, but 426. Let's not forget Steve Ashdown, 796 off the gas way before the stripe. Obviously, he was off the gas before the 8th. 796 at 90 mile an hour, but what a run for Kevin Kent.
And a big cheer for the crowd as they drive past as well.
Yeah, give him a cheer there.
Santa Pod very impressed. Amazing work.
One of the quickest Nitro Funny Car runs we have seen for many a year.
An absolute treat here at Bug Jam 35.
Well, we still got one more to come.
But a serious barnstorming time that I imagine we'll definitely check with the officials at some point to check on that record, because like you say, it wasn't far off.
I'm on it. Oh, the record is 4:23, and Kevin just went 4:26. Kevin set that number back in April 2019, and oh so close. If he'd managed to keep all 8 running and taking it all the way through under power, then there was that 4:23 would have been beaten without a shadow of a doubt. But nevertheless, 4:26, 2:47, his quickest run basically since 2019.
Almost a new European record.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mega. Woof. I like that one. Well,
well, Gladiator team, you've got something to live up to now.
So we're just waiting to make sure that the top end is clear. Kevin's car is halfway through the gate at exit number 2. Hasn't made it all the way through yet. And that's the other staggering thing. Just thinking about that. I mean, yeah, I know it's 1,000 foot, but you went 247 miles an hour at the stripe for 1,000 foot, and he's stopped in time to get through the second exit. He hasn't gone all the way down the bottom. Yeah, madness. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, just can't get it all the way through the gate at the moment. But as soon as they do... Oh, actually, it's not Kevin's car, it's Steve Ashdown's car. Apologies. Kevin obviously went all the way down the shutdown area and turned off. It's I've just seen the body come up on the car now, of course. Yeah, Steve Ashdown's car. They're just trying to clear the top end. Just get Steve's car all the way through the gate. And obviously, once we close the gate, then we can run Jason Phelps with the Gladiator. Well, best appearing team award, definitely.
Oh, 100%. Loving the purple.
They're looking so sharp. Unusual problem to have, the car stuck halfway through the gate there. I can only assume that the clutch is locked up solid and they can't disengage it. So sometimes when that happens, it won't disengage. They actually have to get underneath the car and unbolt the prop shaft, so it frees up the transmission. So, but normally there is a way of freeing it off. Don't ask me how. I'm not that technically minded, but I can only assume that's what the issue is. But literally, if it had gone another 10 feet forward, it would have cleared the gate. Very bizarre.
Always away, just that little bit out.
So Mark and Jackie Hawkins then, owners. How are we doing, Jackie? Are you enjoying the weekend? Yeah, it's good. Bug jab's pretty cool.
That was
isn't
a
it?
confident nod. Yeah, absolutely.
Jackie was grooving on down to Soul last night, weren't you? Yeah, I know. But yeah, like everybody else, actually, really good time. But no, this, joking aside, it is a monumental task to run and be successful with a fuel funny car. They swallow money at an alarming rate, and it is only sheer passion that keeps these things going, because the only way to make a small fortune out of drag racing, as we all know, is start with a large one and just watch it disappear. It really does. Show me a rich man in drag racing and I'll show you a liar, because it just doesn't happen. In a bizarre way, drag racing doesn't have many sponsorship problems because we haven't got that many sponsors. It's great to welcome them on board. They get immense coverage when they do. I mean, where else are you going to get 200-300 mile an hour billboards that make the noise that they do and are as impressive as they are, and that can suck the air out of your lungs just by driving past you? It's they are immense machines. They really are. And there aren't many vehicles on the planet that can run nitromethane as a fuel, but these things do it, and they do it well. I mean, if you consider the engine here is somewhere between 8 and 10,000 horsepower. I mean, that's 10 Formula 1 cars.
Yeah.
You put two of them side by side, that's the power of the whole Formula 1 grid. It is insane. But the thumbs up have been given. Steve Ashdown's car has gone all the way through the gate now. So let's get Jason Phelps started up with the Gladiator funny car. Bizarrely, Jason, their workshop's just outside the gate in Airfield Road. FGR Motorsports, been around for many a year, and although Jason's workshop's just outside the gate, the only thing he has ever driven up the quarter mile is a nitro funny car. Although he's done a few passes over the years, he's never driven anything else.
Wow, born to do it. Born to do it.
Well, the Phelps family have a huge history in the sport of drag racing. And the world will be a poorer place without them, without a shadow of a doubt. What they put in the early days, we thank them forever. So the Toyota Camry body shell is lowered. Beautiful burnout for Jason.
Yeah, some great traction there to work with after that burnout.
Well, fair to say that Mark and Jackie and the team have been up against it with this car. Absolutely blew the previous body on this car to smithereens when it basically vaporized when they lost an engine, and it just exploded in a huge fireball. Funny enough, going alongside Andy Raw with a nitro bug, it was a demonstration race. Jason was on it, and yeah, just approaching the stripe, kaboom, it went. And that's when Jason achieved hero status in my books. Never forget it.
So a car that's been pretty much built from the ground up once again, as most of the cars have here in drag racing.
Well, I think the wording on the back spoiler says it all. Are you not entertained?
Well, we certainly will be with this run, I'm sure.
So car owner Mark Hawkins bringing Jason up to the line. That's the final moments then, as Jason, it's all down to him. Oh, that was a thing of beauty off the line, 0.95 to 60 foot. He was off it at the 330, but that was hauling for the early part there. 619 at 108. Puts him in the number 2 spot. I don't know if it's that important, but it does give him lane choice over Steve Ashdown when those two come round to race. But 426, your number 1 qualifier. Of course, Kevin Kent with the GSI Insurance Chevy Monte Carlo. Right, well, we just basically got 3 classes to go for the day. VW Pro, Outlaw Flat 4 and Sportsman ET. But let's not forget Motorsports UK Pro Modified. One more qualifier as well. It is VW Pro that's head of the lanes. All the other classes have finished their qualifying for the event, so they'll be getting ready for eliminations starting tomorrow. Time now approaching 20 to 7. There goes the Hawk Motorsports team, Gladiator.
Give them a wave as they come past, ladies and gents.
And I know some of you are leaving the banking and leaving the grandstands. Don't forget, we've still got Pro Modified to come round, so you don't want to go too far. Don't want to miss the Pro Mods. But then don't forget, they've all to get dressed up for tonight.
Oh, well, you got to. Of course you have.
Kings and Queens, of course.
And, of course, loads going on tonight. I heard the bootleg Beatles with their sound check earlier.
Oh, right.
It was like Ringo and the rest of them were here.
Right, the Bluebird just about to go out and put some extra traction down. Obviously, we do have Pro Mod still to come. I tell you what, whilst we get Jason removed from the top end and the Bluebird going out to put some extra traction down, we'll take a break from commentary for a moment. When we come back, it will be the final push to get everybody down the quarter mile this evening. So Nitro FM 96.2, take it away, and we'll be back soon. Paul Robinson is top of the pile in the championship point standing for VW Sportsman. Team Metcalf currently number 9. But it'll all switch round at Bug Jam. Big points on offer this weekend because there's so many of you. And it's a 17:30, plays a 14:96. $16.54, $16.50. Well, Becky moves up from 32 to 19 purely because she broke out first time round. Going alongside Ed Keach, the Tangoed Golf against the Shex toy dragster. I have to be careful how we say that, but that's Luke through and through. Luke did message us to say, obviously we know it's Gordon's birthday, but he just wanted to say just a massive, massive thanks to the whole team. John Spord, thanks mate. There was me saying Jason's only ever driven a Nitro funny car. Well, yeah, in competition, he has driven the Praying Mantis wheelie truck.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's an exhibition vehicle. John, will you let me off that one, mate? Oh dear, love him. I really do. Luke Stevenson. 902 is the darling. He went a lot slower than that earlier on, but then that was the first run after having the engine swapped. Take that to the back, 886.
And that is screams of joy down the track.
147 mile an hour. Andy Voce just goes, oh, God. The reason for that is a massive breakout They dialed 902, went 886. Ed goes... Oh, he moves up a couple of spots, actually. 1232. Moves up to number 9. Right, Jake Fronda, Ian Dale. Jake currently number 16. Ian Dale currently number 12. Now Jake normally drives a Golf, and it's called Nino, and it has a flashing light on the top and stuff like that. But it's broken at the moment, so he went and bought this Audi and runs this for the time being. Well, well done to Luke's team. Massive thanks from Luke for all your efforts this weekend. That's a breakout for Jake, way too quick. Ian Dale goes 12.40 on the dialing, goes 12.97 on the run. No help for him, he stays 12. Right, Graham Fairhead. Short burnout for him on this one. Going alongside Paul Jordan. Oh, Graham, number 3 in the standings at the moment. He dials 11.35, has been 11.37. And Paul Jordan dialing in 9.20. That very rapid polo.
It looks like a complete animal, that polo.
Oh, it's wicked. I love it. 9.62 moves up to number 12. Graham, 43 and a 35. No help, stays 3. Next up, Charlie Roberts with the up. 5-pot under the hood. What am I saying? I'm going all American. 5-pot under the bonnet. And it's Chris Pointer with the Green Goblin. He wants 11.40. Getting there first with 11.75, break out a little bit too quick, but 11.65 on a 40 for Chris. Moves up from 17 to number 7. All right, Sam Young, starting in 10.25 with the current Racing Beetle, and it's Phil Blogg with the Caddy. 11.6 for this one. Final qualifying session for VW Pro. Well, it's a breakout for Sam. 10-12, 127. And, oh, it's a breakout for Phil as well, 11.58. Very fine margins indeed, but they are breaking out, going too quick. Right, Dave Crowhurst then with the Wanga Beetle. Let's see what he's got for us then, dialing in 9.60. And it's James Hodson with the Golf. Currently number 6 qualifier. Dave Crowhurst, number 7 in the points chase at the moment. James Hodson, number 5. Chasing Graham Fairhead with the fastback. He's number 1 man. Whee, that's not part of the plan. Completely rips the studs off the left rear. But well saved after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Could have been nasty.
10.76 on a 70 for James Hodson. Should move up a little bit. Yeah, he moves up from 6 to 3. But drama for Dave Hodson. Thankfully, that happened right at the start. but completely shit. Oh, well, Dave, he's out of the car. I think the word is curses. Even Dave's having a look underneath and surveying the damage, but I think you'll find that most of the bits that you're looking for are inside that wheel. But rip the studs, I'd imagine, straight out, because I didn't see a half shaft come out with it. Chasing Graham Fairhead with the fastback. He's number one man. That's not part of the plan. Completely rips the studs off the left rear. But well saved after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Could have been nasty.
Drag it back. And as we well and truly know in the world of E-dubs, they'll be on that like a rash later on to try and get it sorted out for eliminations. But the difference being that's Subaru powered and probably a different setup to most of the other VWs here. So that could be the end of Dave's weekend, but stranger things have happened. So I'll tell you what, whilst we're going to get Dave's car off the track, we're going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back when we continue running once more. Okay, so that was a very quick clear up for very unfortunate Dave Crowhurst there, but he's absolutely fine, and fortunately I hope not too much major damage to the Wanga Beetle, so we'll catch up with them a little bit later on. This is Abby Tether. She's number 2 qualifier at the moment with the VW Golf R, one of the local-ish cars based in Buckingham. She dials in a 12.83. Well, she's already run a 12.89. Let's see what she's got this time round. It's going to be close. 12.94. Went the other way. So a good mix of cars in the lanes. I can see Motorsports UK Pro Modified. We haven't got them all down for this session, but we've certainly got a few of them. Also, I can see Roaring Rat in the lanes. The Governor going to put a run in, probably to close the show this evening. But then that's up to him.
And you know what? I had a few people ask about Roaring Rat over on the main stage as well. A lot of people interested in the car.
Yeah. Well, it's got a lot of history, that's for sure. It's a 57 Chevy, supercharged, has run in the low 10s, and it is part of the Santa Pod stable of cars. That, along with a very famous Ford console called Henry High Rise, were 2 cars back in the day that were synonymous with the promotion and everything of drag racing in the early days. And both now owned by Keith here at Santa Pod Raceway. And although the cars get exercised regularly, but when the Santa Pod Museum eventually gets built, hopefully within the next year or two, those 2 cars will be featuring prominently.
I imagine so, absolutely.
So this is Rob Carter, goes 13.47 on a 12.90, stays 11. This is Ollie Whitehouse. Don't see much of Ollie these days, but good to have him back with us. Dials in a 12.83. That's actually been way quicker than that before. You'll take that, stage 6.
That's pretty good.
All right, Simon Crowley with the Trailer Queen. In the 9s this weekend. Awesome performance from Simon. Going alongside Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Audi A3. His dialing is 10.70. Oh, do you know what? I'm chuffed to bits for Simon Crowley, the way that car is performing this weekend. 9.57! Oh, epic stuff. Oh, be chuffed to bits with that. Oh, 19 up to 4. Chris Waterhouse goes 79 on a 70, 15 to 7. But I know what the Trailer Queen team have been going through to get that car to perform, and this weekend it has certainly all come good. 9.57, 144 mile an hour. That car takes part in National Championship Racing Comp Eliminator and always has a nightmare. But this weekend, it's all coming good. And 9.50 was a brave shout on the dialing. They just didn't want to break out. Went 9.57. Epic. Right, here we go then. Motorsports UK Pro Modified. Gee, that was high on the revs. Wow.
Yeah, I think the whole track team were holding on to their rear defenders.
Well, that's what you call giving the rods a good old stretch. Wayne Nicholson, the lucky devil, had... just think that actually hasn't got a number on the board yet. Missed Q2 in Q1. The car got pushed back, if you remember, after the burnout. So this is vital that Wayne gets the run. Yep, thumbs up from Dave. Well, A to B will do. Just get in the show. So the Lucky Devil with Lucas Oils, of course, long-standing sponsor. Let's see what you got. Oh, it went pop. I think the supercharger gave way there. But he's going to coast. He's going to take it all the way through, and he's going to get a number on the board. He's going to be qualified. That's the important thing. 10.59 at 79 mile an hour. He was one flat to 60 foot. It left the line like a bandit. But it looks like the burst panel went. And 10.59 at 79 mile an hour at the stripe. But most importantly, he's qualified. And he'll take that. So back to the pits for the team. But yeah, that car has massively improved this season. A huge PB. 6:08 at the Summer Nationals. Even though it was a red light run when he did it, it didn't matter. It was the number that appeared on the board. And the team was celebrating like mad. But to say he went red, he lost the race, but he'll take the PB all day long. So the team going to head up to pick Wayne up from the top end. Annie Wallace will be the next one to come round. With the Wallace Motorsports Mustang. Just wait for the thumbs up from the start line crew, and Annie will bring the car round. Right, well, various things moving around, but Dave Warren is going up the return road. We'll just wait to see what actually transpires next. But certainly Annie Wallace will be the next one to come round the corner. It's not very often that Annie Wallace can be in the pairing lanes being looked at by a giraffe, 2 aliens, and some other and some dinosaurs, but that's Bug Jam for you.
Yeah, that is a mixture. That is definitely a mixture. A chicken as well.
You can imagine the bloke at the end there going, "You having a giraffe?"
There's another bloke there looking at his Kestrel beard like, what is in this?
That's an awesome picture, isn't it? Right, Annie Wallace and Nick Davis coming round the corner next. Well, once again, a very good afternoon to everybody tuned in to the live feed here from Bug Jam. The first time we've had Motorsports UK Pro Modified race at this event. Very good afternoon to all of our Pro Mod friends around Europe that are tuned in. And, of course, everybody around the world to Bug Jam. This is the last session for Pro Modified. And you got Nick Davis and Annie Wallace. It's the Firebird and the Mustang. It's the turbo car against the nitrous car. Very similar exhaust systems. That's about the only familiarity they've got with regards to the engine part. Oh, and of course 8 cylinders, but it's what gives the cars the extra power is the difference. First time that the spectators of Bug Jam have seen Pro Modified, and tell you what, they've been blessed with some awesome performances. So Annie Wallace then just purging the nitrous. You can see these nitrous jets on the front of the car, just venting the nitrous system just to make sure that everything is correct before it does the run. Bobby Wallace, that's Annie's older brother, also a Pro Mod racer himself. to see his Camaro. Absolute weapon of a car, but it's Annie's turn this weekend. Going alongside Nick Davis, Rob Loring out front. There we go. So Rob Loring takes his place behind the car. Oh, Nick doing the right thing there. Went straight into stage. You're supposed to courtesy stage. You let the other car go in, then you both go in stage together. So Nick bumps in. And he goes in. Here we go.
Oh, nice.
Oh, outstanding. Nick Davis, what a pass from him. 6.01 at 242 miles an hour. 6.26 at 2.25 for Annie Wallace. But yeah, that was cracking from both of them. Thought Nick Davis was left hanging a little bit there, but he did roll forward straight into stage. Had to back out. Then go back in again. Basically, just rolled too far forward. Annie struggled a little bit to get the car to go into pre-stage and then into stage, but eventually they got there. It was a quick tree, thank goodness. And off they went. Annie much quicker off the line. 101 to 60 compared to Nick's 103. And at the 8th, it was all Nick Davis then. 398 at 191 compared to Annie's 409 at 179. And at the stripe, 601 242 for Nick. 626 225 for Annie. All right, final pair then in Pro Modified. And this will determine who takes the number one in 2 eliminations and also gets the bye in round 1. 7 cars. That's a big old out for Kev Slyfield. Gone a long way up the racetrack. He was between 330 and half track then. Andy Robinson in the anger management 2.0 Camaro. He's in the auto glim lane, a best this weekend of 5.99. But he wants to go quicker than whatever Kev Slyfield runs this time round. They both went 6.0 in Q2. So whoever goes quicker than 5.982 will take the number 1 spot. Assuming the other car doesn't go quicker than that. You could see side-by-side 5s. Bit of a headwind that they didn't have earlier, but conditions perfect now. This is what the Pro Mod drivers like. Late evening runs. When the weather has been good all day long, the track has still got heat. The air getting a little bit denser.
And those engines just feed off that.
They do. Teams love it. So, Kev Slyfield, Andy Robinson, your last pair. Oh, side by side all the way. And a new number 1 qualifier. Andy Robinson takes it. 5.931. 246 miles an hour. Kev Slyfield goes 6.03 at 235. Cherry on the tree from Andy doesn't matter. He was 101 to 60 compared to a 1 flat for Kev. At the 8th, 392 for Andy, 395 for Kev. But at the stripe, where it matters, 593. Andy Robinson takes your number 1 qualifying spot. 6.03, so it's a 5.98 in the end, the best run for Kev Slyfield, but it's the anger management team that gets the bye in round 1 tomorrow.
Very nice indeed.
But epic performances. I hope the crowd enjoyed that.
So how exactly will that elimination work tomorrow? Now we've qualified. Talk us through it.
Yeah, number 1 race is number 8, number 2 race is number 7, 3 races 6, 4 races 5. So because there's only 7 cars, number 1 can't race number 8. There's nobody
Automatically
there,
through,
so they
yep.
get the bye. So that's the way it works.
And then we go all the way through until we have our winner.
And obviously number 1 and number 2 qualify the opposite sides of the ladder, so they could meet in the final. So that's the way it works. Right, Outlaw flat 4.
And our friends from the aliens, the dinosaurs and the giraffes are coming to join us in the grandstand now.
It's just the randomness we love. 2 classes to go, Outlaw flat 4 and Sportsman ET. Lee Crofts and Mark Pascoe, 12:02 and a 12:51. Slight improvement for Lee, well done. Right, Frederick Cohn in the Beetle. He's currently in number 7 spot. 12:23 best so far. And it's Darren Shepherd, the Social Outcast Beetle. He's number 5, 11.59. Number 1 qualifier is 11:05. And we've had 11 cars put numbers on the board so far. We did have more entered, but there's been a few breakages along the way. But still a strong entry from Outlaw flat 4 this weekend.
And this is what Outlaw Flat 4 is all about. Full on, pedal to the metal. What is that fastest speed that you can do? Let's find out. 11.73, 115 overall. In the Auto Glim Lane.
Yeah, 11.89 moves up a little bit there for Frederick. It's number 6 spot. Johnny Marriage and Lucas Dalglish. Well, Johnny Marriage hasn't had the best of the weekend so far. Hope it gets better here. It will. Lucas struggled to find second again, but a little bit quicker this time round. Has been 12:44. Goes 11:70. He'll take that. And Johnny moves up from 11 to 10. Lucas 8 to 6. Paul Henschel and let's have a look. It's number 3 and number 4 actually. Paul and Vito. One from Reading, the other one from Belgium. Good diversity here, and only 100th of a second between these two in qualifying at the moment. Paul on 11:35, Vito on 11:36. Side by side, hardly anything between them. Vito maybe slightly ahead, and at the stripe 10.90 and 10.93.
Oh,
wow.
word.
Paul Henschel goes to number 1, Vito goes to number 2, and that's the end of qualifying for Outlaw Flat 4. And there are your top 2 qualifiers. Just went through in the first 2 in the 10-second zone. Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat once again. Just Sportsman ET to come now, and that will be a wrap for us here. Day 2 or 3 at Bug Jam. So Keith rolls it into pre-stage. Just going to inch it forward into stage, and then give it plenty of right foot. Oh, he certainly did. Loaded up then.
I thought we were going to get a wheelie for a moment then.
No, I tell you what, this is looking strong. Mid-10s would be nice. 10.65, 126. Yeah, nice one. Just the way the car left, he really did bring the revs up right at the right moment and launched it. And end result there, 10.65, 126. And a 158 60 foot. Nicely done. Right, Sportsman ET, sponsored by Hutchinson and Dibley. And this is the fastest, well, the last qualifying session. Time to get your best runs in. Just had the ladder for Pro Modified. As you say, Andy Robinson gets the bye. Kev Slyfield will be racing Wayne Nicholson. Michelle Turenne, who we haven't seen since Q1. be going alongside Annie Wallace, and it'll be Nick Davis taking on John Webster. So that's an interesting mix, actually. Two supercharged cars, 2 turbo cars, supercharged and nitrous car, then a supercharged car on its own. Right, dial-ins then. Steph, 1388. Georgina, 1576. They are 8 and 23 at the moment. Oh, Steph breaks out by less than 100th of a second. Oh, Brian, I thought you knew about drag racing, mate. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It is what it is. Right, Holly Walters and Darren Huxley. We're talking 100th of a second.
That's just
it's cruelty. It
cruel,
really is.
cruel.
It's actually Holly, but number 2 at the moment is Holly Walters, and Darren Huxley currently number 13. Oh, look at the way those 2 cars left the line.
So smooth.
Well, it's the lights that they cut. You can see them both move before the green came on, so you knew they were going to be good lights. So Darren's going to get there first, looking for 12.25, gets the 31. Holly 15.52 and 58, that's a breakout, no help. But Darren moves up from 12 to 6. Well, that's one Huxley. Here's another one. This is Brian. This is the dad of the bunch. Dials in a 14.45 with the Santa Pod Mustang going alongside Kirsty Tram. 14.44, just had to go 100th quicker on the dial-in. And she is currently number 10. Nice light from Kirsty there. Brian Huxley driving as driving Miss Daisy by the looks of it. Oh, Kirsty Tram breaks out by 4/10,000ths of a second.
Oh my word!
Oh. If we put a bag of sugar on the passenger seat, that would have been it. Just that little bit more weight. But oh boy. Nikki Fulton well and truly out of her comfort zone this weekend. Her first bug jam and enjoying it. You are enjoying it, aren't you? Yes. And then you go and suffer being crew with Andy Dibley. I mean, there is no worse punishment, is there? Going alongside Al Medley with the Mustang. Dialing in 13.62. Dibs, number 1 qualifier though. Dialing in 12.19. 04 on the tree.
Looks nice.
So 12.19 will probably break out. He did. 12.18 with a 1. Breaks out by 100th of a second. 13.84 for Al Medley. Moves up 1 spot. Well, we've seen what the husband can do. Let's see what the wife can do. Jill Medley with the Cherokee going alongside Tom Atkinson. 2 12-second vehicles here. Tom dialing in 12 flat. Now then, although Jill's is very rapid, Tom is going to run away and hide, and then he'll lift off the gas at about 900 foot and coast across the line. Whoa. Well, you hear engine note change for Tom. There he goes. He's off the gas. Tom goes 12.03. Beautifully judged. Ooh. Goes to number 4 with that one. Yeah, everybody's impressed with that one. 12.66 for Jill. She stays number 5 with that one. Right, John Crawford and Michelle Walker. Michelle is even texting me like a drag racer now. 1 minute she's too quick, next minute's too slow. She's going to come out with racer excuses later on. Let's see what they got for us then. 15.73 and 15.30 on the dial-in. So Michelle should get to the stripe first. Goes. Oh, number 2 qualifier.
Wow.
Yes. Oh, it doesn't matter
Big
about the
result.
red light.
Yeah.
Number 2 in the qualified order, 15:31 on a 15:30. Oh, I'm going to get abuse on the text now from Michelle. Oh, I'm going to love it. 15:82 in the other lane. Oh, what a great final session this is. Chris Creswell with the Fiesta ST going alongside Debbie Taylor with the Mustang. 16 and 26 in the qualified order at the moment. Oh, 0017 cherry on the tree for Chris. It's almost a perfect light. Debbie Taylor, though, she will get to the stripe first, looking for a 1340. Been sticking with that dialing all day long. 1363 just dropped to pace a little bit. Chris, 1536 on a 25, no help for him. Right, it's a Cresswell match race. Jamie and Rob. Jamie Cresswell, the car is This Is the Wife. And Rob with the A3. The Darlings are 1665 for Rob, 18 flat for Jamie. Rob is currently number 4, Jamie 17. Whoa, Jamie treed Rob there completely. Rob's going to get there first, but it's all about who does the better job of the numbers. 1630 breakout. Jamie 1812. No improvement actually. Jamie stays 17. Rob is 4. Very good afternoon to Pete as well. I haven't said hello to you yet. Good to see you, mate. Gary Lake, the Arabian Knight. He is your points leader in the championship. Going alongside Clive Dandridge with the truck. 1969 GMC. Darling's N 1317 and 1422. Clive darling out of the 12s. Very unusual. Must have worn out the tyres. Or this is where he goes back in the 12, one or the other. Air's really good, but the headwind. Oh, let's see. 1313, he still breaks out though. 1418, too quick for Gary as well, so no help for those two. Right, Troy Attree with the Camaro and Lee Huxley with the Mustang. Both of them want 13-second passes, but different flavours. Lee wants the 24. Troy wants a 96. Oh, 26 with a 9. Lee moves up from 23 to 4. And that drops Troy a spot, 9 to 10. He broke out, went too quick. Right. There's Ash with a burnout. Very distinctive, the Dream Wrecker skyline. There you're getting very carried away with his right foot there. 1376 is the dialing. And Steve Mellors with the Hulk MX5, dialing in 15.95. Ash is number 25, Steve is number 19. Getting towards the tail end of the pairings. In actual fact, I think it's just one pair after this. Maybe no, 2 pairs, sorry. There is a Range Rover underneath us. Well, Ash is going to get there first. Oh, breaks out 1373. And Steve goes 1618. No help for either of those two. Right, penultimate pair. Dominic Hensman and Mike Franklin. It's the Golf against the Range Rover. Number 20 and number 27 in the qualified order at the moment. Their last chance to move up or down. Well, Dominic's definitely going to get there first. 16.05, no help for him. 18.38, definitely no help for Michael, so they stay put. Last pair. And it is the last pair of the day. Felicity Gibbs, Little Miss Rampage Mustang, she dials 17.37. And it's Dave Cherritt, not in the Dark Revenger that we normally call, but he's in the S-Cargo, the Astra. And his dial in, 18.40. The last pair of Bug Jam qualifying for this year. Look at the reaction times. 0-1 for Flick.
Wow.
0-3 for Dave.
And they're staying side by side all the way.
$17.41 for Flick, moves up from 11 to 8, and Dave drops a spot because of that. 18.40, no help for him. And ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap.
There we go. Qualifying day done and dusted here at Santa Pod.
I enjoyed that. Excellent day. Congratulations to all the people that set PBs today.
Yes.
And have a fantastic evening.
Oh, there is so much, isn't there? You've got the Bootleg Beatles, you've got Trevor Nelson in the dance tent this evening as well.
Well, you're not going to bother going to bed before 1 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's for sure. There is absolutely no point in even attempting it. Well, I'm not, because my caravan's just behind the party tent at the top there.
It's party night tonight here at Bug Jam 35 as we look towards tomorrow, race day, elimination day. We're all getting down to business tomorrow.
For one thing I forgot to ask you, actually, show and shine.
Yes. Oh, beautiful. Honestly, there was so many cars on a rake. And to be honest, I would say there was probably double the amount of entries compared to last year.
Wow.
And this year, for me, you saw more creative stuff. Last year, there was a lot of people just doing those little bit of details here and there, but it was all mostly exteriors. Whereas this year, there was a lot of more focus on the engines, on the coolers, on the interior. As I said earlier, there was a beautiful VW camper that changed over into a kind of fire truck look-alike. But I think we need to give our guys in the grandstand one last shout. Absolutely amazing. Loving the outfits from the aliens, the giraffe, the T-Rex, the chicken as well. I think I saw a baby over there as well. You know that they are going to have an amazing night tonight. Make sure to go and join them, and make sure to come and join us back tomorrow for Elimination Day, Sunday here at Bug Jam 35.
I want to know where the giraffe was when we did the human-powered race.
Yeah, where were you guys earlier on?
Where was the giraffe? I never saw it.
Steadying themselves for tonight, pacing themselves is key.
It. Well done, gang. Nicely done. And no doubt they'll be creating havoc in the evening's proceedings. But yeah, been a very, very good day indeed. Thanks ever so much for joining us on the racetrack. But now go and get yourselves ready for an awesome evenings of entertainment. So Bootleg Beatles on the main stage. Let's just have a quick look at the rundown tonight. Deco on the main stage at 8 o'clock, and the Bootleg Beatles at 9:30. Fueler's Bar is the silent disco.
Oh, always a treat. Always a treat.
2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, wow. Epic.
Fantastic.
In the dance tent, DJ Trademark at 8 o'clock until 10. Then DJ Diggs, 10 till 11:30. Then it is Trevor Nelson, 11:30 till 1 a.m. Wow.
It's jam-packed.
It's packed full of jam. Have a great evening, folks. We're going to sign off from the tower. Nitro FM 96.2, we're going to take over the airwaves. We'll see you bright and early in the morning. 9:30 is when our track activities start. And, of course, it'll be Eliminations Day to see who can carry the big trophies away at the end of tomorrow for our race classes. But we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Don't forget where you put your tents this evening, because after a great evening out once again, you may just forget, like you did last night.
See you tomorrow, guys.
Cheers, folks. Nitro FM, it's all yours.